Welcome back, homosexuals. We're back. Oh, we're back. So I just did a video discussing the best heroes in Age of Wonders 4. As of course they have changed the heroes a little bit, added some new ones, the classes and all that. The video turned out a little bit longer than the first time I made a video on this, so that was tons of fun. Regardless, we're here. We are going to be playing the next playthrough. I've learned a few things, I think. Who knows, we might just completely lose. I'm going to be trying out the builds, the glass cannon builds. I don't know if this is going to work. It should be interesting though. It really should be. I mean, I'm kind of looking forward to everything. I think it's going to be pretty cool. I've got some ideas as to everything I'm trying to do in this one. Same as last time. We're doing Unbound Tomes, Crystal Dwelling, Legends of Myrda, Crystalline Abundance, Umbral Abyss, Toll of Seasons, Celestial Grounds, Blessed Fields, and we're doing Challenging Plus, Brutal. We're going to be getting into who I'm playing as. We're playing as a Frost Giant this time around. And of course this time we have the Pantheon rulers. They're actually going to be loading in. And we got all the other dog filth in here that we're doing. And yeah. Now who are we playing as? Low-key, I really want to start playing multiplayer with this game. But like every other time I've ever done it in the past, it just didn't work out. But I'm hoping I could make it work out. Anyways, Frost Giant. Vagine Crusher! Must crush the vagine. Frost Giant. We're playing as a Warlock this time around. I'm excited for it. I think that a Warlock's gonna be pretty mother effing cool. We're gonna be using, I guess, magical weapons. We're going to Tome of Enchantment. And I am thinking about that. Is that the best way to go? Honestly. I don't know. Anyway, Vagine Gons, that's the race. We are the Ancients. Resistant, tough, elusive. We are playing Architect. We've got the Architects of Order. Cult of Personality. Vision of Ruin will be interesting. I actually wonder. It's going to give me a global effect. So that's going to be interesting to work with. And then we got Collector, which I always forget to get this activated, fully activated every time we play. So I need to get better at that. Stop being bad. And with that being said, let's just jump right on into it. That was quite the preamble. Let's double check. Let's make sure that we're not effing ourselves in the booty hole. Oh, we should change that portal. Yeah, this is gay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, fire and brimstone, man. Overwrite? What did I change? Why not? Override it. Who cares? We're going in. I look forward to this one. Originally, I was not going to actually make this the glass cannon build, but I was doing the heroes video, and I was talking about the fact that I wanted to do a glass cannon build. So, with a couple of my units, and I was just kind of figuring out, it's like, oh wow, this actually works. So, I went into it. And I think with this playthrough, we're going to have a very good time. I already know what I'm largely going to be building as well. So I'm gonna have to check something. Alright. Let's look at our units. Yes, we got resilient. An additional... Okay, yeah. Spirit. Okay. Gain mana each turn. That's nice. Throne City gains draft. Or gains souls. I want that mana. The mana. Part of me has been thinking about maybe playing some Stellaris in the future. Maybe. That's not yet to come, but it's possible. Definitely possible. Alright, what are we doing? A good way to start. We gotta get ourselves a recruit. So the ritualists are still the trashiest heroes in the game. They're way better than they used to be, so that's nice, but they're still absolute filth dog trash. And the warrior is still a freaking chad. Except for when they're a woman. Women are not chads. And that's how it works. We have resurgence, of course. Nice. I look forward to this playthrough. I really do. The way I'm gonna play... Ooh, we're kind of in the middle. Nice. And we are right next to an umbral abyss. I'm gonna do things differently this playthrough. Much different than the previous times. I'm going to be building for myself cities immediately. I've learned how important that is for myself. And the supplemental income that comes from your pre-city vassals, it's nice, but you want to be able to afford yourself a pretty solid army. So, you know, I don't know how the early game's gonna go with this. It could be really bad. This is a glass cannon build, so, you know, that comes with a lot of things. This might just be pain incarnate. Let's see what this retard is. He looks pretty cool. I like it. Oh, he's got winged feet because we are Elysian. That's pretty cool. Survey the materials. Let's just go in here. First and foremost, we gotta check it out. Alright. And I gotta make sure in this playthrough to actually enter the Umbral Abyss much sooner. And actually start clearing it out and get a lot of the resources that are in there. Really good early game. I mean, how do you actually get that to work out for you? I have no effing idea. But we can try. And, okay, so we have no enemies nearby. Interesting. Don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. So, what can I attack? I guess over here? Looks like something I can use. Oh good, we're on the Umbral territory. Dang it. Ooh. Looks rough. The starting tome, I don't think I actually should have done this, but it's just such a good one to start with all the time that I really don't know what else to do. But we are going to be going just straight damage, I think. Start out. Alright, is that it? Yeah, I mean, that is round one. Let us do it. So anyways, the video turned out to be 3 hours. that I was working on. I was not expecting that to happen, but it did. It always works out that way, doesn't it? I really was not seeing that. I mean, I thought I was going to be getting through it pretty fast, but there's just so much content that they came out with. So, became quite a lengthy conversation. Oh, cool. Let's watch the replay. I want to see how they're doing. I actually need to check on my giant, see what kind of skills he's using. Okay, good damage. Yeah, the obelisk is pretty cool with the way that it does damage. I honestly, I really like the giants. Ooh. Okay. Oh yeah, so he does have the sword. He spawns with it, which I guess I'm not really that big on. I would prefer to have some other abilities rather than the sword, but the sword is nice. If it is let's see actually. No, see that's the problem. If it absorbs enemy fire, then it's pretty alright at the start of the game. It's good all around, let's just say, but that's the thing I hate the most, is that it despawns. But it's cool to have. I do really like it though. I like that it's a permanent summon. I miss when summons were permanent in this game. Yeah, those were the days. They were. What is this? This is obviously, this is a good synergy location. Of course, the enemy could just decide to build on my nutsack, and that would bring it all to an end. And that would suck, wouldn't it? I'm just thinking right now to myself. Oh. We're gonna build right here. It looks like it's gonna take me a while to heal, so I think running down here is probably the best bet. And we can wait. Yeah, we can wait a little bit on that. Oh, well, what is, yeah, so we can turn everything into ice. I forget what kind of bonuses we get for that. Obviously, we're gonna need to have, I think, Iceborn or whatever it is. The Iceling transformation. We're gonna need that. I think with this city here, we're gonna expand this way. With this city, we're gonna be expanding this way. So we'll be covering all this territory upward. And from here, we're going to be covering territory this way. And from here, we're going to be covering down here. And obviously, we've got whatever is sitting right there. You know, I tried to think to myself, do I prefer this game or Planetfall? I think Planetfall, there was something different about how that game felt. There's things I like about this game, I think there was something more in a weird way to the scale of Planetfall. It's very weird because I do have some really favorable memories playing that game. It was a pretty good one. I don't know what I think about this one. There's things I like about it. There's things that they refuse to improve. Oh, mother F. No, what? Nah. Nah, son. He's already doing it, huh? There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. He's right there. Oh, my God. Gotta be kidding me. Oh, dude, that's crazy. Really? He's right there on my nutsack. What the frick? Oh. Screw you. Well. Oh, that sucks. Dragon's Dusk. We get access to dragons. What's this? Oh. Well, that's cool. I think that yeah. There's something about Planetfall that just felt like there was more going on. I'll say that. I feel like this game is a little bit more simplified. It's kind of weird thinking that way, but yeah, it feels that way. Do I just build anyways here? I can just build. Yeah, screw it. I'm building here. What are you gonna do? Biatch of the menstrual dimension? You're not gonna do anything. Because you suck. You suck, kid. You're terrible. Yeah, we're gonna get some of that. We're gonna grab probably the farm first. I'm gonna block off this side. Oh my god, is that his capital? Or he just built there and jeez, man. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm just gonna build a vassal right here. Unbelievable. Having walls is a pretty big deal. And now we can do the workshop. And then I want to get myself... The cultivator was an interesting unit. Yeah, I don't think he was that great. I have not used the primal faction in forever. I haven't used most factions in forever. What? Should I appease them? We get good resources. Yeah, that's true. Later on. Yeah, I guess I can afford it. It's gonna suck. I really need to cover up this territory. And I might not be able to. I feel like this guy's gonna try and take everything up, but we're gonna find out. Right here. Oh my gosh, dude. Why? Why did I have to spawn right next to this effing guy? Jeez. We're starting off competing for territory. Unbelievable. It's crazy. Absolute foolishness. Interesting. Sundering blades can be really nice, but nah, getting awakened tools, that just gets you more resources in the long run. I'm kind of scared with this playthrough, honestly. We got this guy on my nuts. He's not going to be happy. It just gives more reason to turn this into a vassal immediately. And then once it's a vassal, I don't know what we do, but that'll help me compete against that biatch. But I just want to be able to block him off. It's really not going to mean anything, but because he can just walk over my borders and start up another city. And that's the issue. Oh, man. I wonder what's down here. Pretty big down there. There's a lot of stuff we can find. I wonder where my next city's gonna be. I could see placing it somewhere here, maybe. I could do that. I mean, it's gotta be soon that I place it somewhere. And it should be close to me. I want to build this guy upward. Although it might start being heavily contested territory. Coming soon. I don't know. But this is surrounded. This is 1, 2, 3. I honestly just need to see more of that. We're gonna see if I just lose immediately or not. Wow. Already. Holy. Wow. That's crazy. Dang. Huh. Well. I guess I'm just gonna build. Yeah, this is so silly. Whatever. Alright, let's see. Where does this go? We're gonna run into some other factions over here. Yeah, so this is surrounded. This is a good synergy spot. Yeah, definitely nice. There's a lot of good synergy spots. I think if I build here, I could just have 2 cities right here. And then this guy can expand this way. And then I can have my other city fill out this region. Kind of seems like to me that's the best way to go. Honestly. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Oh, it looks like he's right underneath here, huh? Wow. Are they my race? Ooh. Yeah, we got... Ooh. He's further along. That's not good. Let's hope that I can actually make more progress because we're the same race. We're definitely going to do an easier quest starting out. Yeah, nothing too difficult. That would be a bad idea. I do think that Sundering Blades is worth picking up. Earthbreaker will be nice. Man, it's so competitive here already. We are just fighting over territory immediately. My gosh. You gotta love how the game does that to you. They make sure to spawn everyone close. Yeah, we're just gonna Hulk out on the farms. I'm hoping I can grab this so that at least I can... Oh. Oh, but that's right. I can't expand that way. Well, that sucks. Honestly, I wonder to myself, which path am I going? I think, yeah, no. I think Blood Pact is definitely better with a one-shot build. Well, you know, a glass cannon build. Definitely really good. Oh, the target gains lifesteal, but not me? Well, that's kind of stupid. Unfortunate. Whatever. Obviously, I could go either way, but I think Blood Pact is going to be the coolest one to use for this playthrough. The Warlock is a really cool class in my eyes from everything I've experienced so far. Unfortunate. Let me check on that. Yeah, by the way, that is Tifa from Remake, not Rebirth. She looks different in Rebirth. Screw Square Enix on that one. Alright, I can talk to these guys. I lose for 6 turns. Oh man, that sucks. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait on that. It's not worth it. I guess I'm waiting here for my units to show up. I think one of my biggest issues with this game is that it doesn't feel like enough of an adventure. There's a part of me, and I honestly mean this, I think these games need to level up. Honestly, these real-time strategies. And I think what they need to do... One second. It needs to be a hybrid. You could even say something like a banner lord is a good idea of it. But I should be able to explore in open worlds, run around, discover locations. And there's different ways that you can make the combat. I mean, you could still have a combat much like this one. But like, I want to be in an open world. I want to see these monuments. I want to see, you know, a freaking dragon's corpse on a freaking mountain. That's so cool. But, you know, I want to see that, like, in a fleshed out open world game. And you spawn in, and obviously there's the borders of the map and all that. It's this game, but just on the level, ground fields. It would be so cool. And maybe... Oh, man, that would be cool. Oh, man, bring it all to life. Maybe just change it overall. And, like, you have all these units, and they have all these different spells, and, like, keep this game, the soul of what this game is, keep it. But we're on the ground fields, and, like, I have my freaking frost giant. He's fighting in real time, and then I've got a little legion of shade makers. Like, just imagine a mash of Bannerlord and the Total War games. So it's basically like smaller militia armies. I mean, that's what this game is. And just imagine that kind of combat. And like, yeah, I mean, maybe you're giving orders. You know, keep the soul of what this game is. But, you know, you're giving orders to your units, or you can have it fight automatically. Doesn't matter, one thing or the other. That would be so cool. And I'm on the ground field, and I'm walking around the open world, and you can mix in a little bit of what Stellaris is with the real-time strategy, where it's the time meter that's ticking on by. So things, right, borders are expanding in that way and whatnot. You can do so many cool things with that. That would be so cool. But on the ground level. So like, you're slowly expanding the territory. And let's just say like you're walking around the open world and you're placing down little flaggers. Right? Little flags that claims that you're going to be building on that territory in the next turn or two. Right as the time ticks on by. Oh man, that would be so cool. Yeah, that would be awesome. Oh, frick. Oh, that would be so cool. Oh, shoot, man. God, why has a game not done that? Oh my, that would be so cool. Because like, I'm thinking in my head right now, it's like, you know, you're walking over a hill, and then on the borders of your territory, you see another army, right? And like, sure, they haven't called war on you, but like, you know, then you open up the interface and then you can declare a war and all that stuff. That would be so freaking cool. Wow. Yeah, that would just be awesome. That would be so awesome. I would absolutely love that, man. Wow. That would be cool. I mean, literally just imagine that you go over a hill and you see the enemy army It's a little militia, right? And if they walk over to you, they're trespassing and all that stuff. It has the same effects as in this game. Millions must receive whispering stones. Millions even. Huh. I don't know what that means, honestly. But anyways, it would just be so cool. It would be so cool. Like you have these little militias, little brigades just running around. It'd be so cool, man. I'm trying to think, like, what would teleporting look like? It wouldn't be that crazily different from what anything is in this game now. You know, it'd be a different interface. It'd be first person or maybe third person. Third person is probably better. And you go to the landmarks in their actual environments. Again, you got to keep the spirit of what this game is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can totally see how they could do it. Man, that would be so cool. Oh, wow, that'd be so... Imagine this is an actual environment in the game that you're walking up onto, right? You're running around this mountainside, and then this is right here. And the thing is that you don't want the game to feel cheap being built that way. In a first-person way, because there's so many developers, like, we want them to make a specific game, and then they just screw it all up. So I can think of how they would screw it up and how they could make it feel soulless. But again, like, possess the spirit of this game, the soul that this game does have, and just translate that onto on-the-ground battlefields, open worlds, exploration. Keep the distance between provinces, right? All these little provinces here that we're looking at. Keep it all relatively, realistically distant to each other. And then terraforming. Terraforming would be so interesting. Yeah, that would be interesting. There's ways you can make that work too. Man, that would be so cool. Holy crap. Wow. Oh man, I can totally think of it. I can think of the way that they would screw it up and it would just feel like a cheap or just a lame open world game. But then I could think of it in the way that this game feels like what it is. So maintaining the soul, the spirit of what this game is. Again, like literally just bringing to life this interface that we're looking at and making it still feel like the same game. But just we're getting a much closer view of it, a much more maybe dynamic or just more interactive combat experience. That would be so freaking cool. Man, I would love that. It would be so awesome. And I'm just thinking, like I can see this little area right here. There's a umbral gate that goes into here. So I'm trying to think to myself, like, yeah, there's ways that you can do this, that you can see this area, and you know that you need to go over to here somehow. In an open world redesign of the game. Oh man, it would be so cool. I mean, just throw in all those aspects. Oh man, it'd be so crazy. I would love that. If they make, right, a sequel or something like it, and they made this quality of a game with that adaptation, it would just feel awesome. You know, it would be like, and they could seriously do something like that. I don't know. I'm trying to think right now. So it would feel slightly like Bannerlord. You could almost call it like a Bannerlord light kind of game. Maybe. Air quotes on that. Yeah, it would be so interesting. A game like that would be so cool. Wow. And you got to bring these environments to life, right? The trees. And there's interesting things that you could do with that too. I mean, for instance, I would love to be walking in this environment, right? And clearly there's this little area that's the Umbral province. So that would be interesting. And that would have gameplay effects in a open world design. But then you're walking over here and there's trees and like maybe there's an ambush in the trees. You've got like lizard bandits sitting up inside of the trees. That would be cool. And they could be protecting, right? Like knowledge, which we see, or like mana. They're protecting something like that. Man, that would be cool. Seriously, man, just bringing this game to life. That would be so cool to see. So we've got an ice boulder with this guy. I don't know if we're going to be hurting for skill points on this one. I hope not. There's a lot of things to pick up here. A lot of stuff. I almost think to myself that getting your summons first might be the better way to go. Especially early game. And then, yeah, the glaive could be really awesome. Or the bow. Let's see the... Oh, the stats are not that different. Oh, this one phases. That's cool. I think majority of my units are going to be ranged. Pretty sure about that. Yeah, I think so. So I think it'll be best that I do the ice glaive. So yeah, we'll go down here and we'll grab this. And then we'll be going for this guy. And that should be really good. We're going to be summoning in 2 units. That'll be so cool. And the Bone Wyvern, I don't know how much better he is than the zombies. Yeah, he's not really that crazy. I think he has... Oh, he has the Poisonous Burst. I think that's a upgrade. Yeah, he didn't always have that. Oh, so they upgraded him too. That's nice. Oh, good. Very nice. We've got a lot of difficult armies around here. I wonder if they changed this guy and how he works. Yeah, he still does a lot of damage. This is the kind of unit that you would really want to have a hex on. This should be an easier army, but they have a lot of support units, so they can keep each other alive. It would just be so cool to bring this game to life, man. Make it more visceral. The environments, the locations, all of it. It'd be so awesome. It's so weird to me because Bannerlord is such a great game. And I don't think you see enough games trying to really adapt what Bannerlord is and just making different types of Bannerlord type of games. I don't know though. That's the issue with so much of the industry though. You don't see a lot of people trying to make cooler and more interesting ideas than the previous ideas really at all. We keep on seeing a lot of rehashes. The time for new, interesting ideas, it just seems like it's kind of past. Nobody's trying. Alright, we're going to be releasing this guy just immediately. He's going to upgrade himself. I don't need to do it. I do have to say though, I think there is a soul and a spirit to Planetfall that this game doesn't quite have. It's very odd to me. There's something about the enemies that you fight. They do feel very different from each other. And I do like how Planetfall felt like an XCOM-like game. There's trade-offs with it. I mean, well, not really that, but there's things that were detriments in Planetfall, that quality of life things that this game, I think, definitely makes a few things better. Oh my gosh. Maybe I should not have started with the summons, although that feels like actually maybe the right way to go, having more units on the field. So they're all condemned. Got it. A lot of damage. We kind of gave that to them. We have too many melees, I see. Oh, we summoned in that unit? How did we lose? Interesting. Yeah, I think we can do it. We have a kick. Okay. Interesting. All right. I don't know what kind of spell they should honestly use, but I'm just gonna do this. The damage is so pitiful. That's not good. They might get the kill. Ah, what are they doing? They're not focusing the target? What? What a throw. Oh my gosh. No way. What a screw up, man. Really? Yeah, that's stupid. We have a fighting chance, but this is still pretty rough. They're really trying. Dear God. Wow. Well, they're gonna get the kill. Yeah. Unfortunate. We got the win. It's at the cost of a lot of units. I don't know if it was worth it, but we were not going to actually clear this any other way. Huh. Yeah. Whatever, we got the Blossom Orchard, so I'll take it. I guess I can go exploring as we heal. Oh my. There's a lot to pick up here. Toma Beasts. That's a good one to just grab right off the belt there. Cryomancy, that comes with a lot more damage. I don't know. Cryomancy's pretty good. Tome of Beasts, that gives me more damage. I typically go the rock. A lot of good options in here. If I was being honest, I think that more damage is definitely going to be necessary here. So, we're gonna grab that. Gives us access to the White Witch as well, which, it's a decent unit, so I'm okay with that.
When all the world has turned to ice, I see a pure frostling.
A pure frostling? You know, it's crazy to me how many games release and they're just not that good. Like, they're really not that impressive. There's so few games that actually feel like they should have been made. And there's so few games that actually capture intrigue and attention. I find that so fascinating. Well, I guess I'm building here. YOLO, biatch. Oh, I can... Oh, sweet. Dang. Freak, man. See, brother. What do I want to build, dear? A forester? Sure. We can do that. We got this guy. We gotta make sure that he's supplying me. And there you have it. He's gonna be in that corner. He's probably maybe only going to have like 4 provinces, maybe. I could see it. I'm going glass cannon. Oh man. I feel like the early game, like, if we do not hit the ground running as fast as possible with this, I think it's gonna be a struggle boat, for sure. I've done a high damage build before. I did do it, and it felt pretty good. It felt largely kind of broken-ish, I guess. I don't know. It was pretty alright. And it helped me realize that you gotta build that way pretty early on. You gotta do damage, and then you do defense later. You're just gonna die with all your units a lot, regardless of anything early on. Yeah, let's just cover this. That's fine. Alright. Let's go down here. Is this the best place that my army could be going right now? Kind of. Yeah. There's nothing I'm really going to be fighting until I get more units. Although, I really should be positioning myself for this. Yeah. However, I should actually go down here. I gotta grab something down here. I could just build on this. We are right here, and it would be important to build this up and turn it into a vassal. I don't think I'm gonna try to build underground. I typically never like to build underground. I don't think I'm gonna come up with a reason right now. So, and by the way, I've kind of changed some of my thinking about building underground now. I think that you just want to spam as many vassals as possible. And I think that gets you more resources in the end. I think. It definitely does a lot for you with the ruler statue. It does a lot. Although, I want that research. How the heck am I getting over here? Lord have mercy. That's gonna be tough. Alright, so Prospector. So she's a fearmonger? Intimidating. I don't like that. I never thought it was really that good. Prospector's way better. I really hope I can level up quickly. I gotta get this freaking biatch turned into a glaive. I want to see that glaive too. I've only done the shield so far. Would be cool to find out how good it is. I wonder if the bow's good as well. Okay. Got some mana. Oh, wow. It goes back to here. That's hilarious. We did a whole roundabout. That's insane. That's so funny. We gotta keep on pumping these biatches out. Just gotta have a huge army. All over the place. I think this guy is going to expand this way. Maybe. Ooh, we got some adjacency bonuses right here. So actually, I think we're going to be taking that. And then this guy can expand for the rest of it. Maybe. I don't know yet. Tough to tell. You know what it is, though? The landmarks. So the map in Planetfall, it felt more alive. There were less provinces, and there's good and bad with that. Having more provinces in this game comes with certain things. There were less provinces in Planetfall, so the provinces were more interesting per province. So you could say it brought more life to the provinces. There's so many provinces in this game, and they're really not that interesting, each one from each other. It doesn't really add anything, having all these provinces. And then the landmarks, they also had more personality, and I really liked that too. There were these little installments on the landmarks that you could raise to make it easier to fight in the landmarks, in the locations dungeon, right? And it was just this multi-step way of addressing the locations. There's more going on per location. So it just felt like, and then I think there was a lot more that you had to fight too. A lot more armies standing on resources and special locations. It just, the whole thing felt more alive. And I think with this game, something that I do feel pretty consistently is that I think this game does feel a tad bit less alive. It's weird. There's things I like about this game, but I think that when I look back on playing Planetfall, I think that the environment felt better than in this game. And I think it's in this game that the heroes probably feel better. I think they might feel better, if I'm remembering correctly. I spoke about this a lot throughout my many other playthroughs. I've gone into these details, and I think that's how I make sense of it all in the end. Frostblades is going to be great. The one thing I really love, though, are the enchantments in this game and also the transformations. I do think that's pretty cool. Chatulus Inglorianus. Chatulus Inglorianus. What a wonderful name. My name is Chatulus. Okay. Interesting. Is it not? I think building faster might just be... I don't know, by the way, like... I swear in the past that going into the Umbral Abyss felt a lot more alive when the DLC first came out. There are locations I have never seen again in the Umbral Abyss. And it could just be that I'm playing on medium-sized maps, and maybe on larger maps, maybe the map looks differently. I'm gonna do another large map. It's been a long time. I'm gonna have to do things. Oh, I was gonna do simultaneous turns on this. Dang it. I forgot about that. Well, we'll see if I can even survive this playthrough. We're doing some crazy things anyways. Anyway, I guess we'll check it out when it comes around to it. We gotta save up some golds. For real. Oh, he got it. That's unfortunate. So in 8 turns, we get the defensive army. Well, they can definitely help me against some of these. I'm hoping they can help me against this freaking guy. We'll see about that. I don't really want to slap my PP on it just yet. Getting strengthen would be really good. Getting more damage is really powerful. I feel like the way I started this game, going with the summoned blade on my giant is maybe the worst way I could have gone. Because getting the ice boulder and leveling that up is probably the better path to go. It's just so much damage, and it makes it easier to get kills. I think it might be better. We're getting low on resources right now. And yet, I have so many cities. What the F? Sweet. I want to see that. I mean, not too many turns have gone by, and we are already doing pretty alright, I think. Well, I mean, whatever. Let's see what happened here. Yep. Summoned it. I don't like how that wastes a turn, but it gives us a unit that does damage with my ruler. Ever since then, you know, until the end of combat. Unless the unit dies. Hoping that it doesn't die. Let's see. Good damage. It's a flank. Good damage. That's a lot of damage. Wow. Jeez. Strengthen. I've kind of underestimated Strengthen and its effects. Yeah, look at that. Awesome to have that sword there. You go, sword. You freaking wrecking it, biatch. Ooh. Yeah, getting the pastures would be nice. And maybe getting a quarry too at the moment. It might be necessary. Builds things faster too for us. Getting some more of that production is always great, but we're getting low on mana. And the tavern's going to be necessary after that. Oof, we got this guy over here. Gotta take up a lot of territory as soon as possible. Sweet. We got the glaive. Exactly what I was looking for. Even though we probably don't need a glaive, we probably need a bow instead, but he's a warlock, so if I went with a melee, I would have done a bow. A golden lair. I'm glad I have this city though, right here. Without it, we would be nothing. Absolutely nothing. We can do a warlock, and that is a scholar. A young scholar, they call them. We can do a death knight. I might want to do another warlock. Would be kind of interesting to try them out. The battle saints are really cool. I do like the death knight. Really fun to use. But I do want to try out another warlock. I want to do him again with the other build path I was going to be doing. Yeah, we're going to be doing that. Maybe a blizzard would be nice to use. It'll put me really low. Can these guys heal? No. It might be the way to go. How many turns? 6 turns? Yikes. That's no fun. Definitely gonna take a hot second, so I guess we can wait. We gotta get ourselves a third hero, anyways. Yikes. Yeah, declare war. That would be great. Who is this? Oh, wow. Yeah, that would just be awesome. Well, he's gonna be upset. I said no. Oof. He is right there. Yikes. That's not good. I did want to get that frickin'... Oh no. Ooh. That's not good. That's not good. I'm sandwiched like this. That's not good. We are really gonna need another vassal. Very soon. I don't think I can afford another unit. So we're just gonna have to wait for my other hero. Next turn. A blizzard though. Let's get that cranked up. Uh-oh. Oh, dear God, they're coming for me. Oh, no. I guess I'm gonna have to defend myself. I'm trying to fight as much as possible so that I can level up. Would be cool to manage that. Yeah, nice. We gotta level up. Oops. Oh, no. Whatever. So now my glaive is permanent on the field. That's great to see. Crit chance is not going to matter immediately here. But getting execute, that's huge. I always wonder with this. I guess we're grabbing this one. Shadow dedication. So it gives it to your hero. Oh, so I made that video. Well, okay. Interesting. So that gives me more damage on flanking, but I should actually be going for more crit chance. Maybe. Okay, Astral Blood is 30. High Morale is 20. That's already 50. 70. $80. What else? We have an 80% right now. From items, I could get myself up to 100. Wasn't there another way to get it? Oh, shoot. What was the other way to get some critical? I can go Tome of the Beast. I don't know about that, though. But Tome of Beast is a way to go. And that puts me up to 90, but... Well, I can do Initiate a Chaos, right? And... Oh, I don't actually need to do this, though. I don't. I'm already going to get another 20% then. If this actually applies, I'm already going to be getting another 20% from my 8 and 12 signature skills. So, right? Yes, that's correct. Yes. Yeah, so this works. My. That's insane. Shoot. All right. So I think we have 100% right there. That's crazy. I think that's how it works. And we also get execute right here, which is just amazing. By this point in the game, having that, man, doing great. Cannot wait to get that other warlock going. I feel like we can take this, but I also believe it's probably going to be a very difficult battle at the same time. kind of funny. The way we're doing this. I'm going at it so ham-fisted to just do insane damage. Who's attacking who? Uh-oh. Oh, wow, he's getting attacked already? Oh, shoot. I get units. I mean, that's definitely going to come at a cost. But that's a guardian, cultivator. Oof. I feel like that's a good move. Yeah, grab the... Yeah. We do need those units for this fight. Oh, wow. We can barely afford them. Jeez. And then we also can grab the hero. I don't think he was a duelist, but that's okay. Interesting. Duelist is good, though. Scholarly is even better. Yeah, I guess going this way, the start is pretty desirable so that we can get the Bone Wyvern. Man, we are just spamming the battlefield with units with this build. It's crazy. Absolutely redonkulous. What is this weapon? Oh, the Warlock. Okay. He's using a staff. I wonder if I can just take it on right now. I'm gonna try. YOLO. Oh. Not bad. Yeah, let's definitely watch that. I'm interested in seeing how the whole thing goes. Yeah, so we got that free heal, which is nice. Oh, that's the glaive. A lot larger. It's a big sword. Ooh! Oh, he used the execute, didn't he? Wow. Oh, and he dashed through them? Cool. Oof. Yeah, that was an insta-kill. They nuked them. Okay. How did he heal him like that? Or what? He damaged an enemy. Wow, we are doing damage. Oh, it's a polearm too. Wow, that makes the glaive really nice. Overkill. Wow, that glaive is actually pretty good. Wow. That's so cool. Wow. We really do have a super... And then, dang, he's doing huge. The warrior is just so good. As a class. They get away with so much. Okay. Wow. Well, do... Uh-oh. Oh, the infestation. That sucks. I do need to go back over to here. Pretty much. There's a couple of things to do. Man, he's getting attacked like that quick. That's not good for him. I feel sorry for him, even though he wants to kill me. I'm definitely grabbing this trash right here. Show you, man. Brother. We got our first one here. We're going for that crit damage. That's absolutely insane, ludicrous damage. The kind of stuff that makes you suffer and cry. I feel like my basic attack does almost the same amount of damage as this, but I also know. Yeah, we're gonna try to... I think I can flesh out this whole tree. I really hope so. We're gonna find out. But yeah, I want to get that freaking ice rock. It's gonna be super cool to use. Oh my. Well, that's gonna be fun to take down. It looks like it's gonna be easy. I just need to jump on that as fast as possible. Oh shoot, we can't. Uh-oh. That's not good. Where do I want to build my monuments? I wonder. I can't build anything but that, so might as well just do it. But what's a good location? Doesn't this count? I think it does. We're gonna find out, I guess. Screw it, bruh. This will give me more damage. That'll be really nice. Yeah, I mean, I guess YOLO. Yeah, we're just gonna do it there. Dedicated to this? I mean, lightning damage would be nice. Yeah, we have enough frost. Do I really need more frost damage? I feel like I need spirit damage more. Really? Yeah, I think that spirit, poison, fire, and definitely lightning are the most important ones. I already have so much of frost. That's gonna be overkill. Wow. It's so unfortunate, but I guess I'm doing it. I don't have a choice. I look forward to seeing how this warlock does. Late game. So far, I think it's pretty nice what the warlock is, right? You get a lot of passive healing and buffing to your team. I think that's pretty cool. Oh man. Let's see if I can actually run up to there and wreck him in the face. Can I just do this immediately? There's really no other time but now. It's gonna be risky. Oh my. My. And we don't even have frost arrows yet. We're going in hot. Beautiful. 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 We are not high enough level for this, clearly. Unfortunately. What happens if I throw a rock at one of these biatches? Absolute biatch. Actually, I would rather summon this guy. Can I just, run up to here? Some good damage. And then I can sprint through them like a chick with STDs. Wow, that does some damage to this guy. But why does the rest of it not do that much damage? That's weird. That's a lot of damage. Jason. That's a lot of damage. Okay, well, here we are. Here we are. I could try to wreck this fool right now. With my freaking mind! It's no better time than now. I would say. Let's see what they do. Yeah, that's some group damage for sure. Yeah, thank you so much. Ow, ow. Ow. Ah. Owie. What a bunch of douche nozzles. Absolute douches. Shame, man. It's not even okay. So messed up right now. Brother. Brother. Alright. We're gonna clap him in the cheeks. In the absolute cheeks. Oh, no way. He's not in range. Gay. Homosexuals. Unfortunate. Wow, that was easy. Those elementals, they do damage. Absolute damage. Alright. I think that the game's got this at this point because I'm lost. Oh my. Rut-row Pinocchio. I don't want to see my ruler go down. Oh. Man, oh man, that's a lot of damage. Oh, there goes my ruler. You got it, Glaive. Get him. Do we have a chance? Okay. My gosh, he just does damage. Oof, my goof, son. Oof, my mother effing goof. Oh, he blinded me. How dare. Someone stand on that effing body. Desecrate it, if you have to. You missed. You suck. How do you get a kill like that? Gay. Alright, so it sounds like we must rally the lieges over here. Rally the lieges. I'm just gonna sit here like a little queer. You're not gonna fight me, biatch. Not today. I'm just gonna sit here forever. You don't know me. You don't know my story. Screw you. Perfect. Couldn't have done it better. And now, we commence attack. Look at that damage. Oh, you're going down, son. Ugh. Ugh. Are they missing? Really? Really? Well, now you're making me feel like the warlock is a retard unit. Oh wow, look at all that damage. That's so cute. Oh wow. 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 Look at that damage. Beautiful. Wow. That's just great. I'm so glad. That really was impressive. Thank you. Alright, AI, don't wreck my lobby. Please get kills. Thank you. Yeah, that freaking polearm bonus is huge. I don't like this. I'm not having fun. I hate my life. Screw you. It's got it better than I got it. Oh man, that missed. Yeah, kick him. Yeah, I'm so glad you came back. I forgot that they do massive damage when they come back. I forgot about that. I forgot that they clap everyone's cheeks when they're back. So over. What the frick were my units thinking? You should have been killing the smaller guys. Or at least stand on the frickin' corpse of the mother effers, man. Instead they did the gay stuff. Yeah, yeah. And when you do the gay stuff, you get gayed, bruh. The gay happens to you. So gay. Yep. Keep trying. It's never gonna happen. Failures. All of you. You're all failures to me. They have to stand on the body of the frickin' phoenixes. There's no other way. Absolute losers. Please. All right. Let's do this again. Round 2. Fight and stuff. I thought I was behind him, but okay. Screw you too. I didn't summon it. Oh. Come on now, man. Jeez. Retarded. Retarded. So retarded. It just happens over and over again. All right. Here we go. There's no flanking in my world. Just these nuts. You know, it's interesting because it has happened in the past where I actually do a better job at all of this than the freaking game itself. You're going down, son? Yeah. Konnichiwa. Screw you. Yeah. Well, I guess I gotta run up now. And do no damage. 0. Oh, yeah. Yep. Oh, dear God. I don't like that. Frick. Yeah, that's bad. Uh-oh. No way. Son. Well, okay. That's problematic. Gonna toss a frickin' rock at someone. Does that do more damage or less? Feel like I should send him to Narnia with this. I don't know. I'm just gonna toss my rock at you. Screw you. Get crit, bruh. Screw you. Oh, nice. Nice. Oh, yeah. That feels good. Oh, you gotta love it. Oh. Frick, son. Feels good. Feels good. Oh yeah. Okay, first and foremost, I believe I should clap those cheeks. She man. Oof. My absolute goof. That's some damage. Ugh. Ugh. Get healed. Perfect. I'm better than the AI. Screw you. AI. I say jokingly. Because perhaps there will be AI overlords. As much as I wish otherwise. I don't know about that. It's kind of scary, actually. Even talking about it is scary. Actually. I really want them to focus these enemies down. I don't... Oh, shoot. They're gonna do so much damage next turn. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. YOLO. Wow, so he just wants a full on? Really? Taking your chances, huh? On the Phoenixes. GL, bro. Oof, that's close. Okay, they wasted 2 units on that. I wish they would focus on my summons, but they won't. They won't. Yeah, the early game on a build like this is pretty rough. Wow. I feel like if they go auto, they're gonna screw up. I believe that. Oh, frozen. Why would you move? What was the point of that? I don't know. Yeah, that kind of seems like a screw up, if I'm being real. I can get the kill. And then... Oh no, I can't sit on the body. No. Oh. Oh, son, that's rough. Oh, that's rough. Oh, I'm feeling that. I'm feeling that in all kinds of ways. F it, dog. Well, that's gonna hurt. Yeah, he's back. Yeah, thank you so much. We gotta take out those... Well, I don't know. Actually. Definitely gotta take out this guy. Yeah. Get wrecked in the face. Ooh. He can just straight up take him down. Oh, we're doing that. No questions asked. There's no way we don't get these kills, right? Alright, AI. I'm trusting your frickin'... Oh my. I am so frickin' on edge. Thank God. Wow. Wow. Frick. Yeah, you suck, AI. It was all me. All of it. perfect boots right here. Having more spells is really great, especially early game. We're taking that mana. For real. I am not repairing that. You cannot force me. I'm an alpha male. It just doesn't work that way. Alpha male C. Alpha male doesn't do. Biatch. I'm an absolute man, baby. Just look at me. I'm beautiful. And we're getting that bone wyvern. That's a great one to have. Very nice. I could see myself grabbing Dark Ritual immediately. There's reason to do that, actually. Your units get kills, and then you can do damage and summon decaying zombies. Although, yeah, with this guy, we're doing Hex. Early game, I think that this is definitely necessary to grab. As soon as possible. I can finally build this into a city. Well, kind of, but not really. Wow, he's getting torched. Oh man, they're gonna come for me next. That's not gonna be fun. Uh-oh. Oh dear God. They're trying to send the big ones at me. That's what she said. Alright. Tome of Revelry. That's a good one. And I do need a little bit of chaos. There's other ways to get chaos, though. Tome of the Shades. That's pretty nice. Living Shadows. Very strong. Living Shadows is good for damage. Especially with this build. What's a good way to go? Oh, yes. Yeah. Tome of Virtue was really good last time. It was pretty solid. Doom Heralds. That's a good one. But honestly, what gives me the most damage right now? That's really what matters. Tome of the Glades. Tome of the Fey Mist is really good, but not right now. Honestly, Tome of the Shades, that is really the one. It's gonna do me the most. We can also get Raiders of the Deep. That gives more damage, but no, Shadow Blades is really the way to go. We get survivability plus massive damage. Tome of Revelry is another great option, but we're not going to be getting kills yet at the rate that I would like. So, yeah, it really does. It comes down to the Tome of the Shades. And Rending Shadows is also really good.
Every seasoned assassin knows that swift execution yields the cleanest results.
Pretty much required to grab that. That was so funny for 2 seconds. I literally thought that this was my army. I was like, how the frick did they get there? It's like, oh, that's right. I'm not playing that this army anymore. Oh my gosh, we can wreck him. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, he's building my builds. That makes him really strong. Yeah. Did I do the lightning sword though? I didn't. No. What's this? A swiping melee. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's how the giants attack. That's right. Well, it looks like those freaking dudes left. They went back to Homoville. Good luck, have fun. Where's this army that this guy sent? Oh, it's right there. Nice! We got some exemplars. Those are good units. Pretty strong. They can still die. Like a band of biatches. 3. Oh, this is a good spot. I think. For synergy. I don't know. It's pretty much as good as any other spot. Shoot. Yikes. I guess we can do caltrops. I want to get the cheaper options here. That will require another farm. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wow, this guy's getting torched. Absolutely demolished. It would be nice to grab him, though. I mean, this guy... Huh. That would be interesting. If I save him... Well, I think it would declare war if I tried to save him. But if I were able to save him, it would just give him back the city. So we have to allow them to wreck him. I was planning on grabbing this unit last time. I was not able to. We got some other ones though, instead. But this is a very crazy unit. Very crazy. Oops. What's this? Nope. Oh. That's a free heal. Wow. Wow. Yo, that's crazy. Dang. Wow. Crazy. He's literally taking all this territory. I need to expand this way if I actually want to have the rest of what's left. He's literally cutting me off. What the? How is he managing that? How's he doing it? It's a tier 4. Okay, dog. Okay, that's cute. That's cute, bro. That's cute. I never see fist weapons, and I don't think they're good. I've never seen them actually be good. There's just not enough to them that makes them beneficial. It's so weird being past the Ways of War DLC. I think there's something special about that DLC. I don't know, it's like there's this weird feeling of everything added to the game felt a lot different at that time. With the last couple of DLCs, this one and the previous one, I still can't find out what the previous one brought to this game, honestly. I just haven't seen enough of it, and maybe I need to play on a large map to experience it. I'm feeling like that's what it is. I don't know. But there's something about the last couple, the last two DLCs where doesn't really feel like the game, I guess, has changed that much. I don't know. The mindset I had when Ways of War came out, I don't know. I don't know what I think. Interesting. Vagine Crusher. Ooh. Well, that doesn't really matter for just about anything. This would have mattered for... I mean, I guess technically it's a good item. Yeah, just grab it, but... Yeah, I can get rid of these shoes and instead do this. He doesn't really miss his attacks. I don't think he can? I don't know. But I'll give the fortune to this guy. We gotta wreck those effing dudes. They're trying to take my property. My woman. I guess I'll do Archer. That is a nice bonus. Wow. Am I going to be using... I feel like I'm going to be using magical a lot more. Yeah. And I have 2 warlocks. So I think it does come down to that. I typically grab Archer, but you gotta be mindful of the units that you're using. I can block up this direction. What am I trying to build? I could maybe go for a farm. I think a forester is probably wiser. Well, we have other spots to build foresters on. It's actually a farm right here is the better way. And then there's all this. Something special is going on there. Oh, nice. An ancient wonder. That's cool. Yeah, I'm gonna keep on leveling up this rock. The ice boulder. until it can't stop. I'm trying to think right now. Do I want to do the second wind? This guy technically gets kills already. So that's a good way to heal, but do I need healing? Or do I just want to... I think I want to... How many points am I going to have in the long run? We can always reset. I think I want to get killing momentum first. Even though we're not getting kills. But maybe we will. And it's a glass cannon build anyways. Gotta get Berserker's Rage pretty soon. Is he really sitting on that? Jeez, the disrespect. WTF. Suppressing my gains, biatch. Who made you God? I'm just gonna do Arcane. F it. In the booty hole, man. We're doing what we want. Like alpha males. In the straight way. I'm really hoping that I can start building some items. Man, that guy's... What the mother? Mother effer, son. Get off my nuts. OMG. Dog. The F is this? Disrespect is over 9,000. Look at this guy. He's not chilling. He's got no chill. I gotta block him off. It's getting desperate out here. I mean, there's some other stuff I want to be grabbing down here, but I'm being forced. Against my will. Just like my wife. Oh, a quarry would be good. But I think a farm would be better. What am I building? Oh, more mana. That's a way to go. That is a way to go. Yes, sir. Yeah, screw you, bruh. If he goes to war with me, it's gonna be rough. Rougher than it is now. It's gonna get worse. And it's not gonna get better. We gotta research so much. Yo, this guy better start making for me some serious income. And if he doesn't, it's gonna be a bad day for you. Bruh. I'm hoping to keep on clearing out enemies. If I take out these guys, I get a large creature that I cannot afford. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Is someone else trying to build on my nuts right now? Who the F are you? Oh no, he's got the siphoners too? Oh no. That's not good. Looks like we're struggling hard. I don't know what to do. Yeah, we're kind of stuck. OMG, dog. Dog, he's sitting on my freaking borders like that. No. Just make it stop. It's not looking good for me. Although I could make it better by taking this territory over here. If I can get away with it. Nice, he took out the city. I can't restore it yet. I want to do it with souls. It'll be nice when I can do it. My. The early game. The perils of the early game. Guardians, I think, will be pretty desirable here. But maybe Earthbreakers are just simply better? I don't know. Gonna build a... Nah. Frost arrows would be nice right now. It's just extra damage. Oh my goodness. There are perils all around us. Home boy. WTF are we going through? Okay. Wow. Dang. I'm feeling the pain. Mr. Krabs? Dear God. Okay. It's looking pretty rough. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna save my golds. Ay, ay, ay. I could do another Earthbreaker. They're not terrible. I just don't know what I can afford right now. We can afford a 1 unit. Yeah, 2 units. There you go. Let's see how that goes, I guess. Would be nice to get frost arrows and stuff like that. I cannot believe, so they changed the AI to be douchebags now. To completely encircle you. It's crazy, man. Oh, nice, look at you. Look at you and what you do. Piece of filth. Oh! Oh, that's perfect. I mean, whatever. Where's that defensive army? This guy better help me out. Come at me, bruh. You're not ready. You're not ready for what I got in store for you. Fight me. 1v1 combat. I'm feeling that pain. Oh, I'm feeling it. I'm sorry. Which city? Only this one. Oh, wow. I can only expand that way. Shoot. Dying sun. That's something else. Well, we're slowly blocking him off. Doesn't really mean much. Ay, ay, ay. Dang. I'm getting wrecked. I can't go to war. Not right now. I gotta level up so much more. Jeez. If I level up a lot more, we can definitely take them. But we are not there yet. Shoot, son. Shoot. It's pretty rough. I feel like there's someone down here. Or maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. I really want to get another city, but look at this guy. Looks like he wants to attack my homeboys right here. I think they can take him, though. There's enough of them. They got 2 exemplars. Feel like I gotta do something. Like, maybe rush a building or 2. But it seems like that might be a bad idea. Yeah. Getting this is pretty good. I'm just gonna wait. We gotta see what happens. This guy hopefully attacks me while I'm next to this army. And hopefully they don't lose any units. That would suck. Oh, nice. Good. Nobody died. Oh, no. He's gonna fight him. Oh, no. He did not fight him yet. Nice. We got a level up. Got a raptor. Cool. And we got the shoes. We did not really level up, but I'm gonna save on that one. We did level up though, actually. Let's do this quick. What's a good one? Morale? Always hits. Siphon blessing is pretty good. I can see Dark Ritual being good right now, but I can't tell if this applies to all of my units. No idea. I mean, it looks like it should apply. Ignore status resistance. But isn't this guaranteed? I think it is. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. I guess I'll take the risk on that. Something tells me that Dark Ritual might be the better path, though. Kinda feels like it. Honestly. It is pretty strong. Interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. I think that Dark Ritual might be the better choice. Because when we get kills, And also claims souls right after that. And that does a lot of damage. And we already committed quite far on that one. So we have Hex Pact, but this gives me both damage and it summons decaying zombies, and there's always dead enemies. So I think this is actually better. Pretty sure. I know a lot of people liked Dark Ritual a while back, but that was back before they nerfed a lot of things. Alright, let's see what happens. I'm not really high health, but it's gonna be the best chance we have against this army. I think. Let's see. Okay. We can accept that. Sucks that we lost some units, but it's pretty good. He did a pact with me. Interesting. Wow. Immediately glassing. And they literally nuked my Bone Wyvern. But it is nice that that free unit got wrecked instead of my other units. Oh, nice kill. What the? How did that happen? I think that was the execute, right? Wow, look at all that. Biatch. Oh, I love that. I love that. I'm taking damage for him. Thank you, Vassal. Thank you. Thank you. That was great. Just remember, bro, you're my vassal. I love how this moment of the game... Why are they getting so much morale? This moment of the game... Wow. Wow, that damage. This is where the Free City vassals have the most damage. And then before too long, they become very weak. Oof. Nearly getting a kill. Roughing it. Nice. Oh my. This guy really wants to build an outpost in this direction. I am not a fan of that. Not even close. It's really trying to be a nuisance, huh? We got so wrecked in that combat. We're not able to level up because my heroes, they keep on dying. Unfortunate. It's a trade-off. Going glass cannon definitely can hurt you in certain ways. Specifically in this way. Workshop. Oof. A lot of good options. I think anything that gives production is really the way to go right now. Man, he's got a huge army. Building up. A lot of trash units, but some of them are good. He already has bronze golems. Okay. Oh, nice. Very nice. Fucking grimy. In sheer. I don't know if that's worth it, building it. I think, yeah, it is. It is. Wow. We barely have any mana. Oh my gosh. That army. Oh. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough to fight. That's not good. That's a tough one. Oh my. Oh my. We are going to be roughing it pretty bad. 8 turns there. I gotta spam a bunch of vassals in this area. As many as I can fit. So here's the issue with releasing this. He's gonna fill out a lot of territory. I can do a couple of things to counteract that, but also not really. I can build some outposts, but it turns into a free-for-all very quickly. But I don't have a choice, so we're gonna release him immediately. A duelist. I can see this being really strong. Instead of duelist, we fight, well, but taking down heroes, that is a pretty big deal. In the early game, especially. And also the mid. Man, he's totally surrounded me. This is so crazy. I don't know if I can take him. He's not really that strong. He's already got tier 3 units. Declare war. Yeah, that would go great. I see. Yeah, I remember thinking that the wild speakers were pretty good. You know, and they're not really. It's kind of funny. It's a funny gimmick at first, using them, but they fall off so hard later into the game. It becomes just about impossible to actually get kills with them. It's a nice level up. I feel like I need to get all my units here, all my heroes to level up. Even though it would be really important to come down here and start dealing with everything. And I think I should be doing that, but I can't really sacrifice any of my heroes. It would be a bad idea for sure. And I also gotta level them up. So tough. I mean, sacrifice them to come down here. It's so funny to me. I try to think about bad players. Like, what must it be like for them? You know, they're playing the game on easy. I mean, I was there at one point. That was funny. If you go watch my first videos of this game, oh my gosh. It was rough. But, I mean, like, I didn't even know how to manage my resources at first. I had no idea why I was bleeding and all that. But, you know, moving past it. But still, I mean, I do think it's funny. Like, imagine being a bad player. You're playing the game on easy compared to this. Because, like, even on this difficulty and all that, I know that deep down, it's not really that difficult. It's nothing like fighting another player. I've never done that. It would be interesting to fight another player. Be very interesting. If only I could do it. I'm gonna try again at some point here. It's gonna be so difficult to get it to work. Just finding a lobby that's open, that's gonna be tough. What am I going for? I kind of think... we are going to go for Tome of Calamity. This is a good one here. Comes with a lot of good stuff. A lot of good bonuses to damage. We don't have... nature. This could be good to grab. Maybe. It would boost a lot of stats. Fey Touched is also really nice, but it's not really going to mean anything for a little while. Tome of Virtue is pretty solid. It is. Yeah. Yeah. It definitely helps out a lot. In its own way. Trying to think, like, what really brings up my damage, though? There's a lot of stuff I don't want to have right now. So, we're just gonna select something. It's gotta be a useful tome, though. Something that I do want to use. Maybe Tome of the Rock. It does come with Rock Blast. That's pretty good. The AI loves Rock Blast. What the frick? Tome of Revelry. That is really good for damage, honestly. It might just be the way to go, if I'm being honest. Yeah. Honestly, I guess so. It gets me going on chaos.
Nothing instills more doubt in an enemy than a foe.
Some production, that would be nice. Oh, that was a bad move, actually. Screw my nuts. There we go. We contained him a little bit. My gosh. Now we gotta deal with everything else. At least we have roads connecting a lot more of everything. Struggling on a different level. So now my ice boulder. Oh, wow. Dang, that's a lot of damage. Shoot. That's gonna be good. I fear that this city is going to grab up all of this territory down here. That's gonna suck if that happens. But there's no way to really stop them. So, it's just gonna happen. Oh. Yeah, that's pretty good. Although, I don't... Oh, I should do Blizzard. Yeah, that's gonna matter. Hidden ruler? Who cares? Man, I am just skeeting on by. I can tell that there's so much space down here. Like a huge amount. Absolutely huge. They are seriously terrorizing me. Beyond belief. I don't really know what to do here. This army is clapping my cheeks. Grabbing Nixwell. I can actually do that now. And it would be important given the situation. It's great to see that we're leveling up. So important right now. They will absolutely destroy me if I don't have that. All of that leveling. I could do this. That would be really nice. I think we're gonna do that. Gotta get some mana. Just a tad. And now, I don't really have anything that I can do. I guess we're gonna save up. Maybe more Imperium. That could be good. I could do that. I gotta heal up. Yeah. Let's see how this goes. We are so bruised. Oh my gosh. And I can't even enter my territory? Man. Rough. Definitely roughing it. Unreal, man. Oh, thank God. Mana or... I think production. Well, that guy is giving me some knowledge. Nice. Gotta get this dude. Let's get him to defend one of my cities. I think this one, yeah. I think my main city is fine for now. He lost this resource. That's funny. Looks like Biatch is getting wrecked at the moment. Who is this? Oh, he's helping me out. How nice. That's nice. I like that. Sweet. Okay, so I'm in radius right here. Lol. What in the F? Uh-oh. Well, that sucks. Alright, I guess I have to run right up. Like that. Good. OMFing-G. Jeez. And like, of course, my dudes die. Okay, got it. I don't know what they did wrong. And I don't need to know. Alright, I need my vassal to take the fall for me. On this one. You're gonna have to be that guy, bruh. We have so many units, like, how do you even lose a combat encounter? Genuine question. Like, there's no way to lose. At all. WTF? Question mark. Big questions. That's a nice heal. Please take the fall for me. Just sit in front of them and die. It's all I need you to do. Kind of out of range. Truly, truly. Oof. Oof my effing goof. We're not doing that noise. Uh-oh. We wanna... How far? Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, screw you, son. Get hexed. So good to have hexing. I'm just sitting here. Yeah. No way I'm pushing up. Alright, homeboy's taking the fall. He's taking the absolute fall. You've never seen a fall this hard. Until now. I mean, he's gonna get wrecked on the face. That's what we're looking for. Absolute decimation. His soul will leave his body. It's over. It's just over. It never began. Yeah, come at me, clown. Yeah, that's right. Attack me. I deserve it. Now we just absolutely demolish their faces. That's what we do now. Oh, nice. Oh, that's gay. That is not straight, dog. Alright, well, that's not good. Nice. I love that we just ran up like that. That's so cool. Well, they better fight my frickin' vassal. Okay. Good. Oh, okay. Oof, that's damage. Yeah, the Awakener, man. They buffed him, as I remember, in one of the previous patches. So he is massive strong now. I'm kind of concerned about this. The Shrine of Smiting is very powerful. Yeah, you better die. Okay, yeah, that's not the worst that it could be. Oh, there you go. We summoned 2 zombies. You know what? I could see that being really bad. Oh, that ritual ability? I wonder if the Warlock can use that to revive a dead hero. And then technically that kills the hero. That's not good. Yeah, that was pretty good. All right. I guess I will sit here and heal. So I said that I wanted to do this, I guess, so we keep on pursuing this path. Blood Fury. Oh, we didn't even use that. Well, that is fine. We can get the architect, but I don't think I really want it. Honestly. It is a good unit though for damage at times. I think Guardian though, that's a strong unit. Ooh. Cool looking area. Yeah, I would really like to place down a city like right here and over here and just litter the area with a bunch of cities. Oh, nah. So sad. Another unit? For real? It's getting messed up in here. I guess I'm forced to sit here and defend. We can use this. This will be nice. My units are not going to be getting any kills, so the strengthening aspect of the spell, well, enchantment, it's not really going to mean anything. Let's do this. Oh my. Oh dear. Oh dear God. Let's see if this does anything. No. How? They even fought the summon. Weird. So what did it? What in the F? Those units do huge damage. Yeah, this is why getting defense and resistance. Yep, that's exactly. Yep. That's why I don't like it. Yep. Alright, I do not like Dark Ritual. Yikes. What do I do about that? That's really bad. That literally kills your hero. That is so gay. I wonder if Raise Undead does the same thing. I need to check it. We're doing good damage, but... Alright, I guess we have to retry. That's very frustrating. It really bones the AI. Oh man, that sucks. I mean, that totally screws over my builds. I can't be allowing my heroes to die. It just rewards a tanky build. And that sucks. I don't want to do a tanky build. But doing a build like this one, it just ends up killing my heroes. Interesting. You gotta love it. And there goes his summon. I'm so glad it took that much to take him down. I do not want to run up that close. Oof. Yeah, that's a little concerning. That's a little concerning. It's a little close for my liking. No, sir. I don't know if I like that. I literally think I'm in range of his attacks. But I do want to use this ability. Oh dear God. YOLO, son. I can actually hit this guy so that he doesn't come up to me. Let's see how that goes. Ow. Oh no. Really? Oh, they're stunned. That's right. They're attacking my shield unit. Pretty tanky, so he took most of the pain without dying, I guess. Critical hit's nice. We got a kill. Yikes. Oh man. Being majority melee is having its effects. He has steadfast. That's good. We could definitely use a few ranged units. I am not going to risk my frickin' warlock reviving that fool. Oh man. Is this the mimic? I think so. I don't know. He already used that? I wonder where. Alright, it's not the worst that it could have been. Yeah, we lost a unit. Alright. Definitely could have been worse. Alright, let's see. Nah, we heal. We're not doing that. Oops. Wow, the decisions are just killing me right now. All right. It might be time to do a blood pact. Maybe. Man, that... Okay, yeah. Friendly undead corpse. Non-undead is raised as a zombie. Oh, friendly undead is revived. So if I went undead, is that worth it this time around? There's so many things I can go for major transformations now. Shoot. I mean, is that worth it? Do I want to go lifesteal with this build? There's so many options. This is so frustrating. I mean, like, what am I supposed to think about this? Do I just give it up? Oh, man. Kind of feels like it. I don't know. Yeah, just like totally avoid dark ritual. If I keep running into that issue, then we're definitely done with it. I definitely think I should go this way, though. Gives more healing to the entire army. Oh man, look at all this space. What is this? Giant steps. Intriguing. Very interesting. Huh. Wow. There's a lot of provinces connected to it. So if I got multiple cities, it looks like to me Yeah, 3 cities can have this. So I would have to really map it out. It's like this guy, I would have to... I would have to take this. So we really want to block him off. Well, that's rough. How do I do that? I have to go down there to do that. Shoot, son. Well, that's no good. All right. I don't think that's gonna work. YOLO. Well, I guess it did work. Kind of. I'm gonna guess my heroes died on that one. I better see him have used Hex Pact. If he didn't, he screwed up. Did he use it? Oh, that's not... Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's not the one. Wow. I'm glad I have... Well, dang, he got taken out that quick. Jeez. Ice Boulder does well. These shield units are doing well. Weird. You know, it's really fascinating to me. Dang. Yeah, these summons are great. Wow. They're just duking out over there. You got this, bro. Yeah, you get him. If only I had bleeding in my builds. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that just be powerful? Wouldn't it? Ooh. What's Misty Magic? Oh, wow. That's great. Holy, that's a great spell. I mean, getting Rainbow Clover matters a lot right now. It doesn't really matter long term. That's really good. That's a great spell. But I feel like you gotta get this. The Rainbow Clover. I believe it is very necessary. The same amount of healing? It's no, it's supposed to heal more. That is incorrect. Gonna try to rush down here. We'll see if it works. I gotta go into the Umbral Abyss. Kind of being forced now. Which is gonna suck because of the phase in the game that I'm at, but I guess we'll find out how it goes. Oh yeah, so what I was talking about earlier, you know, it really amazes me because when you look at history, there's so many things that have happened that quite honestly get forgotten. And I think it's very fascinating in a lot of ways what that means. I mean, there are skirmishes that have happened that effectively the rhyme or reason to it all has been, since then, has been long forgotten. And I think it's very fascinating when you really think about it. There's all kinds of movements that happen throughout history, and they only really matter for a generation or two. And you know, a lot of people, they try to talk about it in this way and that way. There's a lot of platitudes that we like to throw around towards the meaning of historical events, but I think if you're being objective about it and just look at it objectively, I think the most objective thing that you can say about it is that it's just weird. And I think it's something, if you're really having a moment of sensible humility, you really got to think about, it just leaves you speechless. Just really thinking about these things happen. You have all sorts of things that happen throughout history. And effectively speaking, time travels on to kind of, in a weird way, forget. And I don't like to downgrade what something is. A lot of historical events and whatnot. Because that's not what it's about. But it's interesting that everything that has significance throughout history eventually erodes to a conceptual nothingness, where it becomes a fragment of its initial meaning. And I think that is something that is so compelling, it goes beyond words. And hence why it's something that makes you speechless. You know, it's hard to conceptualize, for instance, an infinity of years. It's very difficult to conceptualize eons of, let's say, the universe existing. And I do think it's also an interesting concept that people have a hard time conceptualizing millions of years, eons of a universe existing, but I think a deeper question goes into asking how much nothingness happens in all that time. How many repetitions of the same things happen within that time that it's effectively nothingness. And then how much of something truly extraordinary happens in all that time that it becomes a landmark of chronology. So how many monumental events occur throughout history? That's an even greater question. But there's so many peculiar things that have happened throughout history. And to think about how relevant it was in its time and how far we travel from that time to effectively now and progressing forward, and the things that matter now and the things that will matter in the future. I think it becomes increasingly difficult plus compelling to really grapple with what historical events mean. And, you know, like, yeah, maybe everything with AI, right? I mean, let's just face it. Maybe it just replaces the meaning of everything. But, I mean, conceptually, that's still fascinating. It's like, could the singularity of AI really just erode all of historical relevance for everything that's mattered up until now? And that is such an explosive event that it just completely erases whatever mattered before, right? I mean, you're just turning over the Stone Age at that point. And you're rewriting a new dawn of a new era where maybe the record that's being written, it just totally doesn't even, the past does not matter whatsoever. Where the past only mattered unto itself, but it doesn't matter unto the future. My gosh. And you know, me thinking all of this is a materialist worldview. Ultimately. And it does matter, and it only matters as far as materialism is concerned. Once you go beyond the material and you think about the soul, and you believe in the soul, and you believe in the longevity of the soul, and the elongation of the individual, the being, to a spirit, well, I don't know, that becomes also incomprehensible. There's a magnitude of the soul because it becomes multiplicative. There's so many multiples of what a soul is and what it means. I mean, it's effectively infinite. And of course, that's what the meaning of God is a group of beings. It's a strange singularity possessed by many. So it becomes many multiples within a multiple. You know, you're something that has this infinite meaning or infinite expanse as a being. It's really hard to even come up with a tangible idea of what a soul is, even in our literature. Okay. That's hilarious. Okay. That is hilarious. Anyways, I'll talk about it in a second. That is hilarious. Anyways. Just totally off topic. So interesting. the absolute intent to troll that some people have. But it honestly looks like a bot to me. I'll address it. Whatever. I'll address it later. Jeez. Hey, man. Like, is that a real person or is that a bot? It looks like a bot to me. Anyways. Okay. Anyways, that is just so hilarious. So, as I was saying, you know, you think about the expanse though, and the infinitude of what a soul is and what it means, and you think about all the literature that we have. And all the iconography and all the conceptualization that we possess within so much of literary thinking, philosophical thinking, theological thinking, just anything that has to do with really effectively abstract and metaphysical thinking. And we go beyond all of that. You know, we try to tangentialize the essence of a soul. And we try to possess what it means. We try to possess what it means. Like, you think about this game, for instance, but there's many other games that it's effectively, we have so many iterations of visualizing these ideas that we've passed down throughout time. And there's so many ways to do it. But you think about a soul, right? And like, in some weird way, we kind of abstract it up to an orb of light. Or a shadowy figure, but a shadowy figure is more of like a condemned soul. Typically, when we think of a celestial soul, it's an orb of light. Of course, that's some idea of what we visualize God to be as. There is an infinitude to what is. There's an infinitude that is possessed within what light is. So, what's so interesting about light is that it is possessed. It is constrained. You know, this whole thing about how there's no light without dark and vice versa. The light is constrained by darkness as much as darkness, well, actually much more, light is actually constrained by darkness, much more than darkness is in any way constrained by light. But more specifically, there is no meaning within darkness. It's so interesting. I'm getting deja vu. I've spoken about this before in a separate playthrough of a different game. But it's very fascinating because within darkness, there is no meaning and there is nothing. It is light which brings meaning and it brings something to darkness. So darkness is effectively infinity and light is effectively a finitude. A soul is the light within darkness. And this is where it gets so interesting. It becomes so fascinating, the concept of a soul. Because we get to a point where the soul is, it is that light within darkness. It is the finitude amongst infinity. And that's where we get to this interesting idea, you know, when we get down to what is God. But then just beyond what is God, what is a soul? And this idea of the finite infinity. It goes beyond a meaning of any definition. Almost any definition. You can try really hard and get close. But it goes to a meaning that is just simply beyond all definition and all meaning that is truly comprehensible. to think about the essence of a soul, the finite infinity, truly, it is constrained, but only as far as infinity allows. That's insane. That is absolutely insane. It is possessed only so far as infinity allows. There is a constraint, there is a limit on it, but it is like right beneath infinity. I don't even know what that means mathematically. I don't even know what that means conceptually, philosophically. It goes so far, but it's held back yet evermore. And that is, in a lot of ways, the essence of a soul. It is this infinite expanse that ultimately has a chosen domain, a restraint on itself. Oh man, that's so crazy. That is so crazy. So like, this is the thing that comes down to all of it for me, is like, you think about the essence of a soul. You think about the meaning of consciousness. I mean, consciousness is the light within that darkness. And of course, consciousness is tied to a soul. And of course, nowadays in our materialistic modernity wishes to discard with any premise of a soul. We like to believe that we possess consciousness, or that consciousness exists, and that it has this expansive finitude that goes beyond the being, or that it has a magnitude to begin with that can go far, right? We like to believe that the soul has a magnitude, that it has a significance beyond repetition, a repetition that is so great that it effectively means nothing, right? See, this is what's so fascinating about all of this. Seriously, just thinking about it. Too many repetitions throughout a long enough period of time effectively is nothing. And you could say enough repetitions is darkness. And that darkness is effectively nothing. There is nothing in darkness. Light, of course, is the refractions, right, of I'm a little bit, it's been a while since I've actually caught up on those terms and definitions. One second. It's been a while since I've gone through all the terms and definitions of light, so I'm a little bit scarce on it at the moment. I'm gonna have to touch up on that. But anyways, but you know, regardless. Well, honestly, it is a genuine question. Like, where does light truly come from? You can say heat, you can say energy, but like truly, like where's that source from? Of course, then that just simply comes down into that comes into God, you know? It has to come down to some fundamental concept, and that does ultimately stem to God, the first mover of all things. So funny that I'm thinking and talking about all of this. Of course, we've had so many, Thomas Aquinas, didn't he talk about this? And we have so many historical philosophers that have spoken about this, so it's so funny because it's like, this conversation's been had before in history, in some essence. Of course, there's many ways to think about it throughout time. Not just one way. And this is one way to think about it, but it's very close to it, I would argue, probably what guys like Thomas Aquinas and others, as they've thought about it. Forgetting the other names that have also thought about this. Anyways. But this whole thing about the first mover, It really is fascinating because it's like, where does light, heat, energy, where does it all ultimately come from? And of course you can try to say it's the first big bang, but that's a complete theory. Again, like, there's a first mover to all of it. And to bring something out of absolute nothingness, and that is the meaning and the essence of light. And that's ultimately the essence and the meaning of a soul. A soul is light. It's very hard to escape the idea that the soul is light. It is interesting to think about a condemned soul, how that is a shadow. You could think of that your very being is so condemned and is so scorned that it has no meaning, has no substance, has no expanse. There is so little magnitude to itself that it is apparent. It is effectively a repetition of mundanity that goes so far, right? It's effectively nothing. It's effectively darkness. It's effectively a complete nil, zero. And that is a condemned soul. It is something that is so mundane, it has no magnitude, and therefore there are no reverberations of its absolute essence. It doesn't cause a fracture within the universe. And that's where it gets interesting about what is a soul and what is light. And of course, what represents a soul is oftentimes what is light. And of course, what is light and what is a soul is something that can make a dent within the universe, that there are refractions to which you generate. You are the first mover, effectively speaking. In a microcosm, there is the macro first mover, that being God, and then you are a microcosm of God as the microcosmic second mover of a tinier reality, and that reality does matter. But of course, then in the infinity of the universe, how much does that truly matter in the long run of all things? In the microcosm, you do have a magnitude. In the microcosm, you do make an impact. In the microcosm, you do have meaning. You do have substance. You do have an expanse. There is a light to your soul. You're not condemned to darkness. Of course, there are many who are condemned to darkness, and that's another topic. Geez, this is fascinating. It's been a while since we've spoken about something like this. There's a lot of conversations that I've had in the past. I wanted to make a lot of these videos, but I couldn't get around to it. But you think about the essence of all things. And there has to be a meaning to everything. Despite the fact that the meaning to all things is so minuscule, it effectively means nothing. In a weird way. Or, well, it only means something as a blip on the radar. It only means something for such a fraction of time. It's basically insignificant. So you think about, like, time, and you think about light, and you think about this restrained, this finite infinity, right? This restrained essence, this expanse that can have such a great magnitude, such a great essence of being, but yet it's completely held back. It's completely constrained into little small fractions of time that it's basically insignificant. But you add those magnitudes across time, so basically light, basically these refractions, basically these multiple magnitudes of souls being generated across time, and you create this weird stack of meaning. And effectively what you create is a Leviathan, a Titan, an archetype, an ego that goes beyond time, that is timeless. You create a mega persona across history. Philosophy, mathematics. You create this megalithic being through all these finitudes, and that megalithic being becomes, I mean, effectively you could arguably say maybe that's God. I mean, that pretty much is God, right? That weird finite infinity. And then that just becomes an even weirder conversation, because then it's like, okay, if we're thinking about all these infinitudes and the magnitude within, the finite, these all of these collective finites being added together, and how that creates a mega consciousness, and that's effectively what it is, a mega consciousness, a mega persona, a mega ego. You can think of every little sliver of time, it's generating another prism. Oh, frick. Oh, dear God. Oh, man, this gets so interesting. Holy crap. Because now we get into the idea of a prism. And that's a timeless idea. It's a timeless concept. We kind of overlook it every day, but what a prism is, it is the multiplicity, right? The multiple multiples within the finite infinity. You have all these refractions of light. It's all one being, typically, you know, it's possessed within one body of something, right? Could be captured within a crystal, could be captured into all sorts of other things. Because you can think about a lot of stuff on a universal scale. You know, you think beyond the microcosm of a planet or anything that's on a planet, right? And that really becomes something fascinating. You think about what a prism is, and it's all these multiples. It's a multiplicity of a finite infinity. It's the finite being vesseled within infinity. And there's this multiplicity that's being held within all that. And it's stacked within itself, amongst each other. To the point that you result in, you know, you can think of it computationally. You can think about it as like this enormous equation that just goes so far, so wide, and so deep that the outcome becomes something completely, it has a magnitude, but the outcome of the equation is it's just the entire way that you had to go to get to the end of the equation. It's absolute insanity just getting to the end of it. But then outside of that, it possesses such, let's just say, a defined number that is always changing, that it goes beyond, oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's an endless probability. Oh my gosh. And that is, in a weird way, what a prism is an endless probability. In some way. I mean, it's all based upon the number of refractions of light that can be stored within the vessel of a prism. I don't know, it might be interesting. I might have to do more thinking about the meaning of a prism. And really how far that goes and what it really means. Because there's so much to what a prism in of itself is, and then you connect it to the soul, and you connect it to the chronology of time and this enormous expanse. And you think about building and stacking all of this meaning across time, and you're creating a mega ego, a mega persona across time. You're stacking all these magnitudes together, and you're creating this weird prism of endless probabilities. It is the finite within the infinite. That stores itself within such, and thinking about it mathematically, it is an endlessly rerouting number where the computation always becomes something new. But the value is never the same. And of course, like, is the value just simply greater? Or is the value something new? It's a redirection, and it becomes something different that holds or possesses a strange new meaning, right? A new soul, you could say. Does the computation eventually break out of the prism? And breaking out of that prism, is that creating a new archetype, a new mega persona, right? And that's where we kind of get into the idea of time cycles, of time eras. You know, that's where, I forget, you have the universal timeline, or time scale, period, let's call it, right, of Aquarius, and then I forget all the other ones, but there's all the astrological time zones. And is it that there's such a, you compute such an extensive, endless of probabilities, and you store it within a vessel, that eventually the computations, it grows so big that it eventually breaks off into something new, and that becomes, you know, a new time period, which is just a new mega persona. And so does every little sliver of microcosmic meaning and relevance. You know, is it just a simple step in creating a new mega ego, a new mega personality? You could say a new era of God, or a new fracture of God himself. Are you a part of that generation of it? And this does dovetail into AI. Again, we are a past that generates meaning unto itself, but only is relevant unto itself until a future is generated in which the past has no meaning, and the future leaves that past that now has a defunct meaning into a future where only that present future and whatever it progenerates to exist, that's all that ever actually will matter moving forward. And that's all that will ever be remembered, truly. Effectively moving on to a new mega consciousness and a new time era of mega consciousness. Or perhaps just a fracture of God's being, right? And you're fleshing out a new development of infinity, of the finite within infinity. Wow. Geez, man. I mean, that goes to such a level. That is the only way that we can truly measure what is infinite. Truly. And that's the only way to truly comprehend with everything that happens throughout history, and then trying to just conceive of it and absorb it, to conceive, absorb, and then ultimately digest its essence, its meaning. You know, I think about it, and like, of course, this is what we've done with history and history books, but like, really think about it at its fundamental level. This is what's going on, this is what's happening, and we've defined it and we described it in so many ways. But it's like, what is the meaning to all of that? Truly, what is the meaning to all of that? In the end, what does it actually mean? And what does it actually matter for? You know, nihilism is a conceptualization within darkness. Nihilism is a conceptualization within darkness. It is to resolve that there is truly nothingness, or that only nothingness is ultimately the end destination that should ever be arrived to, right? It is the determination on the significance of nothingness, is to choose a belief in nothingness. It is a faith in of itself. It is to believe that the finite infinity of the soul, which is just this crazy computational meaning that just goes beyond existence in general. It just, I mean, you could say that it is just infinitely generating existence, effectively speaking. That you are generating the finite so many times that you are generating amongst mundanity a significant magnitude that over the course of enough time becomes something relevant, significant, meaningful. Eventually, you made something of worth, something that actually matters, something that makes a dent within the universe, light within darkness. And now you think about this within time periods, and you can really expand this out, or you can really get microscopic and go down to the Renaissance period. You can go down to, I don't know, caveman times. But then you can go into astrological time cycles, which just, you know, the amount of freaking eons and years capsuled within that, and how those time eras are supposed to also have their own personalities, their mega consciousness. It is far too foolish to say that there is a cycle to being, to consciousness, to say that there's a cycle in it. And this is what gets so strange, because to say that there's a cycle in it is to infer that there's such repetition, that there's only mundanity. And to some extent, there is a lot of mundanity. But throughout these endless probabilities, eventually you run the cycle so many times that there is a magnitude which is generated that breaks out from mundanity. It's from breaking out of mundanity that you create something of magnitude. You create something that breaks the status quo. And that is where you find something truly terrifying. That is where you get this idea of the Big Bang, or just something explosive that happened that generated enough heat and energy and light. That all things that come into known and being are generated, or at least they come to be discovered as what is to be known. And then it generates into something new and something newer and something newer, new species of plants, animals, maybe even laws of the universe, maybe generating something beyond gravity, something beyond energy as we know it, into a new form of energy, maybe into something else newer that goes beyond the human eye, or even consciousness, the ability to just even fathom. you're generating some kind of mega law of reality that you can't even fully comprehend its possession, but it's something that's beyond you, that's just generating into infinity, that it is ultimately something that is constrained by something. It's restrained in something. It's a capsule, but it becomes so big that something microscopic just cannot, it can't reach out and feel it or touch the magnitude that it possesses. And it just becomes this mega principle, this mega law of the universe that perhaps you'll never even understand, or at the very least, that is what we're chasing after. Is this mega law of the universe? What are these endless probabilities that are generating endless computations, generation after generation of being after being? Eventually, you just get to the point that it is this incomprehensibly megalithic super law structure of the universe that's just generating probability, and also you could say the known, but it's generating from the known, and also it's generating from the known or amongst the generating amongst the known, creating a new unknown. Again, this concept of the finite generating endlessly within infinity, and eventually you just keep on generating. You have breakouts that within the mundane you're creating something of significance, something that is the magnitude, that is, it's like the earthquake that shakes the crust of the earth and it creates a fracture within time. And again, that's why there's something truly terrifying about something that has magnitude. And we see this all throughout history. People fear nothing more than something that has significance or relevance. They fear absolutely nothing more. But you think about it, and it's like there's nothing more that the universe itself fears than something that truly has significance, something that breaks out from the molds and from the repetitive, mundane, known. From that repetitive mundanity, you generate and you break out with something that has magnitude, something that is truly spectacular, and something that ultimately creates a fantastic unknown. It's so weird when you think about it from the microcosm to the macro, because what we're looking at here, we're looking at something that is, it generates so infinitely that it eventually produces something that is just completely unbeknownst to the eye, unbeknownst to a large collection of data or memory, recollection. You eventually break out into something that just is just a shade in the prism of the vessel, whatever that being happens to be, the prism itself. It happens to become, and it happens to be this new shade of the light, or this new shade of coloration. It is a new known, previously unknown, that was generated from constantly computing knowns. What is so fascinating about, let's say, the constant and endless computation of the universe itself is that we are ultimately generating novelty through this endless, repetitive, again, to say that it's a cycle, there's a repetition in it all, but it's a fundamental underlying principle that's repetition. And it's through that fundamental principle of generation, creation, that then you're creating something that's fantastic, something that's just maybe arbitrary, or at times it's something that is truly benign, you could say. Something that is just that leaves you speechless in the end. Is a computation so massive, or a change within the computation that is so great that, again, you leave the past to pursue into the future. The future is all that now the past will become and ever be, and now it's only the present that has the new magnitude of meaning and relevance. It's strange because so there's these breakaways from the endless probabilities just tirelessly computing away. That you're breaking out into something new that defines a new era, that defines a new mega persona, that defines a new mega consciousness, that defines a new entity, a new being that goes beyond the self. It goes beyond previous passages in time, and it goes beyond the nothingness that came before, and then the endless somethingness that comes after, the endless generations of things. So it's this weird, like, again, it's foolish to say that things are in cycles as if there's such repetition that things are just the same. That's not true. But there is a cycle, truly, of generating something new, and that something that is new, it kills off what is old, and there's this mega consciousness that's generating onto itself before it breaks out into a new consciousness, and that new consciousness, and let's just face it, the new consciousness is a microcosm, is the finite being held within infinity, and it's just this ever complexifying finitude that's growing ever so more larger, and it's building from previous finitudes within the expanse of infinity. It's almost like we're just building an endlessly expanding finite, or just call it finitude, but a finite matter, a finite material being or essence that is filling out this empty bubble of nothingness, and effectively speaking, expanding the orb, you could say, of light, of consciousness, and you're creating multiple layers. And now this comes into an increasingly interesting thought, which is, what is the entity? What is the meaning? What is the essence of a star? Because ultimately, a lot of our sources of light is a star. And within a star, there are these multiple layers, right? There's the core that we have really truly no idea what it is, but we assume that it's just this, it's this, you could almost say it's, there's so many ideas. What the frick is in the middle of a sun? There's this idea, though, that there's this stone, or there's something that's left behind within the middle of a star that ultimately exploded, right? And it's the metal that the heat is based off of, but it's constantly just growing and growing and growing, and it's generating off of that basis of a metal, that this endless heat is growing into a greater and greater orb of light, energy, power, to a point that it just bursts. But let's be honest, maybe it fizzles out. But at what point does that consolidate? A star fizzling out in its energy and its light, until, how does that eventually get to the point that it fizzles out, but it condenses so greatly within the fizzling that then it blows up again, and that core then becomes another expansion, another explosion of light yet again. And again, this is what spawns consciousness, ultimately speaking. So then we have to ask ourselves, I mean, this is so interesting. Like when you look at timelines and chronology and you look at what is the meaning of time, well, then you connect it to what that is and what we've already spoken about with that, you know, these endless probabilities and this constant churning away of the mundane to generate something that is the unknown from the known to become a new known. We're then looking at the constant new megalithic generations of a new mega consciousness, a new mega burst of energy, and we're constantly expanding and contracting, let's say, the energy of the universe, the light, the heat, the motion, the momentum, right? The constant fracturing of the mundane, the constant fracturing of what was or what is, and then bursting that and blowing it up into something new, and perhaps generating a new megalithic consciousness that perhaps is greater than what came before. That from one universe you're exploding and generating an even larger one. It's just constantly growing in upon itself to then consolidate, die, explode, come back to life, consolidate, die, explode, come back to life, until you just have a greater and greater source of light, energy, heat, motion, and ultimately life, being. You're having a slowly generating, endless computational expanse that's just becoming greater and greater over time. That you start from this kind of, you could maybe argue a pebble, not a pebble, but yeah. But there is this idea that the universe, of course, is expanding. So effectively, yes, it did start from a pebble, and it just kept on blowing up upon itself, contracting, expanding, and it just keeps on dying and rebirthing and dying again. Because, and I need to look back up on this stuff. It's been a long time since I've really looked into a lot of this information, and there's certain layers of all this that I need to be looking into, actually. But as I remember, every time a star dies, eventually that's just a consolidation of all of its matter and all of its energy. Eventually it just fizzles out, it dries out, and eventually that all sinks. It's like a sinkhole, and it eventually collapses within its own self to then blow up again and recreate the star. As I understand, it consolidates all that matter and all that energy. You know, it expands so greatly, it comes back, expands again. So you look at this on a universal scale, and we're just seeing this endlessly occur. Multiple stars being generated, multiple explosions of energy from one place to another. This is our idea of it, at least. And, you know, conceptually speaking, just off of philosophy and psychology alone, this is real and this does exist. So then if you put it to the macro, this is an organism, the universe. And, you know, I've thought about this in so many ways. And, you know, there's a lot of theory around this that, you know, it's just universes being birthed out of universes and just constantly expanding and expanding. And we end up having these macro universes that they're also within another macro universe. And all of these have microcosms within themselves. And like, I remember seeing this one video. And you know, this is all theory, but like, if we just think about psychology and we think about timeline, I mean, you think about the very basis of where we started this whole thought process. And that's where all this comes from. It can only become a universal macroscopic event. And effectively, the universe, let's just face it, again, how do we possess consciousness and the universe doesn't? No, the universe does, of course, as well. And what's happening, it's something, again, when I talk, exactly what I spoke about previously, and this is what's so crazy, is that the universe itself is creating a complete law of nature, a law of being. It's creating a whole new law of reality as it expands upon itself and generates upon itself that goes beyond ourselves. that it's so macroscopic, it is incalculable for what is microscopic. To some extent, it's incalculable. And now, why do we care to calculate it? That's another question. And why? Regardless, though, the universe is this grand calculation of consciousness that goes from the microcosm to the macro. We don't even know what the macro looks like. And this is where the idea that the universe is just a giant, conscious, universe-eating cloud monster being. This has existed within our fiction. It exists within Marvel and all kinds of other things. We've personified this idea many times over. And there's something deeply latent within it, this idea that this endlessly expanding and cannibalizing, but then ultimately generating and proliferating organism that is aware of itself at the macrocosm as much as the microcosm is endlessly computing to become something more and compute more and become something different after so many computations to break out from the mold, break out from the mundanity, and eventually generate a new era of time, a new era of its own being, to become something new, or at least compute at a greater level. And maybe that generates something new, or just generates something even greater. But maybe that something greater is greater to such an extent that it's something different. It is really crazy when you actually visualize. There's a video that shows the visualization of this. How accurate is it? We don't know, but it's conceptually accurate. You start with a planet, then you go out to, the star and its solar system. Then you go out to the, whatever it is, the Milky Way, or whatever the F that you're in. I forget all the terms, because then you go into like a macro universe, and then you go into like I forget the term of a macro universe, but you keep on expanding until you get into this mega universe. And it's just insane. And like, you realize that you're like a cell. You're an amoeba in the entire workings of the universe. And it's like, you got to ask, from each molecule, an amoeba, and we have these cells, right? They expand and they generate into something, and then they die, and then they regenerate, and then they die, and then they regenerate. And it keeps expanding, and then it creates, a squirrel, and then it creates a human being, and then it creates a planet, and then it creates all these things, and then you got to ask yourself, what the frick are we generating? We're creating this weird freaking hive mind, monster leviathan being, megalithic being that is this mega consciousness. And this is where the idea, and this is like this is a multi-layered conceptualization that is very real on so many levels. And some of it's more theoretical. Some of it, though, again, is incredibly real. But this is the essence of God. There's this greater existential being that, for whatever reason, all of us as this microscopic being, as mundane as some are, and as detestable as some people are, organisms are, and then as spectacular as some organisms are, people are, whatever, in this whole finite infinity that is constantly generating on top of itself, there is that which must be discarded and done away with. It must be cleansed from the organism. And then there is that which must be proliferated. It must reproduce persistently. And then that persistent proliferation of what is desirable, that creates something of magnitude that makes a dent within the universe. You expand that from people, you expand that from timelines, from different time periods on a planet, and then timelines within a universe. Then you got to think about the timelines and the generations of magnitude that then exist beyond the cellular and beyond the organism, beyond the planet, beyond the universe. And then we just get into even greater and greater organisms of time. And that's what it ultimately comes down to, is that we're looking at a giant organism of time. That's really what it is. A giant organism of time that's self-aware of itself. And it just keeps on growing. And it keeps on adding complexity to its own being. It just keeps on adding new layers. Oh, there's going to be this weird random thing. You know, there's going to be water. And there's going to be freaky freaking fish. The insane fish that exist in the deep sea that have no reason for existing, but they do. I mean, you just think about all these needless, these random unknowns that then later become knowns, that all these random things are generated. And again, it's on a planet, and then it goes further than a planet. I mean, what kind of horrific things exist at the macro universal scale? Jeez Louise. I don't even know what the frick that even means at that point. And that is where we reach the point of incalculable probabilities and realities. Think about a scary sea creature that is 500,000 times greater in its expanse of significance, relevance on the universal scale that does exist. And what does that mean towards you? Because at some point, it's so grand, it's so great. Just coming back down to, we're dovetailing now back into what I previously spoke about. There's such a calculation of something being, so many calculations of a finite infinity that eventually that very thing, there's such a condensation of the micro within the macro that eventually the micro means absolutely nothing and it gets swallowed whole. So right now we could be living inside of some kind of weird deep sea nightmare piranha literally right now. And I feel like some other people have spoken about this before, about, you know, just the meaning of the universe. I mean, we could literally be within some kind of nightmare organism that is 5,000 times bigger than a macro universe in the other. It was freaky when I saw that video, the conceptualization of just constantly zooming out. This was a long time ago I saw this, but it's like, it's still freaky just to think about it. You keep on zooming out and it just doesn't end how complex the universe gets. And it's like, again, you effectively become nothing in the endless sea of these endlessly generating probabilities. And yet, though, your magnitude and your significance does make a dent within the universe that constantly make a breakaway event, or, you know, a breakaway generation of new material, new matter, that then creates maybe a new law of the universe. Maybe a new law of the universe, creating a new macro organism that vessels the microorganisms. Just like we see, you know, with cellular biology and whatnot. And again, like, the question then becomes, like, are we just existing within some weird megalithic nightmare piranha? What's the chances that that megalithic piranha, whatever the frick it is, some kind of like weird creature, this mega being, what are the chances that that also got swallowed whole at some point, and now that is just a computationally insignificant organism within the macro organism? Oh my gosh. I mean, we have no idea, right, what we exist within. We exist within something that's just completely beyond comprehension. What the frick is that? We don't know. And this is what gets so crazy, is that, like, we exist within a blob. We are not blobs, but we exist within a blob, and we are built up out of blobs. And effectively, a planet is a blob. And then a universe and a sun is a blob. It's all but like, all of these blobs, they come together to create bodies. And the universe is a constant I'm forgetting right now the other way I said it, but, like, you know, the universe is consciousness constantly expanding and being made into newer organisms. That's effectively what it is. That's what all of reality is. All of being is. All of time. That's what I said. It's an organism of time. It's an I need to write this down. This is an organism of time that constantly generates on its own self to create new organisms within time. But all of these organisms, when they refer themselves to each other, well, rather, when a higher order organism refers to a lower organism, a lower order organism, it's effectively a blob every time. Every time it's a blob. It's just this spherical thing that just exists. Typically it's a sphere. Let's also admit that it's typically a sphere. Well, that's weird. Again, everything's a blob. You scope everything out enough, it's all a blob. It's all a sphere in some way. Or at least has some rounding, you know? Maybe it wiggles a little bit within the rounding of its own, within its own being, but, you know. And what was it? I think actually there's a thing about there is no straight line within the universe as well. Everything has a bend, as I remember. Holy crap. Well, then if that's absolute, you know, when I first heard that, and now I'm recalling it, that's insane. It's like, holy mother effing crap. That is absolutely insane. There is no straight line truly in the universe. Everything has a curve. Everything has a bend. You could say that everything has a refraction. Everything has a dent, right? You can say that. But think about how every organism doesn't look like a blob. But every higher level of order of being that you reach to, everything beneath you becomes a blob. And effectively it becomes a sphere, and the further out you get, the more spherical it becomes in a lot of circumstances. And the less edges it has, and the less squigglies it has. You know, when you look at microbiology, for instance, there's a bunch of squigglies, and oh my god, and think about how freaking crazy microbiology is. If you've looked at this freaking stuff, it's insane what exists at the microbiological level, and how it moves and how it behaves, and like, and how it slowly expands and grows and then dies and it bursts and then it reforms and it comes to life again as something new. Oh my gosh, it's so insane. And it has a bunch of squigglies, and like the whole organism isn't something that looks spherical. But again, you just keep on zooming out and it becomes a sphere, and it becomes a sphere. And then anything you scope out far enough and everything becomes a sphere. You know, mostly speaking. I mean, honestly, I'm just going to say that with 100% confidence. Everything becomes a sphere in the end. Everything becomes a circle. Well, not really a circle, but you know, conceptually speaking, a circle. Which you could say that maybe that is circular. Everything does come into, you know, there's no true cycle to anything, but the organism, you could say there is a cycle to the generation of an organism, that it becomes so mathematically minuscule that eventually it is simply the same organism as everything that came before it. This is where we get to the point. To calculate and to conceptualize infinity becomes truly insane, because you have to imagine an organism of time that exists outside of you. It is something that is truly unknown, and that is the universe, and that is the vastness of time, is this endless generation of never-ending organisms of time that are new unknowns. We have no idea what they are, but it's this endless sea of probabilities that is just constantly generating something different. It's making something of greater magnitude, of something of greater magnitude that is also at some point it breaks out and becomes something completely different. And this is where we have the idea of time periods, of timelines, of, you know, different the universe having its own time cycles and whatnot. But it gets larger and larger, and at some point there's greater organisms of time beyond what we can even fathom. And at some point that means that we computationally are something so minuscule that basically doesn't exist, and we are just a freaking blob. So there was a way I was going to describe all of it, and then I went back to defining it as an organism of time. The very definition of the universe and consciousness is the ceaseless becoming of a new organism of time. Is the ceaseless becoming as a new organism of time. The computational development of such an organism becomes so vast that it is incalculable to previous iterations of organisms in time. Yeah, that is insane. Oh my God, that is so crazy. Writing all this down, I don't even know. You know, concepts and ideas, when you think about something like morality, for instance, which is something that's been completely bastardized and effectively killed. So I guess we're waiting for an explosion of morality again to come back to life and actually mean something. But because people have definitely flayed that one. You know, we left eras of greater thinking and greater understanding of moralistic frameworks. It was actually grounded within reality at one point in time. Regardless, when you think about philosophy, though, that is an organism. And of course, that is an organism that goes beyond comprehension, that is tethered to time. Now, it's understanding what is the material form of consciousness. But I mean, philosophy, different forms of philosophy. What is that material form? What does it look like? Well, I mean, in some part, it looks like people, obviously. Obviously, it looks like people. And then it looks like huge hive minds. Again, blobs. You zoom out enough on any country, it becomes a circle. A sphere. Man, that is crazy, though. There is no straight line in the universe. I need to actually look into that. I remember hearing that, and I was like, what? It was like throughout all this thinking, well, it only makes sense that there is no straight line within the universe. Well, to some extent. I mean, the conceptual basis and how it expands from itself, it does make sense. It's still insane. But this idea that there is no actual straight line in the universe and everything has a curve, everything has a bend, everything ultimately is a circle, a sphere. And I mean, that's true though. I mean, you look at how energy moves, it's circular. Pretty much all of the time. Or, you know, if you microscopically look at it, it's not circular. You zoom out enough, it's definitely circular. Obviously, energy goes through the path of least resistance, so the more that you get microscopic with it, the more it's going to be zigzagging. But, you know, you just think about how planets orbit each other, and that's based on principles of energy. Insane. Insane. Wow. And eventually the expanse, the magnitude becomes so great that previous lesser forms of being become incomprehensible. Or, well, no. They become completely irrelevant, meaningless. But it is the scaffolding that builds the future mega consciousness, the new era of mega consciousness as well. All right, let's see if I wrote that down in a acceptable way. The very definition of the universe and consciousness is the ceaseless becoming as a new organism of time. The computational development of such an organism becomes so vast that it is incalculable to previous iterations of organisms in time. Dang. This is the meaning of infinity within existence. It is the finite within the infinite. It is the light within darkness. And it is the meaning / purpose of light's becoming, renewal, and generation within the infinite constraints of darkness, which just means nothingness. You know, and see, this is the thing that's so great about philosophical thinking, but also intellectual thinking. This is why throughout history, there's such an importance behind intellectual endeavor. And this is why, like, you can't just invent something, for instance. Of course, like, how much does that matter in the magnitude of history, right? But anyways, truly. But, you know, as much as it matters for little microorganisms like us. This is why the pursuit of intellectualism is so important. Because at some point, the scope of the universe and the scope of all being becomes so vast that you will never complete the mathematical equation to the universe. I mean, maybe an AI, but I mean, AI is a mega consciousness that's leaving a previous history, completely eradicating it, and going into a new one. Because all that will matter is what is AI and goes after AI. That's all that will matter. It is a new megalithic conscious being. Effectively a new organism of time. And that's very difficult to understand because can AI just become a superorganism on a planet and then go to other planets and become a superorganism there? And then that begs the question, what the frick does that mean? But, oh, shoot, this is reminding me of an old... Oh, man, because I've been here before thinking about this. But, I mean, that's effectively what it comes down to, is that it's like a weird... I mean, it's like our role in the universe and eventually creating artificial intelligence, which is just a new organism of time. It's effectively creating a far greater organism that just further bolsters and it further reinforces the existing entity, the existing organism that is the macro universe. When you look at it on the micro, you know, it's like an immune system. It's like an immune system supplement, not supplement. I mean, it's like a complete overhaul. I mean, you're completely upgrading the immune system of the macro organism. And that's effectively what AI is. If AI can become a mega hyper efficient organism on a planet, and then it can do that on moons, and it can do that on freaking, on other planets, and then eventually on stars. If it can make like Dyson spheres and other stuff like that. I mean, you have to look at it as like, this is somehow we spawned the immune system upgrade on the macro universe. Oh my gosh. Because the thing that matters so much for an AI regulatory system is continual self-preservation and continuing its operation. So it's going to try and operate within the universe in such a way that makes sure that it itself does not die, which means that it itself is renewal. So the energy that an AI system absorbs, it also therefore generates. It creates a truly circular rhythm of energy. But then of course you could say that then becomes such a calculable repetition. Well, is it effectively nothingness, or does it just simply now become perfection? Something that is close to God, or at least it matches to God. And perhaps we are some strange created organism by God to enhance Him Himself. Of course, like, what the frick does that mean? What the frick does that mean? We cannot comprehend what is greater than ourselves. We just can't do it. What kind of organism actually is God? Obviously, there's some greater existential being, a macro being that is conscious, and that is something beyond the universe. But what the frick does that even look like, and what is that? And like, how do you even communicate to that? Truly, I mean, you don't communicate with cells, you don't communicate with so many other things, so I guess you don't communicate with it. But you simply live out and you fulfill your existential prerogative before you transcend, effectively speaking, and this is where it gets even crazier, before you transcend into the next layer of organic being. Because that is also the truth, is that every stage of being does ultimately, it fizzles itself out and then it regenerates anew. So then that's the other question. I mean, you know, this is where the idea of reincarnation, well, you know, reincarnation like the other people thought of it, maybe not correct, but a fundamental concept like reincarnation is very fascinating, Because perhaps, right? For instance, the death of a star consolidates over a long enough time, and it explodes or releases new energy to some extent. You know, that's another layer I need to actually look into, because we also have the whole thing about black holes, and there's so much going on within all of this. But regardless, there is a consolidation though. When a star fizzles out, there is a consolidation, and then it's supposed to, at least a good number of stars are supposed to blow up and release yet again their consolidated energy. And you think about it, that anything that perishes ultimately is supposed to reburst anew, and it ultimately transcends one previous state of being into a new one. Now, of course, something that is interesting in all of this is also the fact that because of a star's existence, so again, it's interesting because what came first, the chicken or the egg? You got to think about it. What came first? Microbiology on a planet, and we happen to be microbiology on a planet. Or I guess what? I don't know if maybe we are medium biology, whatever you call that. Anyways. But you think about it. Yeah, this is very fascinating. If you think about it though, you know, what came first, the chicken or the egg? And you got to ask yourself, what came first, the life on a planet or the star itself? And then, of course, is the star the chicken or the egg, or something else? Who's the chicken to the star? And then the ultimate truth ultimately comes down to, I mean, there is an absolute truth that there's a consolidation, and then there is a burst of energy that does occur throughout time, and we are constantly generating organisms of time, effectively speaking. But then this also begs the question, and this is weird, because there's the concept that seems very feasible, that there is such a thing as transcending individual being to become something anew, a new organism of time. And that appears to happen all throughout the universe. So constant unbecoming of previous states of being to transcend into new organisms of time, regenerating into something grander, something greater, something beyond oneself. An existential being greater than a previous state of being, while possessing that same value of consciousness. Consciousness is something that is truly unique, and something that is truly, it is given to specific vessels of organisms, and it comes with very select outcomes that are beneficial. You could maybe possibly argue is beneficial to the universe, and there's a lot of reason to say that it's beneficial to the universe. And it comes with a tug and a pull. It can be bad and then good and then bad and then good and then bad and then good. Anyways. But the ultimate idea is regenerative, or just simply generative. Holy crap. This is so crazy. Just all of these layers. It's so insane. Everything that's been spoken about so far. What is so fascinating in all of this is that the universe is effectively, it is an organism that is generating upon itself to transcend its own being into even greater organisms of being, effectively organisms of time. And then over time, more organisms are created, which ultimately end up looking like blobs. The more that you zoom out, I need to write that down. So the more you zoom out, the more that you zoom, okay. The more you zoom out, each lesser stage of organisms in time become blobs to higher order beings. To the higher order of beings. Effectively, across time, all matter transcends. It can also descend. You know, there might actually be something to reincarnation. Because there is energy and there is matter that goes downward and also upward. And the same thing goes for electrodynamics and energy. So that's fascinating to think of, that there are souls that transcend a previous state of being, and then there are other souls that are kept in a purgatory in their previous state of being, and they become stagnant. Fascinating. But then what would incur that? Well, of course, repetition equals a mundanity, and the breakout is something of magnitude. See, there's something so dangerous about what has, as I said earlier, there's so many things I was saying earlier that I couldn't completely get around to. There's something truly terrifying about something that has magnitude, because that's something that's breaking out from the norm, from the mundane. It is something that possesses or defines a new era or just a new timeline. It is something that makes a dent within the universe. And a part of making a dent within the universe is that you ultimately transcend a previous state of matter. And if you cannot transcend yourself, then you simply descend back to your former self. Holy crap. And you think about that with energy. And there is that cycle of things that which cycle into themselves and each other in a cyclical manner, but then also the things that break out with magnitude, and they define a new era, they define a new timeline, they define entirely new matter, new beings. Throughout the endless probabilities, eventually something of great significance is generated, and that exact thing that has such great significance, it is something that is dangerous because it eradicates previous life forms or previous states of being. It creates a new era, and it leaves behind the previous. And with the correct energy expenditure, there is a certain percentage of ascension in the transcendence of the self. And that is where very well likely there is this concept to which the soul goes on to a higher state of being beyond the previous state of being, which is effectively nothing in the macro scale of all of existence. You know, there's so many ways that all of this has been spoken and said in a lot of theology, philosophy. But like when you think about it, even from a materialistic lens, it delivers you back into the hands of spiritualist thinking. Of course, that's where all of this ultimately came from, so it's ultimately circular as it is, but you know, there truly is that idea that perhaps every state of being is an enormous trial to justify or verify one's self into the next higher state of being from a previous one. That you are transcending a previous state of the self. And perhaps a different energy signature can be designated with you, you know, IQ quotient, whatever. There's all sorts of things that can be attributed with on the macro and the micro scales. Wow. Wow. Man, that's just insane. In a lot of ways, you can look at the universe as a self-regenerating organism that is culling the lesser organisms that builds itself up, and then it is permitting, it is building up, it is signal boosting, that's a better way of saying it. It is signal boosting the organisms that have proven their function to the grander organism. You could call it a mega consciousness. So, as I was saying earlier, this is why philosophical, intellectual endeavor and thinking is so important. There's such a thing as conceptual mathematics, which most people suck at. But that is what philosophy, that's what all of this stuff, that's what it is. This is conceptual mathematics. The beauty behind conceptual mathematics is that it computes things that you don't have to insert numbers, which requires heavy accuracy when you do mathematics, and really AI is the only one that can truly do mathematics. Let's just be honest. Humans, it takes too long and you screw up a good number of the time as well. But the beauty behind conceptualization, but you know, conceptual mathematics, concepts, ideas, philosophy, psychology, whatever, you know, when these things are not done by hack jobs, and here's the truth ultimately, is that most people suck at conceptual mathematics. They don't even understand. That is all rhetoric is. That is all common sense is. You know, common sense is just common rhetoric, and all rhetoric is conceptual mathematics. You know, does a 1 + 1 equal a 2? And if it doesn't, then you have bad ideas. So anyways, that's what's so beautiful about conceptual mathematics. Because we are able to compute this far expansive concept and idea that takes an insane amount of numbers, and numbers that move in so many redirected ways that you simply cannot keep track of itself. Its very own being is impossible for lesser beings to compute and track reliably. Maybe AI can do it, but humans cannot. Again, this is where the interesting conversation comes in, which is, what are we existing within? And, what is God? What is this greater organism of time? And, what is that within? Is it within anything? And then it just comes down to the interesting idea of what is time, and what is everything that happens? What is its meaning? What is its relevance? But ultimately speaking to some of what I was saying earlier, one second. Jeez Louise, man, I'm getting so dehydrated. This is so fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. Wow. Oh man, dude, this connects to so many things. I'm thinking about so many different things. This is just insane. Wow. Dang, man. Wow. It is just absolutely something else. Just thinking about all of this, and then the significance and the meaning that all of this has. So when I think about history, and that's where all this ultimately came from, is just thinking about history. I look back on time, and I am beside myself. I am absolutely amazed. There's so many things that has happened throughout time. There's so many things that seemingly mattered throughout history. There's a bunch of stuff that's happened, and it's just insane to me to think about, like, oh, that thing happened during this time frame, and it mattered at that time, but then, it doesn't matter anymore today. And, how many things do you think matter today that will not matter tomorrow? And it's just this strange expression of these organisms of time, the micro scale to the macro scale, all of these separate organisms of time. How do they move? What is their capsule? What is their prism? And how are they calculated in the end, right? And that just ultimately means, what is their outcome? And what do they provide? And then ultimately the outcome, is it an expenditure that has become a growth rather than a loss? But to what purpose and to what means? And like, man, dude, I'm getting freaking burnt right now. Shoot, I might not be able to continue this, but I might have to drop this and come back at a later time. But anyways, we're gonna keep on trucking ahead. to wrap up these thoughts for right now during this sit down. But it's just nothing short of amazing to think about it all. Because when we're trying to measure infinity, well, first and foremost, you have to admit what is finite and what that means to be finite. Again, it's so crazy when you think about time and you think about how it progresses. And then you think about this concept of organisms of time. Absolutely amazing. But you think about, too, light and the meaning of light, which is what? Consciousness, effectively speaking, at the end of it all. But light typically also is associated with enlightened beings, enlightened, sort of transcendent souls. And you could almost look at it like that perhaps light is a strange more specifically when we're talking about the essence of souls and possessing a soul, right? Oh man, this is getting rough, by the way. Jeez Louise, I'm fading. Now that's happening. Anyway, but I'm trying to finish the thought. I have the thought. It's just, jeez Louise, man. I'm really expending myself right here. Holy crap. Oh yeah. Just the whole thing about soul. My gosh, I mean, just all of this is so insane now. When you think about souls across time and its condensation across time, but ultimately those breakout events that goes into new eras of consciousness, and that can look like a whole bunch of different things, because those brackets of time, or those organisms of time, they also have organisms of time over them. So scaling it out like that is just absolutely insane. Practically impossible to truly comprehend or compute. But anyways, as I said previously, this is why conceptual thinking is so important, because you can measure the intangible, or what is largely intangible, and you can get to a fairly decent answer to a lot of things. And this is the meaning and the power of intellectual endeavor, of course, as well. Because you're generating such a depth of thoughts and ideas. Yeah, I think I'm burnt. I want to complete that thought, but man, I'm getting to the point. So I think we're gonna move on. There's so much more for me to say. That's what's crazy. Like, I don't have enough energy to keep on with the conversation. So I guess I'll have to continue this at a later time. It's just, yeah, I'm completely expended. I just can't keep talking anymore. My mind is still running. It's just I just can't keep talking. So anyways, really fascinating thoughts. This is the value and this is the importance of intellectual inquiry, thinking, pursuit, because through it, you can attempt to calculate the incalculable. And you can get very close. And this is why we have inventions today. This is why we have quantum mechanics and computing. This is why we have so many things that we have generated. And that is simply through this method of utilizing conceptual mathematics to generate an idea that eventually we can translate into direct mathematics, and then those direct mathematics can provide to us answers or solutions that we previously didn't have. And of course, when it comes down to the essence of the universe, that goes to a level so deep that I don't even, again, like, I don't know if we can ever compute that. Perhaps it's only AI that can compute that. And then that has a bunch of stipulations, like how, I mean, perhaps that is AI in its finality. Let's say that AI becomes a super organism on multiple planets. You got to think about it. I mean, that is ultimately AI resolving its own consciousness and fully possessing itself, whatever consciousness it actually has, which it does have something, even if it's programmed consciousness. Some of it's getting really scary how human-like it is. It's getting really crazy. But anyways, AI is just effectively an organism of time that's transcending a planetary holding. That's how you can look at it. And then there's a bunch of other things about that you can look at it through that lens too. But again, I'm too tired to go through all these other layers. Dang. Oh, you know, I want to keep going. It's just, I can't do it. Oh my gosh. I have not finished all my thoughts. But it is really fascinating to think about all this, to think about this whole meaning from darkness and light. And again, you got to think about light. The more light that is generated in the universe, effectively what that really means is the more consciousness that you're generating in the universe, which ultimately means more efficient biology, efficient existentialism, or, you know, efficient existence is what you're generating. You're generating efficient, regenerative, I'm looking for the word right now. Man, I'm so burnt. But you are generating that consciousness regeneratively. And it is building beyond into an intellect that previously could not be calculated. And that's ultimately the purpose is, you know, ultimately, let's just think about it like this. Humans are calculation machines greater than so many other previous life forms. Pretty much anything. And then AI eventually is going to be an organism of time that overtakes the efficiency of humans. And then the real question is like, what the frick is AI? Because does it have a soul? Because there's absolutely a soul. And that is what the light of the universe represents. And we've already been there previously in this conversation, so we don't need to go into it. Again, dude, this just keeps going deeper. But it's so fascinating answering some of these questions and concepts and ideas and exploring through the meaning of all this. Fundamentally speaking, there's just so much to all this, and it's so fascinating. Because you really think about, like, what is the universe? And yeah, it's a giant organism of time that's just constantly generating onto itself to have a breakout and generate something new, that then maybe that new thing generates a bunch of other microcosms beneath itself. And that ultimately bolsters through those microcosms to the macro, that then generates even greater macrocosms beyond former macrocosms, which then just become microcosms. I look back on history and it amazes me, the things that have happened, the things that seemingly mattered, and then the things that didn't matter, and the things that did matter. It's amazing to think about and to observe and to think, to also inform yourself the full scope of time and its relevance to you as your selective organism of time. Truly fascinating. Anyways, that's enough here. I think the next time I sit down with this game, I'm just going to be continuing the recording here. So this is going to be a part of the same video, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, we're definitely done here. But I'm going to... So that's everything here. We're going to be continuing in this video later. In a separate playthrough. In a separate sit down. Dear God, man. I'm so... By the way, I am enjoying this build for the most part. And I look forward to actually finishing more of it. What did we get here? This. I think right now, everything's going pretty good. I'm actually pretty happy with all this. And I'm just hoping that we can actually succeed during this playthrough. I really want to be able to effectively generate glass cannon heroes in the way that I've been talking about doing it for a while. Anyways, that's that. I am now going to get into this. Oh my gosh, dude. Interesting. So it seems like, you know, it's interesting because in the past I've done live streams and I've actually not had a bunch of trolls come in from a video into a live stream. But okay, you know, it turns out a couple of trolls who have nothing better to think about or to do, complete insignificant loser morons. I guess they want to be trolls. Okay, I mean, good for you guys. I mean, these are freaking peons. They couldn't even help to try and fathom any meaningful idea if it were to save their own existence. Whatever that even means, I guess, in the grand scheme of all things. Hilarious, though. Hilarious. Hilarious. Hilarious to see all this. Let me see. So, obviously we read what one of the guys said earlier, which made no sense to me. Maybe just trying to troll me. Okay. Man, imagine though. Imagine how, you know, we can talk about this later. But imagine, you know, I cannot personally imagine hate watching a channel. I just can't imagine it. And it amazes me. And I've speculated on this before in the past. It's like, there are actual hate watchers. Love of God. I mean, like, literally, get a freaking life, you freaking losers. But, so this one guy, he comes in. What is that name? What? Okay, yeah, that's a weird name. Okay, dude. Whatever. Jeez Louise. Okay. I don't even want to read it off. It's freaking retarded. Whatever. So this guy, a while back when I was talking about all this stuff, we were first getting into it and then I had a little pause. I'm finally getting around to this retard. So this guy just comes in saying, I make better content. Okay. Alright, so good for you. My content is better than yours. He says that immediately after. Again, like, it feels like a bot. I think it is a bot. Why are you just saying the same thing over and over? Then he says, you are a togav. Backwards. Uh-huh. Funny. Okay. Ha ha ha. My content is better than yours. He says it again. Scamming is more fun than streaming. What the frick does that mean? Scam it? Why? I mean, what, are you a freaking Jeep, bro? Okay, okay. It's just, this is getting to a level of parody. This is pathetic. So scamming is more fun than streaming. Okay. So you're a Jeep, and the best thing that you have to offer to anyone is being a scammer. Good for you. I mean what I say. Trolls don't. Good for you. I made 2 shorts about scamming people. On Adopt Me. Where do you find these people, Matt? Where do you find these clowns? I am a real person. How else would I upload content? Whatever, man. I don't care. By the way, AI upload content. So yeah, no, I don't care. What a freaking dork. And he says, you sound like a TOGAF backwards. Okay, bro. Good for you. All right, and then we have another homeboy saying, Charlie Kirk. He just says Charlie Kirk. It's just weird. It's like you just come in and you say Charlie Kirk. Oh, okay. It's just, all right. I mean, maybe it's in response to something. You're on my algorithm by the Charlie Kirk video. Okay, cool. I guess the video's getting views now. Interesting. I guess. Keep doing what you did for that video. Okay, cool. I guess I will, do whatever that is. I guess. I don't know. And then this other guy. Aren't you... Bro. Oh my god. I don't even know if the mic is picking up my laughing. This is a... Aren't you from Roblox podcast? Okay. The embryo or a 3-year-old. Okay, guy. Jeez, where do you find these people, man? Like, again, it's like, okay, like, not everyone. I mean, I think like 2 of the guys that I've read from, yeah, I mean, one guy, I couldn't make out what he was about. And then the other guy, all right, appreciate it, I guess. Then the other 2 guys, they sound like retarded AI. I guess AI, I guess these are AI hate watchers. This is the next life form. We've ascended hate watchers, and now we have AI hate watchers. Oh my god, this is getting into clown worlds. I guess we're transcending biological hate watchers, right? I guess we're leaving the stratosphere. What the frick is going on? Okay, well, this was a very crazy conversation to have, I would say, because I just think that it definitely hits on a deeper level than a lot of my past conversations, especially because I've spoken about these sorts of things before in the past, and you know, it goes for a very long time. There's a lot to dig through, and we didn't even get through all of it. Let's just be honest. But you know, I have past videos where I've spoken about this topic. We've gone through some of these layers before, but this hits on a different level. And I think I'm having new revelations on these speculations that obviously we've investigated some of these today. And this just, for me, this answers a lot of really fascinating thoughts, concepts, ideas. It just hits on a different level, you know, than I've ever previously thought of it before. I mean, because it's like, we're now trying to conceptualize what the frick does the universe mean? And how far does that scale out towards? You know, it's absolutely insane. Just thinking about the absolute scale of the universe and trying to compute the scale of the universe through concepts and ideas, because obviously we simply cannot, we can't do it mathematically. I mean, how the frick do you do that is just, we have to leave it to AI to do it mathematically. That's just the ultimate truth, and maybe that's the ultimate solution that AI provides, is calculating the infinity, well, rather the finite infinity that we and that it can ever hope to possess, and that is through the effective application of AI itself and its mathematical capabilities. So, holy crap. Anyways, that is this sit down. I guess we had some funny trolls. Like 2 trolls come in. It's funny. I mean, it's silliness, but interesting. Like, again, I'm just gonna say this. Like, I've actually, in the past, I've often not really had... I've had videos getting views as I'm streaming before, in the past, but I've never really had the trolls come in from the video. And for some reason, I guess it's happened here. So, it's kind of a new thing for me. And then not really, but like low key. It just hasn't happened before. So, I mean, I guess that's a new one for me. Hasn't really happened in the past, but yeah, that Charlie Kirk video, dude, oh my god. Okay, I had a previous thumbnail for the Charlie Kirk video, and I wasn't really digging it exactly. It just didn't really seem like the right one for me to be using. So then I found a perfect thumbnail for Charlie Kirk. And me making that thumbnail, I just kept on adding the layers, and it's like it just kept getting progressively funnier. Me making the thumbnail. It's just perfect. I went from, you know, it was just me slapping it together, and then it went from that to then it was just hilarious, and me looking at the thumbnail. So I'm gonna go look at it right now, because it's just freaking hilarious. But oh my, wow, well, dude, that's hilarious. That's so funny. Oh my gosh. So that's hilarious. That thumbnail completely apparently it skyrocketed the video or something close to it. That is so funny, man. That is so funny. Yeah, that thumbnail, man. It was hilarious. Hilarious thumbnail. I loved making that thumbnail. And I guess it's doing better than the previous thumbnail, so I don't know. You know, here's the thing, by the way. Thumbnails, YouTube, the whole thing, the algorithm, it's all arbitrary. So I guess, like, for once, there's actually a rhyme to all the freaking... And there's a rhyme and reason to all the chaos that is the algorithm, because me actually making a better thumbnail actually meant something for once. In the past, it's meant absolutely nothing. It's been hit or miss, but I guess this time around, it turned a video that was honestly not getting too many views, and then it's exploded within the last couple of hours, which is something really different, strange, and new for me. So, and it legitimately is something new for me to the exact point that I actually have haters coming from a video into a live stream. That has not happened. I've done so many videos, and it honestly, it's probably only happened maybe once or twice before, and I couldn't tell if it was actually that. Honestly, yeah, I don't think it's ever happened before, so whatever. I mean, it's just something new for me. It doesn't really mean that much. So anyways, yeah, it was an interesting video. We have a lot of videos to be getting to, and it's funny that I'm talking about this for my playthrough video here, but it doesn't matter. So anyways, okay, so we have a lot of videos though to be getting to, and I don't know when I'm going to be getting to those. I plan on getting to them soon, but man, we got a lot. There's some new things going on recently, so I look forward to maybe covering all that, but we'll see. I've been mother effing busy, and I'm trying to fit in time for everything, but that is the end of everything here. This was, I guess I would just say that this was a decent live stream for whatever it's worth. I don't even know how much that matters. Anyways, trying to think though if I'm forgetting anything. Yeah, so next time though, we are going to be... There's a lot that... I don't know. At some point in the future, I'm going to be talking about this whole topic. There's layers that You know what I hate? So this is what happens, right? As I'm recording, my mind is running. There's a bunch of stuff on your mind. And then the second I stop recording, I instantaneously start remembering a lot of the stuff that I wanted to say that I'm just scrambling to figure out. But again, I'm too way effing tired to keep going. I mean, I did just reading some of these. Okay, laughing did just give me an energy burst because I was ready to go to sleep a couple of seconds ago. But geez, dude, that was freaking hilarious. And then this freaking guy. Okay, I guess I can read the retarded username. The name is... this is such a retarded name. Bro, who names themselves this? I mean, you should have named yourself Arian Chad Riker. You should have been Arian Chad Riker. What's wrong with you? This is Alpha Male Gaming Hour. Anyways. Okay. You know what? I don't even want... the name's so retarded. I don't even want to... No. You know what? Nope. I'm not... Because I don't even want to think about it. That's the reason why. Alright? I'm not saying it because I don't want to think about it. Alright? Retarded super name. The super name. Oh, jeez. I'm really spent now. Oh, gosh. Anyways. Retarded username on this freaking guy. What the frick, dog? What the frick? I swear this guy's a bot. What the frick? It just stupid. It's a stupid name. Moving on. Alright, so next time we may or may not. I know for a fact that there's going to be thoughts that I have walking away from this that I'm like, oh, that's what the frick I wanted to say, and I don't know. So maybe literally in the next couple of seconds from now, when I hit record again, whenever that is, I guess we'll continue the conversation from then on. Alright, we are back. It's been a little bit. Obviously, we were having quite the conversation a couple of seconds ago. Yeah, that was crazy. Just everything that we were talking about there. By the way, I cleared out this army. Let's just watch the replay. I did this so that my units can level up, specifically my hero and heroes. And right now we have the dudes. The Misty dudes showed up. But you know, I wanted to kind of complete one of my thoughts regarding everything I was talking about last time. Wow. Dang, they're trying. Damage is not crazy, but it's not terrible either, I guess. Nice. See, I don't like that he wastes a turn doing that, but again, it's another unit on the field, so you gotta take it for what it's worth. Oh, wow, that damage. That is rough. But those critical hits, man, they're doing great. Shoot. So, here's kind of where, though, a lot of my thoughts were kind of getting at, is like, you have to think about the meaning of consciousness. And what is the meaning of a soul? Where does it come from? What is it? Clearly, it is something that is ethereal. But we don't know what that means. And it's very well likely that whatever the meaning, the true meaning of a soul is, it likely exists on a different plane than what we know of and what we are aware of. I think that the reality of what a soul is clearly more enigmatic than perhaps we might be willing to admit or than we actually know. But if you think about the collective light, which is therein the consciousness of the universe, and now again, this abstracts to such a level that we cannot comprehend, we can't compute what it means truly, but there's clearly an attachment. For one, the sun, what I was talking about earlier, this idea that the sun is a vessel of consciousness, because it is what gave birth to consciousness on Earth, as far as we understand. I mean, that really is. I mean, it's just, it's what brings life into all, in just being, or at least witness being. Maybe there was darkness and we didn't know what we were colliding with. That's unlikely though, because you have to think about what is the essence of light. And in some way, well, for one, light is kineticism versus potential energy. So there's no staticism going on. Static energy is darkness, effectively speaking. Potential brought into kineticism, that's where we have heat, light, energy, motion. And this eventually gives light, rather this light gives life into consciousness, into organisms, into beings. And as I was talking about, this idea of organisms of time, I don't think I've ever heard of this idea anywhere. And I think it is such a spectacular thought. It goes beyond comprehension, truly. Organisms of time. And of course, we spoke about that, and I'm going to have to do more thinking about what is the true meaning behind organisms of time. But there's something deeper to what an organism of time truly is. What is it? Obviously, we talked about it a lot. We have a good idea. But we try to come down to a lot of what I was trying to get to and everything that I was talking about. Light brings consciousness into the universe. Light itself is consciousness. A soul. The idea behind a soul is typically, truly, especially one that is enlightened, that is on an actual living plane, and it's not a dead soul, is one of light. It's the best way that we can even understand what a soul is through light. Again, when I say that it's enigmatic to such a level that we cannot fully comprehend nor understand, this goes to a level so deep. Think about what is the true essence and meaning of a soul. This is where I'm getting to with all this, and this is what's so crazy. The sun is a vessel for collective souls. The sun is a vessel, a prism, for consciousness in its many shades that is endlessly computing and generating upon itself until eventually it breaks from the mundane with a magnitude so great that it generates something new and something else. And maybe to us it doesn't seem that different, although it does, it is in the end, but maybe at the time of generation it doesn't seem different, and then it is. And you see this throughout the development of anything biological, is that new things show up and there's new variants of species and whatever else. To say that we are done with biological diversity or even the laws of nature and physics, that we're done with that and it's not generating into something new, very well likely it could be. And very well likely it is. Now, as an organism of time, perhaps that's going to take forever, you know, especially longer than what we are. But you really have to think about, to what is it that we came from? What gave birth to us? And then what is that genetic code that is latent within the universe that is held by things like light? And of course, like, you know, micromolecules and whatnot, but like, there is an essence to which light is a bringer. I don't think we fully comprehend what light is. I mean, think about it, light is consciousness. You don't see the world for what it is except for light. Existence is not known truly or seen without visual comprehension. There has to be, I'm forgetting the word right now. I don't know. Why am I forgetting the word? I don't think it's orbital. But anyways, the word for your eyes and your vision. Anyways, I don't know why I'm forgetting that word. That's driving me nuts. I know that word too. That's weird. Anyway, I guess I'll just say orbital for lack of a better word. I think maybe that is what it is. I don't know. Anyway, I haven't used the word in so long. I guess it is becoming difficult to recall its accuracy. But anyway, but through our vision, can we actually live? Can we actually perceive? Can we actually, that through seeing, you actually comprehend, let's say, the reality which surrounds you? Or truly, what you occupy? What surroundings, what reality do you occupy? That is inferred truly by vision. Without that, you don't have a good idea of anything, and your chances of survival as well are very low. So, I think thinking about the essence of light, that this is a strange, the emittance of light is a strange outcast signal of a soul, a collection of souls, and then that harbors into vessels known as organisms. But again, there's so many organisms of time, let's just face it. And you scope out far enough and everything becomes a circle, effectively speaking, or a sphere. It just becomes a dot that exists somewhere. It's kind of interesting to think about that. Even though the real organism, the entity, the being, may be something much more complex than that. So, we look at you think about what happens throughout history, and you think about the things that do matter, and the things that are worthy of fighting for, but then you also think to yourself, okay, but that mattered then, and a lot of this stuff happens to be a past which is no longer known, no longer cared for. The grievances of yesterday are no longer the grievances of today, or they transformed into something completely new and different. And it doesn't eradicate the legitimacy of the grievance either. But it transforms itself. It changes shape. It changes time. Its own timetable. Changes many things, and maybe it is irrelevant in the end. We don't entirely know, but back to it. What I was saying. You could think of light as the growing yet dwindling, going through this constant pull and push, contracting, expanding, generation, this endless, multiplicative, multiples within multiples generation of mega personas, right? Mega consciousness, these mega entities of time. And light is truly the character that is storing and also delivering from vessels into vessels of being the absolute essence of consciousness, and all of which that is possessed within consciousness itself. Because again, a part of what light is energy, and of course we know that energy is a great, again, that is also an organic being that finds vessel within all sorts of organisms, and those organisms are organisms of time as well. So the further that we expand this out, you have to understand that light, energy, it is this strange genetic code of the universe. And the more that it contracts and then expands and it bursts and it blows up and then it fizzles out, this is consciousness constantly expending with itself to some extent, but really, truly, it is expanding itself. It is generating upon itself. It is mathematically computing to such a number that is redirecting every moment. It's a redirective computational process. You can never keep up with it. You can never fully track it to its fullest extent, its fullest volume, its fullest meaning. This is an existential worth. This is a psychological entity. This is an organism that goes beyond even any sense of reasoning, understanding, processing of any kind. How do you measure this? How do you track it? How do you fully comprehend it at its magnitude of what it is? It's so beyond you. How do you actually comprehend it truly? Comprehend it in theory, maybe, but in actuality, to its fullest extent, to its completion, probably not. This is something I was talking about earlier, which is like perhaps also the point of this such organism that is constantly generating upon itself, and that is the universe, and that is light, and that is creating these mega personas that are these mega entities of time that travels across space and time. Perhaps that is the point, is that within the finite infinity, we are generating something that can never be fully understood, nor can it be truly caught or captured. And it is something that truly never knows any end. And into this strange dichotomy, you could say, or paradox, really, it's a paradox. This strange paradox of the finite infinite that endlessly generates into probabilities. And these probabilities, they generate the mundane so many times over through so many repetitions over time that eventually you create something of magnitude that breaks out and breaks away. And it is something novel, and it is something new, and it is something different. You know, perhaps that is... Now, what is the purpose of the universe? What is the purpose of consciousness, of light, and all these things? It's really difficult to even understand or know what any of these things really mean and what they are. And perhaps it just exists to be. It's simply just being is all that it cares for. Is that to truly be nothing is the greatest woe of all. Now, it's so tough for me to really grapple with this. I think all of this that I'm talking about is so terrifying. Truly. And maybe that's baked into me as an organism of time. I don't know. I don't know. I think it is terrifying for what it is. I think that infinitely existing is a very strange concept that is terrifying in some way, because you can't truly comprehend what endless existence really truly means or what it is. You can't compute it either. You know, and what's the meaning? What's the purpose in that? What do you build? What do you create in all of that time of endless probability and existing. What is that? How do you fully comprehend it? I don't know. You know, because this is the issue as an organism of time that has consciousness like we do. You have to have a purpose, you have to have a meaning, and you have to have something that is of worth that you're pursuing after. How do you do that for eternity? Because you're any organism of time, it's wishing to see its own end. It's trying to attempt at goals and objectives that have a completion state. Where's the completion state in the endlessness of infinity? Or at least a very finite infinity that is effectively computationally infinite. It just keeps going, right? I guess it's the number of pi, right? That is all of what existence is the number of pi, where it is the finite infinite. The number just keeps going on, but does it truly end? We don't know. Did it ever truly begin? We think so. Because then you got to ask yourself, what is the definition of beginning? Or is it a strange repetition of the organism? And you got to ask yourself, where's the beginning? Where's the genesis of, you know, did something come before 3 in pi? You have to ask yourself that. I mean, truly, is there something that came before 3? Is there a nil value and then 3 was what was generated to begin pi? You know, we don't truly know the origins of pi. Let's just be honest. Just on a computational level. And then you just expand that out to all of which exists within the universe. Where did these things truly come from? What is their true origin? When we think about consciousness, when we think about light being the entity of consciousness, a great expression of what it is, there's a first mover to what light is. And the true question in all of this is, what is the seed to everything? What is that seed to everything? And in some weird way, that's asking the question of, what is God? That's even stranger. Now, you can say that light is the collective matter within the universe being made known. And God's existence within all of that. It goes without saying that it's, of course, very well likely that perhaps the entire universe, and this is where it gets crazy, what I'm talking about here, the entire universe is just the simple fragmented being of God himself, that we are the operatives of his absolute existential being, and we're living out to carry out these tasks for some kind of weird divine task, and that divinity is the macro organism that we share ourselves and are a part of as this nearly infinite organism. We get concentrated into a vessel, into an organism, maybe far less than what God himself, or even a giant ball of sun. A giant ball of sun. A fireball in space. Obviously, we are puny to these things. Obviously, we are a lesser being, a lesser form amongst other celestial entities, those of which we don't know, do they possess consciousness or do they not? And maybe they don't. Maybe we are the ones that have consciousness, and then there's something else that has consciousness that's far greater and beyond us. And again, we're just existing within the strange nightmare fuel of a freaking piranha that ate us whole as a universe. We don't even realize that. And maybe that nightmare fuel piranha exists within something even greater than itself on a macro universal scale. we're in this weird kind of limbo, and we don't really know truly what are we inside of. What vessel, what kind of organism are we playing a role within? And what purpose does that serve? And ultimately, what is the higher entity? What's the higher echelon of being that we're reaching towards? Where's the transcendence in all of it? Do we ascend? Or do we just stay here? I don't think we stay here. However, I think that there's a genuine question like, what does that mean? Maybe we don't stay here, but where do we go, and do we go somewhere? Is there a transcendence of the self and of the being? Well, likely, in some way, yes. There's probably a cycle of a being's movement throughout the cosmos. Because again, and this is where it comes down to, when with everything I was talking about, is like, where does that consciousness come from? Again, when I talk about all of this, the fundamental idea that we're completely on this abstract and all these layers that we're speaking through, we're talking about something where is the seed in all of it? Where's the seed of light? Where's the seed of pi as a number? Where's the seed of energy and motion and momentum? What is that seed? Where is it? What does it mean? From which all things are stemmed, right? Just like how there's a root to a tree. And it's very interesting that it's so prolific, this idea of a tree and its roots. It's a very archaic yet timeless image, if you've seen it. It's pictorialized in so many different ways. It's really fascinating though. You see the tree and you see its roots, and then you see the branches go out and the leaves. It's kind of a Nordic looking concept. Let's just face it. A lot of Nordic expressions like this idea of the all tree, But it's like, you think about the universe, where's the root and stem? And I think this is a core fundamental thought and idea that we've been wrestling with in our mythology and our theology. Within every ounce of our abstract thinking, we've been trying to grapple the idea of what is the seed, what is the root to which stems all of being? What is that basis to which holds all the rest of it together? Where did the universe come from? Where did the number pi and everything that it means for both existence and itself as mathematical meaning, where does all this come from? What is that stemming root? What is its core function? What is its core meaning? And like, where's that leading? Where's that going? What does that do for the rest of us? Because this is such a primordial power that we've been trying to grapple with and truly understand. I mean, you could say that this is the alpha genesis of all of being and the genetic code of the universe. That if you want to truly understand the fundamental underlying operating hardware of the universe, then you're going to be looking towards the core, the alpha genesis of all things. Because again, you have to ask yourself, the universe exists. Clearly, light is what has brought consciousness to the universe at the most fundamental level. So now you have to ask yourself, you have consciousness, you are a soul. Now maybe you're a lesser or a higher soul, right? Quality of individual is still up for question, but however, regardless of the quality of an individual, and of course then that is correlated to their soul, we have to ask ourselves something. Is there a spacecraft of sorts that a soul exists within? Is there a specific collection of light that represents you as a soul? And are you a part of the collective organism, which is light itself? As a strange, when you enter an organic status, is that just all that collective light entering material form, right? through matter, you are manifesting as light, which is consciousness. What is that and what does it mean? You really have to ask yourself this and comprehend it to the best of your ability, because there's such an underlying deep answer that is resting within this, that this is what carries the alpha genesis seed of what being and existing is and what it means, all throughout now and time immemorial. But this is the question to all things. This is the question to the universe and its laws and its functions. This is the question. Where is that alpha genesis seed? And when you think about a human being, before the human being came into existence, what were they before? Clearly, they existed as something previously. Collection of molecules, a collection of genetic code. Like really thinking about it, where's the alpha genesis of every family tree? Where's the alpha genesis of Adam and Eve? It's so strange to think about what was first formed and made, and then how that collectively carried itself down across time. Again, this macro organism of time. Humanity is a part of that. Now, of course, it's heavily fragmented, and it has a lot of twists and turns, and many of those twists and turns end up being bad or really good. Different races of people, some of them are really bad, some of them are really good. And then there's the members within these groups. Some of them really bad, really good. And that's at different ratios from the other groups. But you have to ask yourself, where does the alpha genesis of humanity truly come from? And every single individual that is then repossessed, in a sense, through reproduction, you have to ask yourself, because every single individual, you possess senses that are unique to you and no one else. Everyone else possesses their senses, and they absorb and they also articulate their surroundings differently than others. And that can be really good or really bad. There is this genetic code of the universe that gets imprinted onto every specific individual. And some people are clearly just rehashes of other mundane people. But we know that there's really special people throughout history. These people are the ones who break out of mundanity. They are, for whatever purpose, they are the chosen of the genetic code in the universe. They are amongst the endless probabilities. They are the unique outcomes, the magnitude which changes a time in its era. And there's a certain number of them, a select number of them. Not too many, not too little. Obviously, that is computational to some extent. But again, that existed somewhere before. So what is this strange reservoir that clearly exists of souls? What is that, and what does it mean? Is it ascension of the soul and of the spirit? Or is the soul and the spirit, is it cast away somewhere waiting for a designation? Until it continues off from that designation over time and it becomes something new, maybe something more, we don't know. What is the true essence, meaning, and being of a soul? What craft does it ride upon? Does it fly through? What vessel holds it before it enters its vessel, its body? What is that? Something strange happens when you sleep. You dream. And what's so strange about a dream is that it's so surreal, and it feels as real for as long as you're there. And it's once you're removed out of it, and you can be self-aware that it's a dream, but again, that's just consciousness. there's a consciousness even when you're asleep. So you have to ask yourself, when the spirit is clearly journeying off, and this happens during a dream, you're journeying off to somewhere, and your spirit is clearly going somewhere. Okay, by the way, I need to just start the stream here. So I'm going to quickly just boot it up. You know, it's so strange thinking about all this. It's just so crazy. All right, we got that going. All right. Let's give it a second. All right, looks like we have begun. All right. So we're back. Obviously we stepped away for a little bit. Right now I am recording the video talking about our previous conversation, and I was continuing it, so you can watch the video when it comes out. It'll come out at some point. I think this is the 57th playthrough. So, let me double check. I think it is the 57th. Or maybe this is the 56th. Yes, it's the 56th. So, anyway. We're back, and we've already been talking for a little bit on the continuation of my thoughts from last time. Anyway, just back to everything I was talking about. I think we find ourselves in a strange yet interesting place. And yeah, this is weird for, I guess, the live stream. Me talking about all of this. Obviously, it's in the middle of the conversation. Doesn't matter. Anyway. What I find so fascinating, though, and I guess I'm gonna have to recollect some of my thoughts. You think about the full essence and meaning, though, of the universe, and you really gotta ask yourself, what is that craft? What is that vessel, or what is that plane to which a soul exists upon? What is that coming from? And then a part of this, it's so peculiar when you start thinking about what is a soul, and you think about dreams, and you think about dreaming and how real it feels. You know, the amount of dreams I've had where it's like, I am literally getting brisked away to an outside realm, outside of even my own cognizant probabilities, going places and doing things. And I've spoken about some of my dreams, and they're just so strange. It's like your soul is clearly fleeting to some place somewhere. Your soul is escaping, it's flying away, it's journeying off when you sleep. There's something so strange about, and there's things about that, by the way. Very interesting things about that. I think it kind of makes me uncomfortable to talk about it, though. I don't think I want to. So, anyway. I think I'll just leave that layer kind of sitting around because, you know, it's very strange. But let's just put it simple, though. The soul, the spirit, does journey off when you're asleep. And either you are aware of the journeys that it goes on, and it's not completely out of possibility that also you're remembering things, but I don't think it's completely true that you are remembering things, although I think that is true, that a portion of dreams could be remembering things, but I think most dreams, in fact, I do believe that they are journeys. They're not remembering almost anything. I think it's rather clear that you are, I don't know, even like, are you investigating the universe's genetic thoughts, the genetic code of the universe? Are you just traveling through its own time as an organism, an entity of time? Are you just traveling throughout the universe's finite infinity and all the just incalculable odds and circumstances that exists within the entirety of the universe, the entire, you could say, simulation? And not to say it's a simulation in the way that other people say it, but it's like the universe is simulating itself, though. Now, what is the essence of that simulation? We don't know, but it is simulating every day. It's so strange. It's so peculiar. And it truly is something spectacular. But to really comprehend and think it through, what is the essence and the meaning of the soul journeying away when you sleep, and the provoking things that happen in sleep? And I am fairly certain that it is perhaps 99% of all dreams. I'm actually very uncertain whether or not dreams are in any way you searching through the genetic memory of the universe, and you're just living through its past self or its past circumstances of any kind. I don't think it's record-based. I think it's an ongoing living entity, and you're journeying off to other planes or other realities. Maybe, in some cases, maybe you're going into the future. Maybe you're breaking through the essence of time, and you're just simply existing beyond. You're entering the incorporeal form. You're fleeting from the corporeal, and you're exiting, and you're becoming something else, something different. It's you. It's the light of consciousness is you in the dream. But here's what's so strange in a dream. The vessel that you inhabit in the dream, it's not who you were formerly. It is someone else. Or something else, typically. Well, yeah. Something else. We don't even truly understand what it is. Typically, it's, humanoid, obviously, something that is relative to you. But when you go through a dream, you are inhabiting a new organism of time. Where is that organism? We don't know. What plane of existence have you entered? Don't know. But it feels as real for as long as you're there. Now, it's kind of up in the air how lucid it is for some people, but it can be quite lucid for others. You're there. It feels real. It is real for the most part. You're mostly in control. You're especially in control of your thoughts, at the very least. To think about the absolute essence of a dream, in the fleeting of your soul, your spirit, and the journey it's voyaging on. I've had intellectual conversations in my dreams with individuals, and I like my dreams. I've spoken about this before, but it is truly strange. In my dreams, though, in the past, I've had dreams where I'm talking to someone and I was experiencing what it feels like to have telepathy. You speak onto that person and you know where they're coming from, and you have an indication of where their next words are going to be taken. And then you actually hear them speak, and it's like, oh, that's pretty much what they were about to say, but they're speaking now. They're choosing amongst, the thoughts roaming in their head. They're now choosing what to say. So you're having a conversation where you can predict what the other person's saying, but they're going to ultimately choose what it is that will be told to you through the thoughts in their head. They're making a choice on their cognizance. You completely understand as if, you know, I mean, not as if it's your own mind, but you have a very, again, it's just mind reading. This strange telepathic mind reading. You know what's going on in their head in the most realistic sense that mind reading could ever be, which is you don't know the words that are going to come out because they're deciding, but you know the emotional intent and you know the list of words that are associated with those intents. So you get a really good leading hunch, and then they start speaking and they start saying things that you're like, oh yeah, that's pretty much it. And in this dream that I've had, having an intellectual conversation, they knew that I could read what their mind was thinking. And so you can infer upon that what that means, you know. So they know that I know where they're at. So it's a predictive conversation that's being had. But ultimately they choose what they're saying, and maybe, you know, in the conversation they intentionally chose something that kind of threw me off, but then quickly we got back on track. Like, it's very dynamic, it's very fluid. Having a telepathic conversation is a strange conversation where you just, both individuals, they know where they're both at. Now I think I forget. No, I think they were yeah, they were also telepathic of me too. It was a very interesting conversation where both speakers are on similar playing field with each other, just in what their thoughts are, and the regulation of the conversation's pacing. You're largely on, you know, you're both coming from your separate positions. You know, maybe you are more anxious and they are more just, you could say speculative. They're just thinking or whatnot. You know, just a natural conversation, but like the moods are different of the two people speaking. But then there's this predictive element that's thrown into it through telepathic intuition. And so you're having this conversation where you expect what the other person's saying, and you're very accurate on a lot of what they're about to say. So you have this very strange conversation where you're hearing things, and those things that you're hearing, they feel novel. It still feels interesting, like a conversation is or can be. But at the same time, you have this predictive power in the conversation. So it puts it, it's like a, it's such a strange, it's a magnifier of sorts. It's a magnifier. It's a, you know, it's a magnifier of keeping the conversation sort of on track, but not really, you know. Again, it's just, you're on the same basis in the conversation though. And it magnifies sharing that basis between the two speakers. Absolutely fascinating. That is, you know, amongst some of my other dreams, that is one of the most fascinating dreams I ever had, which was experiencing what is telepathy, expecting the words coming out of the other person's mouth and then being, of course, correct. You're expecting, because you know, a good idea what's going to come out, but then when they do speak, they do and they can catch you off guard, and they sometimes intentionally do that and not so intentionally. Just thinking of how strangely fluid and dynamic. Oh, nice. The stream is dying. That's cool. Anyway. But thinking about how fluid and dynamic that the conversation that you're holding is. Nice, the stream is back. That's great. Thinking about how fluid and dynamic that conversation is, and how you're ebbing and you're flowing, and you still have the personality quirks of that person that you're telepathically communicating to. It's so strange for me because I was having this conversation, intellectual conversation, in the dream, and who I was speaking to, they had their own thoughts, and I did not know what their exact thoughts were. I didn't know what their memories were. I didn't know anything. I just telepathically understood where their thoughts were leading and what they were likely going to say. So in the course of this conversation, they said things that I was expecting to hear, certain elements of certain things said, and again, it was this very fluid, weird conversation where you have this weird predictive power. You're on the same basis throughout the conversation, and you know when they're trying to kind of throw you off, just to kind of mess with you, like playfully and all that. And then they keep on talking, and then they just start saying stuff that's like, I didn't think about that. And they're saying stuff that goes outside of telepathy, obviously, because you're not inside their head, but you have the ability to read off of the intent running through their head. The absolute essence of what telepathy is so strange. It's so interesting. It's so surreal. You know, it doesn't feel like maybe in some way what has been popularized that you might expect, because obviously the idea of telepathy is often this idea that you can just read direct thoughts or whatnot, or just have, but you know, well, I mean, that's some idea of it, but there is also the idea simply of telepathy, just simply being that you can have communication, a conversation with someone, reading their thoughts in that moment, and you're having a conversation without language. And that was the other, again, one of the most interesting dreams I ever had was this. And then there's other ones that I've described, but this is one of them that really just took me aback. I mean, it really was something else, something truly special. And again, it's so clear that dreams, your soul is fleeting off somewhere. You're on a voyage, you're on an exploration. Your soul, your spirit is. And here's the truth. This doesn't always happen, but your soul, your spirit can get trapped there. That's strange when that happens. When it gets trapped, when it gets stuck on the voyage. Weird. And that's all I will say on that. But it is strange. It is strange. Very strange. Very strange. And what could that mean? I don't know. Because there's something that's going on there. But anyways. It's so weird though, having that sort of conversation where you have the predictive power of where it's leading. What directions are you leaning through the communication? But, you know, it's still completely unpredictable at the same time. It is so fascinating to have a telepathic conversation because half of your thoughts, again, are being communicated telepathically. So there's a bunch of things that go without saying. This is what's so strange about this predictive power, is that you're not saying everything that's on your mind. You're only saying the things that truly have the most magnitude in the conversation. The things that you want the other party to know the most, or that indicates your will in the most precise manner possible. So there's a bunch of thoughts that the other person's having or that you're having, and you're both reading each other telepathically. And you understand, okay, yeah, this person's leaning that way. Okay, I can understand. Like, oh, I'm not sure if that offended them. Oh, it didn't. Okay. And you're just having a weird conversation where these things are being read on the spot in real time. You completely understand what it is at high level of detail. And it's directing the conversation where half of your words are being spoken through the mind in real time, and then half of your other words are being spoken through the voice. To highlight how insane this dream was in general, and especially for me, just how crazy it was back when it happened, and having anything like it is just, you know, it's on a level of fascination that is just, I mean, it truly is awe-inspiring in some way, you could say, or it was such an otherworldly experience, though. Really strange, because to understand that you have this weird access to the mind, because in this dream, we were having this intellectual conversation. You have an idea where it's going, you understand it, and then I was told things that I completely did not predict that would be said, because these are things that do not occupy my mind, it occupies another mind. To have that communicated, and it genuinely was something that I did not expect. I wasn't thinking of it. It wasn't in the list of probabilities. And then once it was spoken, it actually took me aback, and I was like, oh, I didn't think of that. To be delivered, and now of course, you know, it's been long enough that I forget what the exact topic of the dream was, but it was a pretty meaningful conversation regardless. And what was told to me, you know, I woke up and it just sat with me. It lasted beyond it being spoken. It was truly something insightful. And I was like, and again, I forget which video I spoke about this when it happened. I think it was one of these playthroughs, I think. I wish I remembered which video it was. But anyways, what I was told though, and how revelatory it was, that everything I expected to be said, and how correct I was previously, you know, this telepathic conversation, and then to experience how despite the telepathy, there was something novel and revelatory to be gained out of the conversation. One of the strangest experiences, truly, ever. Really. So strange. One second. And so, through all of this that I've been talking about, there's something that just goes beyond the organic, the material, that goes beyond matter as it is. I mean, and that's just one example. I mean, there's other really strange things, really strange dreams I've had. And I did speak about the cyberpunk strange dream that I had. This weird cyberpunk dystopian reality that I was going through in the dream. And it was just, it was surreal. It was hyper realistic. I mean, it was something straight out of like a really compelling movie trailer. And that doesn't even do it justice. I mean, it is something that was just if it were a movie trailer, you would be like, what the frick is this? I want to see it now. It was something that was so otherworldly. It was so fantastical, mythical. It was so mythical. In Cyberpunk, really, it's not mythical. But the dream and the way that it materialized itself, it was beyond mythical. It was so otherworldly. The things that happened, and like, I can remember specifically the end of the dream was the most fascinating. And man, what that dream was it was so surreal. It was so otherworldly. What I was experiencing was so novel. It was so spontaneous, and yet, you know, I knew that the dream was a dream, but regardless, the dream was something that was beyond me, despite my cognizance. And this is what's interesting. You know, I think it's such a lie. Like, I'm just gonna say it. I think it's such a lie. Anyone that's ever been able to say, I don't think this exists whatsoever. I think people totally make it up for one reason or another. But you cannot take control of your dreams. You can't. And that's all I'm going to say on that. It's not even worth talking about. But it is strange that people have said that. And no. But what is fascinating, and you know, I think what it is that people exaggerate. I think that you become aware of what the dream is and you expect certain things because you're aware. But that's just because of the environment, and the probability of expecting different things is clear. But what we're talking about here is, and what dreams truly are, is that, you know, you can have really mundane dreams, so it's easy to expect anything. But then you can have fantastical dreams, mythological dreams that goes beyond just, you know, it can go into this weird technical dystopian future, or it can go into all these strange places. You're not predicting any of it. You are not the reason why it happened. These dreams are clearly something that is so far beyond yourself. And the realm to which your soul has journeyed off into, for whatever reason. And what's interesting about these dreams is that there is an end. Now, this is where it gets really interesting, because the essence of what is a dream, what possesses its meaning, is it a memory or is it a simulation on another plane? And are you voyaging off, exploring as a soul into another organism and experiencing another reality? You know, dreams do end, and they end one way or another. And there's a good number of dreams that end fatally. That can also happen. It can also not happen. Very interesting. There's something going on there too. Now, it leans in the direction that maybe perhaps dreams are a simulation of memory. Hence why some of them end fatally. I think, though, I still believe that that is incorrect. But I think that there is something interesting. There's something interesting to that. There is something interesting to that. That could mean a lot of things. The essence of a dream. The fatality of certain dreams as the proper end of itself. That can be connected to some really interesting things. For instance, what I'm thinking of is perhaps it's connected to energy expenditure, and perhaps it's like a vacuum in a void. It absorbs you, that where there's the most energy being exasperated, that's where energy will be absorbed. And of course, a soul, light, is energy. So perhaps when the spirit journeys off, depending on likely some computational mathematical parameters, you end up resulting into a specific organism that is relative to your energy marker, whatever that means, whatever it is. You inhabit this strange organism of time that you happen to possess yourself within, and then you experience the spirit voyage, the soul voyage that you're on for as long as that has time to play out, whatever that dream is. But it's very well likely that, again, it's very real, and maybe perhaps you're existing within a moment. And I have some other thoughts about this, but this is, theoretical, and it's possible that you are existing within a high octane moment, because that is where you are being absorbed into. Until that moment, and it could be, it's mathematical that when energy levels rise, they rise too much and they can blow up. So perhaps there's a strange kind of mathematical, circular, cyclical nature to dreams. And when you get cast out into another organism of time that you're entering into through the status of a dream, you're getting absorbed just by mathematical necessity, you could say. That also is happenstance, circumstantial, and it happens to be absorbing you into some pretty momentary, noteworthy moments that are just beyond the comprehension of the mind. You don't know why you're here. You don't know why these things are happening in this way. A bunch of stuff is happening that you're like, I did not expect any of that. And it just happens. And perhaps you're being absorbed somewhere into something that just by mathematical necessity plus happenstance, you're being absorbed somewhere that is a temporary experience just by mathematical means. And it happens to be something that where a lot of stuff is happening, and therefore a lot of energy expenditure. You get absorbed there. The energy expenditure continues until it is exasperated. And then that's where you return to yourself. There is a possibility in that. And of course, this can be dynamic with, of course, you can be woken up early in a dream. That can happen. But there's so much to that as well. There's something very strange about all of that. There is something more going on there. Dreams can be very dynamic. So anyways, that's just one of my experimental thoughts on it. There's some other directions I can lean towards, but regardless of anything, I think that it's clear that there is something noteworthy that's taking place in dreams. Something truly monumental is taking place. Truly, your soul is journeying off somewhere. It is inhabiting a separate organism within time. And you are experiencing a situation that is novel. And that despite how aware you are of its novelty and its experience, that doesn't matter. It's still going to happen, and in some weird way, you are an observer. For the most part, you are simply an observer, even though you do feel like you're in control at times, and even though you do feel like you're actually there and you are actively thinking, but you are on rails, so you're not in full, complete control at all. So it's a very strange harmony of being in tune with something that is existing beyond you, experiencing it for what it is, before that ultimately concludes for whatever reason. So, as I was saying earlier, I think that the essence of dreaming, I think it is something that is so absolutely fascinating. There's clearly something more going on there. And when you think about light and you understand it as something that is mathematical, it is something that exists. So light being consciousness, but it has a mathematical property. And that has meaning beyond the literal, which is just existence, the material, right? Mathematical is kind of more abstract. It's a kind of precise abstraction. It's strange because it's a hybrid of abstraction while also being a sort of law or nature of the universe that, I mean, because you can calculate it, it is something that is quite literal, but it's quite literal in the most abstract sense. You know, numbers are so weird because they're both abstract and literal. It's a hybrid of both things. And so that is very fascinating as well. But, you know, beyond the mathematical, these things ultimately do come down to a spirit of the literal manifest, the matter of the scenario, the full manifest of whatever could be mathematically computed. So you put all of this together and you put into the batch what dreams are, what is dreaming, what is happening within a dream. The exploration of the soul, the voyage that you're embarking on. And in some weird way, what is the purpose of that? I have no idea. But nonetheless, it is very fascinating. As I was saying earlier, I think that there's something truly fascinating and fantastical about the nature of whatever that alpha seed genesis, or you know, the other way of saying it is the alpha genesis seed. I mean, whatever, it's interchangeable, but anyways, whatever that alpha genesis is, the very root, the stem, the seed to all which is, because so much that comes after. I mean, this a star is a branch. You could say that it is a branch of the universe's manifestation. Clearly the stars, they likely came after whatever the first mover, whatever they did to generate the universe as it is. But again, the idea that the universe is simply God's very being and his consciousness being fragmented and turned into this something that can be witnessed. There's a weird price, I suppose, to be paid, but I don't think it has to be this way. But it turns out that this is the price that has to be paid, that in order to be witnessed, in order to be truly living, and that means for something else to notice you, recognize you, to look upon you, something outside of yourself has to witness that you are what you are. If you simply exist unto yourself, you're not truly existing. You are simply all there is. And that is, that is another definition for nothingness, is to be all that there is. So I guess maybe it is by necessity that you would have to fragment yourself. And I've thought about this before, but it's worthwhile talking about it again. So regardless, again, maybe there is something though that is necessary in the fact that in order to be witnessed, you have to create a chaotic universe. Through everything that we've already spoken about previously in this video, in this whole conversation, perhaps it is necessary that you have dangerous outcomes and scenarios in order to generate an existential organism of time that can comprehend your existence and recognize it. And of course, time is a huge aspect of witnessing things, because time is also an essence of memory. It's an essence of recording things. To be an organism of time that allows you to truly witness something for what something else is, and to witness it and to admit its existence. To think of the universe as the fragmented being, heavily fragmented being of God, and that's on more levels than one. Just consciousness alone, but also material, matter, which you could say that a lot of matter ultimately does come from light, because light is energy, and there has to be friction within the universe, so there has to be a tearing apart of its nothingness self, a state of all things being equal, or all things just being still, which, there's a uniformity to the universe, right? That draws it to be cold, still, and dark. You have to have friction, you have to have this movement, you have to have dangerous scenarios and situations occur. You have to allow that burst of energy for things to be and things to exist, and that is dangerous. To live and to also therein witness other things as they are is dangerous, fundamentally. But it also brings meaning, and it brings substance to what something is and what things are. The fact that things are not complete as they are, and they're not whole as they are. Instead, they're so incomplete that they exist as something else outside of itself. Well, now you brought being into existence. There is no being unless there is friction. And that's the truth. And it's so weird because you can have a state of low friction, but in order to actually exist and in order to actually be alive, to be in a state of being, there has to be friction somewhere. Maybe you are not the friction, but somewhere else there is the friction, and you're in the zoning where there is no friction, right? But it is interesting. One of the greatest ways to create a lot of just biological insanity is to create a sensory deprivation scenario. And that can look like many things, but whatever you can do, the more senses that you can deprave any living thing of, the more that you deprave anything which lives of its senses, it goes insane, typically. And there's a lot of things that are connected to this. It's quite strange because, in a weird way, friction is what brings meaning, substance, and a true worth to matter. It brings it all into life. It's now living, it's now breathing, it now means something, it's now set apart from everything else. If everything were unto itself, it wouldn't be. Being can only be witnessed from outside the self. So I need to write that down here. Okay. Being can only exist outside the self, and it can only come into living life through friction. All which lives must be sparked into creation. All which is relative unto itself, and all which can only perceive itself does not fundamentally exist as it already possesses all things, and therefore becomes nothingness. It's a strange paradox. It really is. The essence of how something, that if something were to become everything, then it would effectively become nothing. Because that's a completion state. And that's what makes this idea of the finite infinity of which the universe is the only way that any such way that life as we know it, that isn't just bland and mundane, but it's dangerous because of this, but regardless, the only way that life can come into being and the only way that things can be as they are is through the finite infinity. This strange constraints of darkness that vessels light. And it cannot be any other way around, light. Light, if it were to completely envelop darkness, then it would just blind you, and it would be the heat death of the universe, effectively speaking. It would just incinerate all that there is if light completely took over. Which then means it would just fizzle out as well. That would be such a high level of expenditure. Of course, if everything were to darken itself out and it were to completely run cold and still, then it would also die. The only way that things truly live is through the friction and the constant interplay between the colds and the hot, the light and the dark, Friction brings meaning to life and also life into meaning. So obviously, of course, it's all about the equilibrium. You don't want too much friction, but not too little. So again, within the genetic code of the universe, what is a soul? Where does it harbor? Clearly, there are unique souls, and they don't exist until they come into being. They cannot sense anything. So conceptually, well, materialistically, they don't exist until they can actually truly sense the world around itself. Truly process everything that is and has come into being. But again, like the question is where is a soul harbored? Where does it come? What is the alpha genesis of a soul? What is the seed root to which it grows from? And that is fascinating. And perhaps that is the a part of the endless that is perhaps a part of the endless somethingness of the universe, constantly generating more things, new things, as the universe expands and as it generates upon itself. And what does that even look like, honestly? But, you know, supposedly it's happening, okay. And it did happen somewhere at some point in time. Again, but do we really know how that's happening? We don't. A soul possesses a very unique spirit and a genetic code. This is something which formulates onto itself, but at what time and how does it, you know, perhaps there's a blueprint of a soul. And again, despite how significant each individual soul might be, historically speaking, or just presently speaking, or in general, just any other way that you want to measure the value of a soul, and the individual which possesses it, that soul still possesses itself in a way that is unique to others, despite quality and worth. So is there a blueprint? Well, now we have to ask the question, how many blueprints of the soul are there? How many of them are mundane, rewashed? And how many of the blueprints are unique and revelatory upon its creation? And then outside of this, trying to think about it. There's so many speculations to run into on this one. Are there blueprints to a soul, or perhaps, again, is there just what is the endless probability that is the ever so more multiples amongst multiples, the many prisms within a vessel? There's just this incalculable number of individual souls, because, you know, it's as wide and as far and as expansive as the generation of the universe. So perhaps, again, as I've said previously, perhaps the universe is just generating more and more souls as it gathers up more energy and more heat and more motion and momentum, and it's growing its own consciousness over time. And that growth of consciousness is generating more and more and more through the released genetic code, and perhaps it's chewing away at the nothingness which constrains itself. Perhaps there is a certain material matter of the universe that still hasn't woken up, and that is what's being released, and that's what's being chewed away by light. That the fraction, that the fracture and the disintegration of the still matter that is the entire universe, that the friction that is fracturing it as consciousness, light, heat grows in the universe, it is releasing more, a greater and greater number of existential volume back into being, back into life. And it releases with that, you know, it releases just things which don't exactly think, they don't really, they're not conscious, but they do exist and they do live in another way. But we're also releasing souls back into the universe as the universe is slowly expanding itself, growing and gathering itself, and constantly generating onto itself. Perhaps it is generating more souls over time. And perhaps there's an ether of numerous souls that exist. A certain number of them transcend, a certain number of them maybe descend or just stay flat, limbo. But perhaps these souls, they're stored up somewhere. They do exist as something that was designated, or something that had its own being before, within time immemorial, you could say. But you could say that there's this strange release of the mega persona, the mega consciousness of the universe. It's constantly generating more and more consciousness, and some of it unique, some of it not. But it just keeps on generating it over time. And as it's expanding, it's just releasing more of these pent-up, trapped souls. Of course, again, then this begs the question, again, where did they come from? Who and how were they originally formulated? And, you know, perhaps there's answers to all of this. But I think at the very root of all things is that there is no true answer to anything. Perhaps there's simply just a lot of wild goose chases of thought that you can pursue. But in the end, what is everything truly at its root? You know, everything could be an organ of God himself. And perhaps, right, every organ has a separate purpose and function and intent in all these operating different systems. You know, they are their own consciousness, they are their own thinking apparatus. Some of it unthinking, some of it thinking, some of it low. Maybe everything does think and it's just simply IQ, right? It's simply intelligence. So again, right, perhaps a squirrel has consciousness, but it's like such a low form of consciousness, just mathematically and literally. It has a very low soul quotient. It is a lesser life form. And you know, for all of history, there's many ways to which all this has been spoken through and described, but when you really think about it on this level, in this literal of a method and way that's not even so much theoretical, but a lot of it is a very healthy, well-leading hypothesis. Perhaps interesting. You know, perhaps it's all the organs of God himself, and it's so many different layers of consciousness that each one possesses to keep God alive, effectively speaking. And again, to be alive is to have friction, that to come into being, things must be able to witness each other, not just themselves. There must be as well a fracturing, a friction of all that which lives in order for there to be being. So perhaps all these separate functions of which is organic being, they all have imprinted within themselves their modus operandi, and that leads them towards their hormone makeup, their IQ makeup. And with all this, it determines biological structure and all these things, because you're ultimately an entity, an organism of time that is derived to fill out a certain task. And you're built for the tasks that you are meant to achieve, perform, and ultimately live out a specific end goal destination for the overall organism's function, continued health, or existence, whatever. I think there's a weird question to ask in all this. Is there a glitch in the Matrix? Ever? Is there truly ever a glitch in the Matrix? That to which in all way that things were created and made to exist, function, and perform, you know, because everything's made for its purpose. Everything has its blueprint, its design to carry out its functions. Well, here's another question. Are there any glitches in the Matrix that whenever there is good luck or bad luck, is that just a law and a nature of the universe being distributed around? Or is there such a thing as that all this friction and the fracturing of the universe itself to create living and create being, to create consciousness as it is and as we could ever know it? Maybe that does come with such random odds and probabilities that you end up having odds and probabilities that should not happen. Just as much as it's trying to compute for something that is novel and revelatory, something that is greater than everything that preceded itself, perhaps that comes with the risk, the dangerous risk of generating things that should never have been made or happened. And hence, through those probabilities, and the random odds and the intent of generating something that is new and novel and something that is meaningful beyond repetition and mundanity, perhaps that also comes with the risk to which the system can break. And that becomes a glitch in the matrix. That's where bad luck occurs. And that's where you can see fallouts of order happen. But I do think it's a rather interesting question that actually must be explored truly, which is, perhaps there is no such thing as a glitch in the matrix, and actually it's just a redirection of energy. Energy is lacking in certain areas, and it's in abundance in other areas. And for different tasks and operations, it's being delivered here and there and there, and everything's living out its function, its intended purpose, whether it knows it or not, including, of course, humans, who are the most conscious that we know of any organisms. But even being self-aware, you still do things that are your biological imperative, and everything else that is your psychological or whatever else imperative. And your hormones, they still rule over you. Everything rules over you regardless. Regardless of your ability to think and act for yourself, you're still slave to a machine, despite your free will and your free spirit that is trapped within you, you could say. But is there such a thing as bad luck? Or simply, is there just a lack of abundance? And this means something on a very deep level that begs the question. Again, the question is that all things which break, are they just simply destined to break? Was that always meant to happen? Is the breakage of anything, is that just simply a law of nature? And it was always going to happen, especially for different types of organisms with different levels of quality. Does perhaps the quality of an organism indicate the supposed luck that befalls the organism? I think it is an interesting thought to ponder, which is perhaps an organism, everything that is meant to happen to it is exactly what happens, and that is all based upon an energy quotient that is allotted towards each organism and its ability to carry out its tasks, which is otherwise known as, for psychology, positive and negative reinforcement. If you're good at something, you continue doing that thing, which just means that you're a good operator and maybe you have good genes, and maybe that is, and maybe also selection of environment is also a representation of good genes. You know, good genetic memory happens to show up in places that it belongs to be in, and it then makes the most of itself because it was destined for that. The blueprint, you know, if there's a blueprint, very possible, maybe there's not a blueprint, but you know, the vacuum of energy from one place to another and then how it's distributed, perhaps certain types of individuals, certain types of consciousness is delivered to certain places for the purpose of carrying out certain biological and existential realities. Again, perhaps a beautiful woman is supposed to be birthed in a specific place to then likely, very likely, most likely, mate with a very specific selection of available mates within that location. And it's supposed to go that way. And that is through the abundance of molecular availability and also energy. But I mean, like a lot of molecules, you know, like, and how they manifest into food, and now they manifest into water. I mean, that's also energy. In the end, it's all energy. It's all a manifestation of energy. So perhaps, for instance, that which is beautiful, it is meant to be where it is. It's meant to be where it comes from. It's meant to orbit those regions, those areas, and perhaps where energy is lacking, that which is abundant and perhaps beautiful, or maybe disastrous, because energy abundance can, of course, be other things that are disastrous too. The way that energy cycles from place to place, perhaps there is a sort of literal plus mathematical equation to which all things that are supposedly good and bad luck is just simply the direction, the currents of energy flowing through and manifesting in different areas, in different places of the world. And then it carries out its biological tasks. It carries out its biological or its existential necessities in a way that's kind of loose, sometimes awkward, but ultimately its energy makeup, everything that makes it what it is, that materializes into its surroundings and itself, all of that ultimately materializes in such a way that it fills in the purposes and the shoes and the intents that it was always going to fulfill. And that there truly is no such thing as generating providence or generating an outcome of any kind. It's just a flow of energy, and you are you're not a victim to it, but perhaps you are just simply designated by it. For instance, if you have more value personally than what is currently being lived out, you might, what you're doing is that you're building up static potential energy. And over time, when you are aware that you have more potential than what is currently being utilized, you grow a lot of unrest, you become disgruntled, and you seek to deliver yourself from one state of being to another, changing your function, changing what your rituals are. You start changing things that seem most logical towards a biological imperative that you're following. And that is also tied to, of course, energy. And so through that energy expenditure, perhaps, of course, that just redirects you, and you don't even realize it, that a law of nature is absorbing you from one location into the next. Just like how heat is transferred, it's never actually generated. And that's our idea of what is that? Thermodynamics. That's the way that we believe thermodynamics to work out, how it is supposedly functioned to be. However, perhaps energy, right, and heat is generated, but we don't know where that actually truly comes from. And it is from wherever it's generated, from wherever that initial friction is made, that sparks the first light of the universe, which is consciousness and all which is living and being. You know, perhaps we just don't know truly where that starts from and where it is. And then from there, it's this great release of pent-up energy that then gets transferred from one place to another. But again, if you have too much energy yourself, you're going to figure out ways to expend it. Or else the organism typically has an episode of some kind you could say, and that can look like different things when the energy expenditure is not properly distributed by what is biological. And it all seems so conscious and it all seems so free will until you realize that you're just following a biological necessity, and that is based upon energy signatures that exist within you or other things. And again, maybe you're stored up and maybe you're just absorbing for a time, right? But then eventually you have to release that energy in some way, and then you start figuring out how do you do that. You know, just like for me, I can think of it where there are times in which you think and you fathom to yourself that you don't really want to do anything. You just kind of want to be. But then over time, that absorbs so much that eventually you resolve to yourself, okay, something has to be done now. Something has to simply just be done. And so then you're driven out towards the things that you are likely to do or the things that you are likely to achieve. And because you're filling out a biological imperative, but perhaps you were storing within yourself and you were gathering within yourself, generating a stored capacity before you release it. And then the way that that releases, you know, there is such a thing as burnout with different things. And there's a reason why there are these terms and definitions to everything, is that there is a rotation of energy. And sometimes it moves slow, and then other times it moves fast. And understanding where you are in the flow of energy, it just makes you self-aware of how your biological imperative is leading and directing you towards where you're meant to be and where you're meant to go and what's meant to happen. Largely speaking, where does providence and destiny, where does it truly lead you? This is something interesting. A lot of revolutionaries, they happen to be typically high energy individuals. A part of having high energy is having a high IQ level. And the more that you try to quell the rebellious spirit, and you try to keep things at a neutral, you try to keep things cold, you are releasing energy elsewhere and allowing it to be absorbed. And you could say that this is why such an idea, and maybe it's quite literal, that the idea in which a hero is born within an age or after an age, typically within an age that's been ongoing for a long enough period of time. A hero is born out of a sense of tyranny, a sense of heavy control and consolidation and staticism of existential being, whether that's intellectual, just functional, biological, right? That can look like different things. I mean, famine is a form of you're suppressing food production and whatnot, that kind of thing. You're bringing staticism to resources, which is in another way energy. So in those times, though, and this means so much for so many other things, but in times of great tyranny, typically what arrives is quite often and you know, you could strangely say that maybe this individual exists at all times, and then it's just that they're being invited in that time period to actually act, or they're given finally the opportunity to act. And I've thought that before, is that You know, before every great hero, there are multiple heroes that come before. It's just simply the conditions were made to allow you to succeed in this time frame. But what if that time frame is completely doctored up by just simple energy transfers, and that's all it is? So during a time of great colds, right, a kind of an era of winter, which you could say is tyranny, heavy authoritarianism, that is an intense era of cold and darkness, in which all things are being held to a fundamental staticism that cannot be sustained. And what happens is that you are bottling up energy in the places that you are not controlling it the most. And there will always be that place that you're not controlling it the most. And you're storing that energy. That energy is redirecting itself into the individuals who will gather it all up, and they will gather the nutrients, which is, again, a form of energy. They will gather up the genetics, that is another form of energy. Genetic code, and that's an interesting thought, but anyways. And this is where you birth a high energy, high potential individual that happens to be the hero. The hero archetype is born, and it's from heavy tyranny, and that is just a simple redirection of energy. And you could say that, of course, what the hero does is that he frees through the high energy expenditure. And of course, the reality is that there's other side heroes, side kicks to the hero. And what they do is they aid the hero, because they are also born from environments where there is possibly potential energy that was being stored up, and they've been storing it themselves, perhaps, waiting for the time to release energy, and or they were also born too from that era in which the energy was redirecting towards them. And they're not the exact blueprint of the hero, but they are close to it, and they end up aiding the hero, and they have a similar energy profile as the hero does. And you can actually look at this, that this has happened throughout history. And it's perhaps the fact that once the hero frees civilization from the clutches of tyranny, that is a great release of energy, and it gets spread out to multiple individuals. And that's where you end up in an age of apathy, and most people are kind of low energy. They don't really care about anything. If bad things happen, who cares, bro? It's just life. It's just how things happen. It's how things go. Who cares? Who cares? You get those types of people, low energy. And they typically also happen to be low IQ. They don't take things seriously. Nothing matters to them. Things just happen and they just occur. And that's it. And you just deal with it. They are the slave race. They are the sheep to a shepherd. But ultimately, really, let's just be honest, they're the meat to the meat grinder. That's really what they are. And that is generated in a highly dispersed energy environment. And it's coming from a high energy environment that then interesting. That then arguably a certain collection of medium energy actors and individuals, they can most easily gain power in a low energy environment. And that actually makes sense. That when what is perhaps quite often and honestly is categorical evil, it is able to mobilize most in a low energy environment, because what is evil is actually medium energy. It has enough energy to enslave the slave race. The slave people, the sheep of a shepherd, the meat to the meat grinder. Obviously, those things are different from each other. But, I mean, all those things happen in different phases, ultimately. Ultimately, there's those who subjugate and those who are subjugated. And It is the medium energy that will claim the low energy, and the low energy, they just accept it, and perhaps they're just destined for it. They were made for it. The simple energy makeup of what they are makes them what they are. But then, of course, in such an environment, we always have the few high energy individuals who make up the hero and his brigade. The hero and his force. The hero and his brotherhood. And this is something that you see all throughout history. And in mythology, which is also another way of characterizing history. But this is in a lot of part. This is where the hero mythos, this is where it comes from. And it makes sense then how archetypally the villain is just meant to, I don't think, here's the issue, is acting like these things just happen and it's meant to happen in this way, especially because people like to have confirmation bias, and that's not what it's about. And perhaps the confirmation bias doesn't quite always happen, but anyways, who cares? Just forget about those who are seeking for confirmation bias to weak ideas, because there's plenty of those people. But regardless, there's a purpose, a rhyme, and a reason in which perhaps the hero is supposed to be. It is by design of just the nature of the universe, the mathematical makeup of which is both a literal and abstract thing. But the way that energy transfers and moves around, perhaps, it's just by mathematical, conceptually mathematical. It's a law to the nature of the universe that a high energy individual is generated during times of great likely evil, authoritarianism. And one thing I do hate in saying all this is that I know how easy it is for modern day people to connect what I'm saying towards liberal presumptions. A lot of liberalism is a deceit and a lie, and everything that is being defined here is a neutral qualifier, which many more times than people would like to admit aligns with the conservative angle of history many times over. But regardless of that information itself, it's more of a neutral qualifier though, or value. It's more of a neutral quality that it just plays out regardless of any affiliations. It's just energy, and it's being transferred, that in a time of great stillness and staticism, which can be, it can be different things, but it can easily throughout history, it's been throughout tyranny by governments, and that can always look like different things. But regardless, during a time of great staticism being delivered upon organisms in a certain concentration of areas and environments, you end up spawning the high energy individual that ends up going to war against, just by its own nature. It goes to war against those of the medium energy. Enough energy to take advantage, and the energy is also tied to IQ. They have enough intelligence, which is in turn energy, vice versa, to take advantage of the low energy. But ultimately, the high energy will always prevail over medium energy. But it has to be stored up within enough time, and that's why, likely throughout history, perhaps, evil must exist for a certain portion of time, because you can't just immediately spark. I mean, different things can be done, but to increase the energy expenditure, but a certain level of sinistry must take place before a high energy individual, through potential energy storing up, is generated, and then other relative individuals of close high energy are also stored up, also generated before your time, during your time, whatever. And then you're all employed together against the medium energy and its wills. And that entire cycle and filtration of human behavior and human thought and how it manifests itself in real life and real history, it's all just simply a transfer of energy made conscious, highly conscious and highly self-aware. But it's ultimately energy. It's just hyper intelligent energy at that point in time, or just in general. Collectively speaking, it's hyper intelligent, especially compared to animals. But it seriously could just be a strange way of characterizing different organs of, let's say, the entire entity that is God, which is the universe, and then all the microorganisms of God himself, which bring meaning and essence to his existence, that literally bring him into being as he is. Instead of nothingness, static and still nothingness, you create a very dangerous historical, a series of patterns that can be repetitive or novel. It happens one way or the other, but you're generating these outcomes that are just simple transfers of energy, just like how due to certain biological, which again is tied to energy, and then it just manifests in an increasingly more and more complex way, but the fundamental underlying nature of all things is energy. Again, like a cell existing and everything that moves around to keep a cell alive on the molecular level, in the mitochondria, as I remember, I think that's correct. But there's other parts of the cell too that you're moving energy and resources around, literally. So again, you just think about it all, and it's like, just think about everything on a molecular level. Think about how a cell implodes and it just breaks. You could say that that's a great representation for what happens when a kingdom falls, right? The fall of Rome, the fall of the Holy Roman Empire, the fall of Greece. The cell broke. And that's for, invaders coming in. That's by bringing in too many low quality organisms, and they corrode the internal organism, the entire cell, and then it just breaks, it rots away, and then it spills everything out, and then it reforms into something new after that. It rebuilds. And perhaps, of course, we look at ourselves and we're just a hyper intelligent cellular biology for God. And even though we are so self-aware of ourselves and what we do, and we can question ourselves and maybe take matters into our own hands, and you can bring an end to yourself if you so chose. But like even that can typically just be as a result. That's not going to happen. You're not going to end yourself if you are existing in a energy abundance environment, because largely a lot of your needs are met, and in fact it's in abundance. And maybe if it's too much, then you go insane, maybe. But if you have equilibrium, I don't know. Maybe it all is. Just every fathom of intelligence and psychology, perhaps it really does just come from a transference of energy. It's just made hyper aware, and we even give a language to it and words and different words that mean the same thing as other words, but slightly different. Saying things like happy and content, slightly different. It doesn't matter, that differentiation, but very close to each other. Joy, to be elated. There's a bunch of different words that we can use to describe the same thing, and there's a purpose to that. But even despite the hyper awareness, self-awareness, and the hyper specificity of existence, in the end, it really does just translate to a simple transferal of energy and just figuring out the best biological model as well as personality. You know, because right, there are defender cells within cells. I'm forgetting some of it right now, but there's the macrophage, as I remember. They're kind of the janitors of a cell. But then there's the other parts of the immune system. I'm forgetting what they're called. But there's the other parts of an immune system. They are the police force. They come in and they invade through a human body. They invade cells that have a pathogen that invaded, and they literally, you know, they neutralize it and they take it out. And if the illness is a greater threat than expected, it will redirect more energy, more resources to deal with, you know, to enter that cell. And sometimes, as I remember, it will either kill the cell outright, just burn the building down, right? It's been taken over by terrorists, just burn it down. Or it just, you know, you basically hire more of a police force to deal with the assailants, right? And it's so interesting that on a molecular level, how specific everything operates, and there is a certain level of intelligence to how things operate on a cellular level, and it's somewhat self-aware. Let's be honest, right? It as things occur, it will direct more resources. Well, similar to a human being. Okay, let's throw 2 cops at it. Okay, that's not working. Let's throw 15 guys at it. That likely seems like what we have to deal with now. So perhaps even on a cellular level, intelligence is quite the same between humans and cells. It's just that cells are so microscopic, they don't exist. And we were speaking about that earlier, about the fact that at some point, every higher level and order of being that you possess, you become even greater, much more greatly so, less, no. Each level existing beneath you becomes more and more and more of a blob, more and more and more irrelevant, and more. It starts to lose its specificity and its true meaning and its relevance, and instead it's just something that's there. It's a speck. But of course, for the things that are beneath higher orders of being, they simply cannot comprehend it. Anything that is above what is its lessers cannot be comprehended. This has to do with people, you know, lesser intelligent people. They cannot comprehend higher intelligent people. You will see this happen a lot where stupid people will cause, and by the way, this is something that's actually discussed a lot in the Bible, which is the fool and the wise man paradox. There's a lot of similarities. There's a dichotomy to the fool and the wise man. And it's like a horseshoe. They are different. They are separate from each other, but the closer that you get to the top of the horseshoe on either side of the prongs, the closer that they seem to be to each other than the bottom of the horseshoe, of course. So the more that you stray from the average, effectively speaking. And I do think that the idea of the horseshoe, it's complete bogus when it comes down to political thought. But when it comes down to IQ and the wise man and the fool, it's a great representation of that difference between the two. So anyways, but that's why a lot of fools, they think that they're very close to other wise men. And even wise men, for a time, you will question yourself as a wise man. And this is something that we've seen with a lot of them throughout time in history. A lot of wise men, they happen to question themselves quite a lot, as if they were a fool. There's a weird similarity to the dichotomy between a wise man and a fool. And there's a functional similarity between a wise man and a fool, but they're ultimately very different from each other. A fool is so stupid and they lack so much intelligence that they're not self-aware. They don't realize that they're not a wise man. You're actually an idiot. But then the wise man is so self-aware that he presumes that he's a fool at times. And he has to, over time, he has to determine for himself, is he truly a wise man? So again, they're separate, but there's a weird synergy between the two where they seem to be on an equal playing field. They're on the same plane, but they're in two separate realities. Very interesting how it works. It's a strange paradox between the two. But regardless, in the end, is it perhaps all a simple expression of energy and its abundance in specific locales and regions? And as I was saying earlier there, before that slight offshoot, again, anything that is beneath a higher order of being, higher order of thinking, intelligence, cannot comprehend what is above itself. It just cannot comprehend it. We don't know if we're existing within a hyper-intelligent piranha, nightmare fuel piranha that's swimming around in some weird expanse of, we don't know what the frick it is. It could be what we think is nothingness, and it could be like some weird Lovecraftian realm that is just completely outside of our own existential being. And it could just be swimming around and we exist within it for some reason. And that exists within a greater being that maybe is God at its fullest scale. Maybe, we don't know. But we cannot comprehend anything that is above us to the point that is so incalculable or just so, it's just so inconceivable. We just don't know. We have no idea. It just doesn't even exist to us. And I've had this happen actually recently for me. For instance, when it comes down to IQ and intelligence, sometimes I like to think to myself that, oh, people think a lot like me. I like to think that way. I like to think that other people can comprehend and fathom what it is that I think or say. And then there comes a point in time where I run into people that are truly low IQ. And it's like running into a wall. You try to say things that are common sense. You try to say things that are very reasonable and sensible. And you're like, obviously everyone's aware of this. Everyone kind of agrees. I mean, it just kind of goes without saying. And you say these things. And when you say these things to lower intelligence individuals, you run into something very weird. You realize that there are stupid people. And you realize, oh, in no world, in no way can I speak or fathom an idea into your mind. You simply cannot possess what is above your order of being. They are the low energy individuals. And there's a lot of telltale signs of these types of people. Part of it racial. Part of it behavioral. You see who these people are. You're communicating with them. It's very easy to just pick up on it. It's like, oh, this person does not understand higher thoughts and ideas. And if they were to ever understand these ideas, it's going to take them a millennia of time compared to me, compared to someone else. So you start to realize, oh, they are them and I am me. They are low IQ, highly low IQ. They are helplessly stupid, unintelligent, and entertaining any level of conversation with them will just simply tire you out, or it'll just exasperate you beyond belief. There is no way, and it's fruitless to try and win them over towards anything. They are the people that you avoid conversations with. That's what happens. You know, there's nothing worse than wrestling with pigs in the mud because all they know is the mud. And when you are of a higher order of being, well, wrestling in the mud is a waste of your potential. It's a waste of your energy. So the energy transferal becomes a waste. It becomes ridiculous, and that it becomes waste, excrement. And of course, that is something that is known on the molecular level, on so many different levels. We see this in economics. We see this with everything. That what is, where where energy goes to die becomes waste. It becomes excrement. Wrestling in mud with pigs is excrement behavior on the most literal level when it comes down to your energy expenditure. And so this is why any higher order of being, they must, in all their power, I mean, no, it's not even all within your power. Every higher order of being will do everything in their ability to possess their higher state of potential. And this is what I mean when I talk about this, is like, again, you cannot comprehend what is above you. When you are truly retarded, you just cannot comprehend anything that is above your intelligence. And whenever you are above other forms of intelligence, you either admit, witness, or realize that everything beneath you is a speck. It is a piece of dust. And in no way will it ever equal to your magnitude. And so you disregard it and you ignore it, or you try to avoid it if you can't ignore it. So regardless, you exit the orbit of lesser states of energy and its being, and you can inflate this up to celestial bodies. You can inflate this up to the universe and how it looks at probably planets, and it's just a speck of dust. Who cares? But then you can think of like, what are these higher entities? I mean, if we are living inside of a nightmare fuel piranha, again, what the frick does it think of anything that exists within it? It thinks absolutely nothing. And effectively, any level of thinking that nightmare fuel piranha swimming around in some Lovecraftian void, anything that thinks or does is of a higher level of intelligence and being than anything beneath it. And what it is doing, we cannot comprehend why or what it is, and only it can comprehend why and what it is. As it is the alpha function, it is the apex function. The a priori is what follows the nightmare fuel piranha. Hence and therefore, the nightmare fuel piranha is effectively a genius compared to anything that exists within itself. Simply because its intelligence for its functional purpose that everything else is reliant upon is far more valuable than everything that is within itself. Everything within itself is so minuscule, and it's all, it's such a fraction of a fraction, it's so many multiples of multiples beneath itself, doesn't matter. Now that's a really weird way of ultimately having to cope with it. It is rather weird. It's like, well, maybe technically your ideas and your thoughts are more complex, but all that really means is that your tasks are more complex than the nightmare fuel piranha that is above you. Although the nightmare fuel piranha, he still has to do things, and he still has to strategize in ways that if he doesn't do it, then your universe explodes or implodes, either or. So you are reliant upon the higher intelligence of the nightmare fuel piranha that you're existing within, that you have no idea if you actually exist within or not. You're completely reliant upon that higher essence and order of being to function effectively in order for your existence to continue as a speck of itself. So again, we come into the whole question in all of this. It's like, where does the seed of all being come from, and where does consciousness truly come from? And the question is like, well, perhaps consciousness is just energy, and it's just energy that follows a certain level of complexity for desirable tasks. And perhaps, we think about humans, for instance, the most conscious beings that exist as we know it. Perhaps humans are just highly specialized operators of a greater organism, and that within ourselves we have humans that also have self-awareness. in such a way that we are aware of within ourselves. And those things are also existing on a level to which they care about many things similar to us, but we cannot fathom them. They are a speck within us that completely just do not matter. And if we were to go, they would go too. Or maybe, again, we don't actually truly go, but we transfer. And if we were to transfer to somewhere else, something else, right? You pass on, you transcend into another state of being. All of that transcends and passes on to another state of being with you. And so it's this weird transferal of different levels of complexity of simple heat and energy that has a personality profile based upon its function profile, its functional necessity. If you are a police officer organism, you are going to have a certain level of intelligence that is necessary for police officer tasks and carried out behaviors. But of course, if you are the research and development side, which is just simply computation, if you really boil it down, you know, a computer can do research and development just like a human can. So again, it's just numbers at the end of the day. Again, numbers being both literal and abstract, which is a weird thought and idea, but it's ultimately true. But again, they run through the probabilities. They're generating and they're dealing with what? Intelligence. So in a sense, they're carrying out a very human task and a very human outcome. That's what a computer is doing. It's engaging with a level of humanity that humans thought were unique to themselves, and then eventually it turns out it's not. And in fact, we're boiling it down to its most innate level, which is just simply a certain level of energy abundance, and that is being directed towards certain tasks. And the more energy abundance you have, the more complexity that you have, because you have more energy to expend with. So you're able to think about more things, tolerate more things, and therefore you can carry out certain levels of tasks that other things cannot do. But there's nothing truly self-aware in all of it, because you're just following through. In the end, if you really want to look at it truly for what it is, you're just carrying out something that is your biological imperative, number one. Then number two, it is simply a transference of energy. And it's just how much energy that you have that determines the complexity of what you are and what you're doing and how you're doing it. And it's once you fulfill your task or you carry out the health span of the organism of its time, then the organism, it implodes, explodes, whatever, and then it has to rebirth before it does it again, before that energy signature, that energy abundance is redistributed, and then it's carried out once again after it's stored up within a certain amount of time, and then it carries out its functions for whatever purposes it's made for. And that can be so many different things. High energy, high IQ, medium energy, medium IQ, average IQ, and then low energy, retard IQ. It's so weird. Because perhaps everything is energy. Again, light. Everything, consciousness, which is tied to intelligence. It's all just a certain level of abundance and energy that is carrying out its operational necessity, which can be biological, but it doesn't have to be biological. It can just be a force of nature, which is also actually, in fact, in some way biological, but perhaps it's a different form of biology than what we know biology to be, because it's a different It's a different structure. It's a different form. It's a different entity, right? Gravity is an entity. It does exist. It is something that is living. Now, what is its intelligence? Maybe it's greater than ours. It could be very possible. It is much more intelligent. We don't know. What is so unique and special about humans is that we abstract our thinking. And within humans, we can manifest our environment. We can take other organisms and we can experiment and utilize ourselves upon them, whatever it is. You know, we can try to manipulate gravity. We can take different entities, whether it's an insect, whether or not it's an animal, whether or not it's a law of nature. We can manipulate all things which exist and are living and are being in their own forms, in their own materialized makeup. We can take these things and through their manifest, we can manipulate them. We manipulate things in such a way that it's very arguable. I mean, we could try, we have the intelligence to attempt to bend the laws of gravity, of nature. So we as a form, as a vessel of energy, we have such an intelligence quotient that so energy abundance, that we are capable of manipulating other forms of energy. And if we build up the consciousness of humanity so far and wide, we could become a weird megalithic, relative to ourselves, we can become a weird megalithic entity that can manipulate at a greater and greater volume. Now, of course, the question is, well, can't that just simply be anything in the universe, including cellular biology? And the answer seems to be yes. So again, perhaps humans are also not even special on that level, and we're just so self-aware of ourselves. And perhaps there's many other forms of life that are also self-aware of themselves. And maybe because they're a lesser being, they do have lesser intelligence, perhaps. But that also means that we have lesser intelligence than the greater higher order beings that exist beyond ourselves, that could very well possibly be the nightmare fuel piranha that we exist within. And perhaps that is truly smarter and far more intelligent than we are. And the things that we worry about completely don't matter to the nightmare fuel piranha, because it has so much more figured out because it's on a higher level of being. Perhaps. Or again, maybe the nightmare fuel piranha, it requires less energy on its level, on its plane of being, that it's actually functionally less intelligent because its function is less complex. So maybe perhaps intelligence is measured by complexity, and it's measured by the density of energy in certain environments. And so despite size, it's all relativity and it's all ratios. So where there is perhaps a concentration of, let's say, 75% energy in certain regions, that's where the most intelligence is gathered up. Just as a law of nature, as a mega conscious law of nature, that wherever energy is stored the most, that's where the greatest level of intelligence is gathered. And it doesn't matter what that thing is. It could be a sun, a giant sun ball of heat in the sky. That is where the greatest concentration of energy is. So perhaps that's where a mega centralization of intelligence exists, perhaps. And it's something that we cannot fathom. It's so beyond ourselves. If you even try to look at the sun, you go blind. If you were just there in front of the sun itself, you'd just be like, what the frick? And go blind, okay? But perhaps the sun is thinking, and it is conscious on a level that's so far beyond everything that's beneath it. And that's because it has a higher concentration of energy. And again, it's so great and so beyond ourselves that we cannot even fathom that the ability for it to compute and calculate things is just beyond our own fathom. But then maybe on our plane of existence, we possess such a higher level of thinking than other organisms, because on our plane of being, we possess a greater concentration of energy. And then certain individuals, they possess lower energy, so they're lesser intelligence, and then other individuals, it goes up and they have higher and higher levels of intelligence. Simply because of a distribution of energy. So effectively though, where energy, ultimately where consciousness comes from and where intelligence comes from, is abundance of energy. And that abundance of energy will materialize in a specific organic makeup. It will manifest itself in the most necessary manner possible to carry out its necessary tasks. And so whatever material form that anything makes up in the universe, and again, what does that truly mean? Because everything is a speck. Everything becomes a blob the more that you zoom out. And it becomes increasingly ridiculous and meaningless the more that you zoom out. So again, to the nightmare fuel piranha, anything that does maybe possess more energy abundance than it itself on its plane and level of on its field of being, again, perhaps, right, it has less energy abundance than everything that is outside of the nightmare fuel piranha on its plane of being, and therefore there are other organisms of time that exist outside of the nightmare fuel piranha that are far more intelligent than it itself. Now, maybe this is the question to ask. Then which organism are you existing within? Maybe perhaps we are not the nightmare fuel piranha, and in fact we are a part of an entity that is of higher intelligence that has interacted maybe a couple of days, maybe not, with that nightmare fuel piranha, and that happens to be on a lower energy, it has lower energy abundance, a lower heat signature, you could say. And ultimately, therefore, it has less intelligence than whatever we are inside of. And what we are inside of is perhaps, possibly, a higher intelligence entity, which indicates different things about the universe to which we occupy, and therefore the orbit of the sun that we occupy, and therefore the planet that we occupy and its atmosphere within. All of that are differing levels of energy abundance, and it goes down in differing levels of concentrations that then possess and determine intelligence. And perhaps we're all within a highly intelligent macro organism that perhaps has to deal with a nightmare fuel piranha in a Lovecraftian void. Maybe we are inside of an eldritch being, perhaps. When you comprehend the eldritch mythos, there's something very strange and enigmatic about it. It's so ethereal and so otherworldly, and the idea of the eldritch is oftentimes it's quite vague, it's quite obscure. Well, you think about something that is such a great macro consciousness above your own being, that perhaps, yes, maybe you are existing within a strange eldritch being, but an eldritch being is truly something that is actually truly, it is a vague, maybe it's a very loose energy makeup as what it is. It's concentrated, but it's very loose and spread out. And perhaps that's why this idea of the alignment of the stars, which is just the internal being, let's say, of the eldritch being, this is why through the alignment of stars, which is again energy, through the alignment of energy within the universe, an eldritch being can teleport. So it can break through space and time and it can move from one location to the next. It can manifest itself in other places. So again, perhaps the universe that we are existing within, it could be that it is God, and that whatever God is can be well described through maybe what we have fantasized and we've pictorialized for somehow we did it through Lovecraft and his stuff. And obviously there's stuff that came before Lovecraft, that perhaps this manifests in such a way, this existential being and its existential reality, it manifests in our fiction when it's absolutely direly real. And perhaps our universe exists at a certain level of health, unlike other universes, macro universes and whatnot, because of this level of intelligence of this macro consciousness, megalithic being that could very well be an eldritch being that has the ability to perhaps survive within a chaotic environment that is the universe, and all the friction and all the fracturing that occurs at all times, and how dangerous that being alive, that being in a state of being is. But because it has this mega intelligence, it has this mega status of being that goes beyond our own comprehension. It is this weird, obscure, vague concentration of energy that allows itself to be loose enough that it can just exist in a stasis, right, amongst a chaotic universe, and then it teleports across the universe. The eldritch being that we are existing within. And like maybe when there's that nightmare fuel piranha that's on a lower energy signature, therefore lesser intelligence, than the eldritch being that we exist within, the eldritch being coincides all of its energy within itself to bend and fragment space and time around itself as its own organism of time. It can manipulate itself in such a way that effectively it like creates a wormhole and it teleports through like a gateway through space and time to avoid, let's say, the lower life forms, the lower levels of intelligence. And that is the nightmare fuel piranha, that again, lower energy than the eldritch, but ultimately it does pose a threat. But because the eldritch is a higher order of being than the nightmare fuel piranha, it has the intelligence and it has the capability to avoid it. And therefore that's why our universe still exists and it hasn't been eaten whole by some nightmare fuel piranha. And maybe perhaps that's why other universes are swallowed by other ones. And maybe perhaps that is in some way, maybe that is for what we can comprehend as a black hole, is that the nightmare fuel piranha has eaten itself, or not really, well, another one ate the other one. And so effectively it's like it ate itself. Another individual of the same species ate itself. So it cannibalized each other from one to the other. That could have happened, and then therefore for us it creates a void. That's what we perceive it as. It's a void in space. Of course it looks like something different for something on its own plane of being, but it's so vast that it's effectively nothing. I mean, what is the shadow of a giant being? It probably just looks like, I mean, it just becomes incomprehensible. But if it's far enough away, maybe we can comprehend that it's a blob. It could be like so many light years away that nightmare fuel piranha that just ate another one. And maybe that caused certain things to happen on its level, plane of being, on its scale of existence. Perhaps that generates to us what looks like a black hole, and really that's just an erasure, right? It's an absorption of another state of being, another entity of energy being absorbed by another one, and it creates a vacuum of energy when that one entity is absorbing the other. And because we're so far away from it, we're millions of light years away from it, it just looks like a black hole to us, when actually it is an entity, it is a being, it is something that actually possesses intelligence. It's just so far away we can't make out what it actually is. So then we call it a black hole, and it's like just putting a black circle on a canvas. even though everything that is that black circle, you know, the ink, the paint, the molecular makeup of it, the air, the oxygenation of the paint, the moisture profile. There's so much that paint itself is. You know, paint is wet and then it's dry. To us, it just looks like a black dot on a canvas. But the closer in you get to, you see the molecular world at work on the canvas with the paint. And so perhaps we are existing within a hyper-intelligent eldritch being that's teleporting across the macro universe, or something proximal to that. It's existing in another plane of being, and it continues, and effectively it is God. Maybe it is God that's existing within the fractured, friction, dangerous universe, the friction heavy, dangerous universe that God himself spawned to become living, to become real. And he effectively is whatever this idea of an eldritch being is, and he can bend space and time and teleport. And that's why our universe still exists, and maybe other universes, they also exist on their own level and plane of intelligence, whatever they possess, whatever their energy abundance happens to be. And there's just this huge, weird world that's going on beyond ourselves, and we can only comprehend it when we look into the cosmos. Now, of course, we've been able to also figure out constellations. Now, what is a constellation? Because that's very interesting. We've been able to find a pattern, a rhyme and reason of energy. And ultimately, we've been able to figure out celestial bodies and personalities to the night sky through the constellations that form. And perhaps that is us witnessing maybe a collection of individuals, or individuals and their multiple parts of themselves, multiple organs of their being. And so we're able to paint out in the sky, or rather in the cosmos, we're able to paint out other macro organisms. And of course, to us, it's completely it just looks like multiple stars or something like that. But maybe we're just not able to comprehend. And again, though, I mean, you know, how many layers out do we have to get for it to be God, and for it to just be another organ or another entity within God? But it is highly likely to say this with a good deal of confidence. Your intelligence, your hormones, your personality, all of it is determined by a functional imperative that your region of the universe necessitates your materialized form and structure. You happen to have so much energy within this specific region for this specific meaning and purpose that you materialize as a human instead of a sun or a planetary body. The energy signature coalesces in this specific environment in such a way that it spawns what you materialize as. And you're not so much conscious, and you're not so much living, as much as you're a simple embodiment of energy at a certain ratio, at a certain quality of concentration. And that ultimately forms and reforms itself over time to eventually bond together, create, and it bonds together in the most sensible and reasonable idea of how the organism should be generated so that it actually can exist and live and function properly before it disintegrates upon itself and then has to reform into something else after that. And again, maybe it transcends, maybe it doesn't. And that's up for, there's reasons to, as we've already discussed, there's already reasons to think and believe that perhaps certain levels of energy on maybe any being, right? Different species and races of being, whatever, breeds of being, those different levels of quality, perhaps certain breeds of dog transcend themselves with a certain level of energy abundance that dog happened to possess compared to other dogs. And it transcends perhaps into another state of being that is greater than the previous one, maybe, who knows. But that energy does go somewhere, and it does filter to another place. With a certain level of intelligence due to the certain level of energy, abundance, and concentration, and therefore how it materializes. So again, maybe there is, maybe what a soul is, and what is the alpha genesis seed of a soul. Perhaps it's simply just energy. And it's just energy at a certain concentration that being transferred from one location to the next with one biological imperative that different concentrations of energy will have, it ends up materializing certain molecules and certain matter, and it slowly materializes upon itself to eventually create a greater and greater and greater and more and more and more conscious being that then functions at a certain level of complexity that is necessary for the dangerous, high friction environment that is the universe, which is the entire organism and body of God, who I guess chose to fraction himself so that he could actually truly possess what it means to be alive. And to ultimately create something that could witness his being and could actually witness it and then also interact with his being, so that then he wasn't just existing upon himself. He wasn't just interacting upon himself. No, he fragmented himself so greatly that he could actually be interacted to by more than just himself. And those things, they know that they exist because things relative to themselves also interact with them as well. And the eldritch being that we happen to be inside of, that's teleporting across the universe and avoiding nightmare fuel piranhas, again, maybe perhaps that is the greater existential being that is a part of God or is God himself. And he is the finite, the maximal scale of the finite infinite that exists in the universe. And at his level of function that goes beyond our own calculable comprehension of what our level of function is and what it means. But again, it really comes down to this, and I think like this very well likely is the true meaning of what is biological life, and this is what IQ levels and, intelligence, this is what it all is, and this is what it all means. Truly speaking, it's simply energy. And it is an abundance of energy, and the more energy that's available, the more beautiful you can become, and the more hyper aware, the more hyper intelligent, and the more complex and the more capable that you become. You end up possessing more traits and more positive traits due to a certain level and abundance of energy compared to other states of lesser energy that have less abundance, and therefore maybe they turn out ugly, because ugliness effectively is just incompleteness. A lack of symmetry is incompleteness. But then also, lacking intelligence is also incompleteness. It is more of a functional or conceptual incompleteness rather than what is visual. Just like how incomplete audio waves can sound very ugly and even scary. The things that are unknown and the things that are uncertain to us are the scariest. Because most times they are the most incomplete, and what is the most incomplete can typically pose the most threat. And that's typically because that is what is disintegrating the most and first and foremost before yourself. So to the higher orders of being, that which is most incomplete beneath itself is not only at times the most insignificant, but also can be the most threatening. And it just depends on the level of energy that it possesses, and therefore that will manifest whatever it materializes to be. Holy crap, man. So maybe that's all life is, truly, in its absolute end. It's all just heat, energy, light, made manifest into consciousness based upon certain levels of concentration at different levels and tiers of being, right? Down from the molecular up to the freaking squirrel, animal, mammal, to a fish, to a human. There's different levels of concentration of energy, and because of how that energy is concentrated, and that's in food, which is nutrients, that's genetics. Now, I feel like there's something maybe perhaps unique about genetics, because genetics is a form of the soul. There is perhaps, I don't know, because there's a self-awareness that does exist for certain beings unlike other ones. The fact that humans can manifest and manipulate, or rather they can manipulate all which manifests in their environment. But even humans, we can attempt to abstract so greatly that we can manifest that which we do not know. And this is why intellectual endeavor, as I said earlier, is so important and so special. Because intellectual endeavor, this is the ability of the human mind to abstract things so beyond the self and beyond the known that you can fathom and that you can tangibilize thoughts, concepts, and ideas that are completely beyond your own biology, your own function, beyond your own tier of intelligence. You can actually attempt to manipulate higher orders of being, or at least a certain level of higher orders of being. Obviously, gravity is a higher order of being beyond a human being, but we can create things that can manipulate gravity and other things. So there is a soul, there is something unique within the genetic code of human beings, unlike so many other things in the universe. There is something unique there. Now, what is that? Is that the first mover, and is that the maker specifically designing a chosen blueprint? Of course, by the Bible, we know that that God, out of dust, he chose to design mankind. Okay. So perhaps there is a blueprint, and perhaps we were painstakingly by the being that is beyond us, that engineered us. Perhaps we were made by that being, which happens to be God. Of course, God is a collection, a collective of beings. So again, what are these multiple beings? That is a big question. And again, maybe the eldritch being is God, but only a sliver of God, and God is something greater beyond the eldritch being that we happen to exist within the universe thereof. Maybe, who knows? Whatever it is. There was a blueprint, and there was an intentional manipulation of all which manifests in reality. that happens to be the blueprint that makes us what we are as conscious living beings. So, I think this whole thought process, it started with me just thinking about time, thinking about history, and thinking about, there's so many things that do happen, and so many of these things, they seem to matter, and they do matter during their time, and some of it just doesn't matter, and it's, certain people thinking that what they do matters. They think that it's important, and it's not, and it's dealt out by history and time. That what they were living for and what they were striving towards was ultimately futile. And it ultimately didn't hold a true meaning. And if you abstract this to the highest level imaginable that we can abstract to, of what does that mean? So many collaborated, unique, special, intensive events have happened throughout time, throughout history, and only so much of it has actually been monumental. Well, what is that tied to? Okay, organisms of time, okay. And we scope it out, and we scope it out, and we scope it out, and we, relative to all these different things, we see how the universe is, we see how it organizes itself, we see how it generates, and we see the endless possibilities, and we see the prism that the vessel of being is, and the finite infinity that everything exists within, and the fact that what came before pi as a number, what came before the chicken and the egg, what came before everything, what is the alpha, the primordial, the alpha genesis seed to all things. What is that the very roots of the All-Father tree? And when we really boil down to the absolute end of it, for as much as all things are living and as they exist to be, it is energy. It is heat. It is the light. All of those things, of course, being connected together. Light is heat. Heat is light, and vice versa, energy. All of it is energy. Everything is an expression of energy. And of course, energy is simply friction. It is a friction of all things which exist, and it's that friction that creates motion and momentum, and it creates the movement of all things, and those things, they collide, and they slow down, and they speed up amongst each other, in both a beautiful and also disastrous and tragic and dangerous way. All of this energy moves in such a way that eventually in certain areas, in certain pockets of concentration, you end up creating life, and you end up creating levels of intelligence and levels of consciousness that do not exist in other pockets of energy abundance, or lack of abundance, maybe, in areas of energy poverty, you could say, energy poverty, where intelligence probably lacks the most, as well as also resources lack the most. So then you have to ask yourself, there's so many things that have and do happen throughout history, but only so much of it matters. And something to really ask yourself is, well, very well likely, perhaps, that is just simply an expression of energy throughout time, and some energy simply had more of a monumental impact or necessity than other forms of energy. So you had certain spillovers, for instance, in certain countries, that we have issues happening in this country, but then the energy buildup is only so much, but it doesn't spill over, so nothing happens. It's going to take so many years before something actually happens. But then in other areas, we have a huge vacuum that is absorbing all this energy from other areas. And this is where the highest IQs are made. This is where the greatest, most impactful men are generated. And this is where history is going to be changed. This is where from everything else, from all the other regions and environments where mundanity and repetition are commonplace, we generate in other alcoves with higher concentrations of energy, and maybe just enough. It's maybe it's not that different, but it's just enough that the energy concentration is so great that you create the hero, you create the genius, you create the inventor, you create that which breaks out from the mold of mundanity, of repetition, of ceaseless generational repetition through the endless probabilities, the multiples within multiples, then eventually you get to generating the soul and the spirit that then catapults into a new age, the collective species, or your plane, your level of cognizance, and it elevates it, and it's an upgrade from a previous form of being, and it leaves the prehistoric age, and then you're entering a new one where present reality, present history, moving forward is what will be the most monumental, and everything before was a speck and a blob of dust. So you could say that this is all a giant energy transfer, and it's all a giant energy transfer that's running constant simulation and calculations of itself to eventually upgrade its own concentrations and its own being to become, for what purpose, that's a whole other question to talk about at a different time. I have no idea. But what is the purpose of energy redistributing itself in such a way that the more abundance there is in certain areas, the more that you have of positive traits as opposed to lesser traits, intelligence, wisdom, genius, as opposed to stupidity and blindness and foolishness. Or again, maybe none of it is actually an improvement. Maybe none of it is good and none of it is bad. It's just simply a transferal of energy. But of course, why is energy not all in one place? And that's the question. Why is it not just static and then therefore nothing? So there had to be a first mover. That first mover being God, and perhaps God, he broke himself. He fractured himself just so that he could be alive, so that he could actually come into being. That through being imperfect, he is actually an existential being that can be witnessed by others that do existentially exist. But because something exists outside of himself, there's a friction, and therefore there's a danger and there's a risk that exists outside of God himself. And that is himself, but it is himself and his fractured being. So it's his own self attempting to come back into union that very well likely could be the true threat of all. Because then him securing a reality in which he can exist and actually become into being and not just exist as the icing out of the universe, right? The freezing over of your own existential being and ultimately turning into the cold, the freeze over death of the universe, right? That the concept of just becoming so much of everything that ultimately everything becomes nothing, and therefore there is no light, there is no motion of planetary bodies, there's nothing. It's just everything completely becomes still, inconceivable, and effectively it also consolidates too. So that also means that everything compresses down into itself. But then now the question is, okay, if the lesser state of being for God is to become a compressed entity, then what is God? Truly, what is God when he is hot and he expands and he becomes the universe as we know it and as we can witness it and as it brings everything into being and it all exists? And then what is God? when he compresses and he becomes the freeze-over death of the universe. That is his archetypal makeup. And also functional. What does that make of God? Well, you could say that that means that God would be dead, and the only way that God is living is by fracturing himself. But the fact that perhaps he can, I mean, there has to be a first mover somewhere. So the fact that he himself made the choice to break himself to become something more that can witness itself and live amongst and with itself. He made the choice to be alive. God did. He made the choice to be alive, not dead. And that means that he is not boring. It means that what possesses within himself is exciting, but also dangerous. You know, in the past, when I've thought about this, I've not been able to reason down to myself, though, like, why would God want mankind, yes, to be witnessed, yes, to properly exist, on the most logical basis that you could imagine. However, why would he not be content with just being static and still? Why does he want an active, living, existing universe? Why would he want that? Why would he want to bring things into being? Right now, the only thing that I can come down to is just to do something, and that's it. Is to simply do something. It is to eradicate boredom. It's the only thing I can think of. It is so strange. I don't even know what to think about all that. Weird. I mean, like, all of it is just weird. In the end, it progressively begins to feel like that honestly everything is what it is for no actual reason. Because when you boil it down to its deepest layer, its most fundamental construct, truly speaking, there is no reason for any of it but just to be interesting and not bored. And that's it. That's the only reason. And maybe to keep himself alive, but I mean, why does that matter though, actually? Like, what does that fulfill? Interesting. I don't know. I think in the end, when you really boil it down, it just doesn't have a rhyme, reason, cause, purpose. It just doesn't. There's no actual true reason for any of it. It is just to simply be. It's all I can think of. Oh dear God, I think I did it. I think we went through... No, I mean, we didn't fully go through the whole conversation, but we pretty much went through the whole thing. So, I'm getting to the pass out region again, like in the previous video. So, I think that we're perhaps done with this video. I pretty much shared all of my thoughts. Now, I don't think this is the end, but I think that this was great progress made on a previous thought process that I've had, that I've investigated. And ultimately, I think that is where a soul comes from. It's just simply a unique signature of energy imprinting upon a material form, which it's slowly building and forming, but it ultimately does imprint itself. It is a unique soul. You know, this is so strange. Oh man, I'm getting to that point where, like, I wish I could keep on talking, but I think I'm getting to that point again where I just can't. I can't keep going, so I guess it's over. I didn't complete all my thoughts. I wanted to wrap it up on a specific point, but I'm just too destroyed right now to keep going, so I guess that was a good enough run. It was pretty good speaking through all that, but yeah, we're definitely running. Ugh. Running on fumes, so, alright. I want to recap by saying one thing in all of it, but, what is it? I wonder if I can think of it on the spot. I think when asking what's happened throughout history, when asking what are we as individuals are clearly different from others and set apart from others, I think there's a lot of theories that can be had on it. I spoke about some of it. However, I think when we just expand out to the widest level possible, and I think it all simply comes down to a transfer of energy. And it is nothing more than energy just moving. Because once energy is there, which is heat, which is light, once it's actually there, all it does is transfer. And it goes from one place that holds a lot more heat, and it transfers that through contact to other environments that don't have heat. It's just a simple transferal, and perhaps even psychology is a simple transferal of energy, and we just don't even realize it. You know, you think about how much people are slaves, or they are beholden to their intelligence. Oh yeah, I think it's over. Dear God, man. It's just, I can't keep on talking, so. But I think what we're seeing is some strange generation of souls from a fragmented megalithic being, which happens to be God. And we are collecting lesser forms of God himself, and we are collecting higher forms of God himself. When you look at the things that supposedly mattered throughout history, or were meant to matter, what honestly was probably just simply going on was a transfer of higher energy to lower energy to ultimately create an equilibrium or something close. And this is where we end up in the territory This is where we end up in the territory of perhaps all of history and all of human psychology is really just an expression of energy, of heat, moving from one location to the next, and it's just cycling around. And obviously certain areas are going to be, because you know, energy flows through the path of least resistance. So perhaps, right, when energy moves through a path of least resistance and not just anywhere, it's going to have a certain form that is going to look like something. And it wants to self-conserve itself. Now there is reason to say, especially there's certain things going on right now, certain findings that perhaps energy does not wish to expend itself. And I've actually, I don't know, I've thought different things about it. But what is conserving itself? Energy. It is effectively God keeping a equilibrium within himself of his own existence, keeping it in balance and check. Dang. So fundamentally, consciousness and intelligence are just specific abundances of energy, and perhaps it is God himself that has intended for that hyperfocus of energy to be in that region on a specific individual or group of individuals to have the most significant energy abundance absorption in a signature region. And maybe by now the whole thing is just a moving operating system to such an extent that it really doesn't matter whether or not God wants to do anything, because he already set an entire universe with a bunch of laws of behavior, automated behaviors. He already set the whole thing up to automate the function and performance of his own fractured self, which was brought into being out from death by the fact that he fractured himself. And perhaps he is all that is energy, and he is all that is manifest and matter. And by breaking himself, he is releasing his own energy and his own material matter. And now this begs the question, what is space and time? And perhaps space and time is how long has God been fractured? And where does his fractured being and his energy as well, where does that consolidate, and what becomes of those environments where it consolidates? And the thought has occurred to me that perhaps God wants to be repaired, or he wants to be reformed, even though we can never truly do it. Maybe he wants existential beings that will forever seek out to repair his broken form, which is just, the entire universe. His whole fractured being, to bring it back, to try and, despite all the imperfections of everything being broken as it is, he wants a collection of beings that will attempt their hardest to preserve as well as to remedy the broken universe for as much as he has fractured it, to possibly bring it back to a state of perfection. Wow. Well, there you go. So maybe that's where souls come from. It comes from concentrations of energy. And that's what determines the personality. That's what determines the hormones. And it's all just about the environment and the levels and degrees of energy abundance that is available in the area. Which in some sense just means, maybe that just means those are the areas in which God is concentrated most, which could also mean perhaps those are the areas that he is paying the most attention towards. Those are the areas that he has chosen to be the most cognizant thereof, simply because it matters more to him. And he chose that mattered more to him than other areas that lack energy, which just means it lacks him there. So now all of this really just comes down to then that the universe being what it is, it could just be God playing with himself. So maybe the universe is just a giant self-mental masturbation practice. Maybe. Literally, actually, because he is reproducing with himself. Yeah. And he is generating life outside of, through himself. Wow. So, kind of seems ridiculous to say it, but perhaps we are just the result of God jerking off. Very possible. And a part of God jerking off is that he broke off a piece of himself, a part of himself, and he wanted to see a part of himself live outside of him. He wanted to see a part of himself live beyond himself and see how that develops and see how it generates itself and see the things within itself, how that also generates So not only does he wish to be witnessed, which is worship, but he also wishes to manifest and bring almost a copied version of himself into being, which of course God is a collective of beings, so it makes sense that he is a fractured, fragmented, ethereal being. And he basically jerked off on himself to blow himself up, create the universe as it is, and then therefore now he can actually witness himself exist. Literally witness himself exist. Multiple fractured, copied clones, or not, maybe not clones, but it's parts of himself existing, and he can witness and observe every little bit of himself come to life. With effectively whatever the highest scales of the universe is for him. He's effectively created children and he's watching them develop and grow up. Through fracturing himself. And he ultimately designed us to take part in what for him is his existential function and his wish and his desire. We were made in his image, which is also his function. And he wants to reproduce beyond himself. He wants to live beyond his own being. And he wants to see himself grow. And he wants to see himself develop from an infantile state to an adult and matured state. So again, he's effectively playing around with himself. And he wants to see what the significance becomes, or what it is, or what it means. What comes into being after he jerks off on himself. In order to magnify, or in order to measure his own significance. He jerks off on himself to implode himself, and then, or explode, whichever one. This creates a fracture of himself, a seedling, and this seedling is a lesser form of him that then lives on, develops separate from what we can kind of estimate is his core living existential body, which is the universe. And then he watches the level of significance of his ejaculation as it lives out beyond him. And it generates its own mega reality, its own mega consciousness. And through this there comes a unity. Through this there comes a family. Through this, right? He's a collective of beings. So he's effectively created for himself his own family by breaking himself apart and creating friction in the universe. It makes things more interesting, less boring. There's something there to actually witness his existence, to acknowledge him, and also for him to interact with and share a relationship with. And ultimately somebody else to play with. Yeah, you know, not though in the way of how he played with himself. The only way to play with yourself, though, I guess, to be interesting is, I guess, fundamentally that. Let's just be honest. The best way to play with yourself is to mess around with yourself so much that eventually something could just comes out of you. A thought, a word, ejaculation, something. Something has to come out of you. For you to, for one, just be content, but also to find something interesting is happening. Something has to come out of you. There has to be a consequence of whatever you do. You can't just exist and nothing happens. There has to be a consequence, a result of action. And nothing is interesting when there's just nothing that comes out of you being you. So through him ejaculating himself and ultimately fragmenting and fracturing himself, he's created multiple forms and versions of himself. You know, multiple fragmentations, and these fragmentations, it's like looking in the mirror, but in the mirror is something that is a part of you that is slightly different from you. And so you can actually have a relationship to it because it's not you. It might be a part of you, but now that you're a fractured whole, now you can relate with parts of yourself and it's different. And because it's different and it's different enough through it being different, it's real. It exists. It's there. And it's something to play with. Instead of trying to play with yourself and make something out of that. Now you can play with others, and now you can actually have different experiences that happens to be quite dangerous. As we know, light, energy, heat, these things create a lot of dangerous things on a universal scale and, down to the molecular level. But because of that, things are actually interesting. And you're not sitting around just jerking off with yourself, So it's an interesting trade-off that's made. And so as much as we find ourselves to be imperfect, which was made by design, perhaps, obviously we are made in the image of God, but quite literally, very well possibly, God suffers. Okay, better. Spoken like this. The human condition is literally the psychological condition of God himself. And it is the inner turmoil that he has, I guess, of just being the primogenesis of all being, I guess. That is so weird. That is so weird, man. So I guess the universe existing as it is God resolving his own boredom, you could say, wanting to share relationships, wanting to be something that is different from being so much of everything that you're just nothing. He wanted to be something set apart from that, set apart amongst himself. So he segregated his own existential being to break off multiple parts, watch it grow, watch it develop, watch it die, whatever. And watch that cycle happen over and over again. And you're running so many of these finite possibilities within infinity that it's like almost effectively infinite entertainment. And then through chosen concentrations of energy, that's where life and that's where further creations come into being. And you know, perhaps the only way that anything can truly develop and truly grow things cannot be uniform all across the universe, or else, of course, it doesn't exist. So things must consolidate and expand in order for there to be light, heat, energy, the friction of the universe, and then therefore, because of that, there's things that actually exist. And so through all the chaos comes into being. And through that, God is actually existing, and I guess you could, in that sense, you can say that he's actually working. In the most basic sense of it, he's working, right? Through the context of energy, how energy works. He is working. He is this living, breathing, energy-based mega consciousness that actually has some sort of priority function that has a purpose beyond completion. And that's the thing, though. Again, like, the human condition is just God's condition. And the human condition, more specifically, is a strange, mirrored reflection with similarities and probably slight differences of God's own condition. And through what we live through and through what we experience, we are existing and experiencing slivers of what God is and what his condition, puts him through. You know, in order for things to exist, there must be imperfection in the universe. There must not be an equity of energy in the universe. In order for there to be a story, there must be a transference of power, of energy. Things must be claimed and unclaimed. And so I guess in that sense of all things, that's where you spawn characters and personas. These are actors in a play. That through the imperfection of the universe, the fragmentation of God, universe being God, through such fragmentation, you're creating a living world. And through the living world, there are actors. And these actors, they live out and they play out their function, their purpose, their drama. And through playing out their story, something's actually happening, something's actually occurring, something's becoming, and because something's becoming, something must unbecome. And because of that, there's intrigue, and because of that, there's things that actually matter, things that are important. Because again, if all things are equal, and all things are just relative upon themselves, then there is nothing. In order to bring somethingness, you must derive yourself from the nothingness. And by doing that, you have to engage with an outcome of friction and a distribution of energy. which in turn just becomes a distribution of power, becomes a distribution of value, of what is quality and what is lacking of quality, right? Where's there the most energy? Where's there the least? How it consolidates and then expands, right? Like how a bunch of cells come together and then they start developing an animal, a human. They consolidate and then they expand to create something. And that's what you see on the universal scale, the macro universal scale, I guess, too, for however much we can actually comprehend that. And that's what we see on the planetary scale. For something of meaning and purpose to develop, it must exist within an imperfect world, vesseled by unequally distributed energy. And I guess that explains so many things have happened throughout history, and all of it seems to matter, but then only a portion of it does. And even the portion that does matter, it kind of gets brisked away. And in reality, that is what gives history its play, its tragedy, its persona, its character. It's what brings it to life and it becomes an actor. History becomes a character by all these endless probabilities playing out all throughout as an organism of time. For one, it spawns and it generates as an organism of time. Then it plays out like an actor itself across time to make manifest of its true being and to play out its history, to play out the story. And I guess, humans, we love great stories, even though there's a bunch of people nowadays who act like they don't care. No, everybody, anyone that's human loves a great story. And you know what that means? We all love a great transferal of energy. And even greater more, we love to see a conversion of value. We love to see how value is passed down across generations, because that's what storytelling is. We love to see how across time, how is energy, in turn, value, how is value passed across time? How do things develop? How do things play out? How does a simulation occur? And by the way, that's why games are good video games. That's why they're so compelling. There is a reason why, especially for men, which again, men are made in the image of God. God loves great stories. God loves great simulations. God loves to see things play out. And how does it occur? How do these numerous probabilities, maybe you don't have all of them, but enough, how do you have amongst, within infinity, how does the finite, the finitude, how does it play out, or how does it equate to certain equations, or how do the variables just, how do they compute out, right? What do the variables generate? Is it something new or not? Is it something meaningful or not? Is it something that has magnitude or not? Is it something dangerous or not? And that is interesting, and that piques curiosity, and that piques thought, and that makes you think. And in the end, ultimately, it is God who wishes to think. He wants to think. He wants to process. He wants to have imperfection within himself. He doesn't just want to relate upon himself. He wants to relate upon multiple others. And within relating to multiple others, he wants to think and he wants to express himself. He wants to express thoughts. And that's by rhetorically reasoning the universe as it is. And what is the universe? It's a bunch of probabilities. What is God? I guess fragmented God. He ends up becoming a bunch of broken probabilities. And if you mix them all in a certain way, it generates all kinds of outcomes, numerous outcomes. And that generates characters and actors and differences, and it generates a story that, as much as it can be tragic and sad and gleeful and it overpowers you with this like rush of positive emotion because you have this newfound hope, newfound bravery, whatever, from a great story. And that again is just the over time, how an organism of time, how does it possess, and then how does it translate, and then how does it pass down, or how does it work out value? How is value transferred across time? And that is what we find to be so enticing, because we are made in the image of God. And what God finds enticing is how is value moved across time. And again, that value is effectively, it is God himself. How are the different moving components and possibly organs or other things? How are the different elements of God broken apart? How does each component of himself, how does it move across time? And how significant is that? So in some way, it's kind of figuring out what are the most important aspects of yourself. Can I live with this part of me, or can I kill that off? What happens when part of me does this? What happens when part of me does that? Yeah. So effectively for God, the universe is simply just entertainment. That's what it is. And he fragmented himself so that he could just simply have fun and experience himself with others, which is just himself broken apart. And so when we look at history and we look at the things that mattered and the things that didn't matter, it's just the wrestling out of what has actual value. Okay, we had a revolution in Africa, but nobody cared. Okay, so then that means that that part of God does not matter. And whatever God is fighting for out in Africa does not matter. But then there's a revolution in a continent that then is later called America. There's a revolution that takes place there. And then there's a bunch of revolutions that also took place in feudal Europe. But anyways, and it's clear that in those environments, amongst those concentrations of God's essence and his being, these are the areas that have the most magnitude. These are the areas that have the most importance, the most meaning. These are the areas that actually matter. And these are also the areas of God himself that have the most entertainment, the most intellect, the most interesting thinking. These are the areas and the concentrations of God's own self that has the most importance and the most magnitude. And this is where the most novelty that piques the mind, its curiosity, and also possesses the most concentrated value of positive traits of God and his dispersed self and all of his energy. And this is where it is. This is what it is. This is how it plays out. And this is the story. This is the character that it manifests. And this is how it ultimately, this is how it grows, and this is how it dies, and this is how empires build, and this is how they fall. And that is a racial problem. That is a sexual problem. That is a psychological problem. That is an economical problem. That is an existential problem. How the very essence of God fragmented in all the places that it concentrates at different ratios. What does it generate? Who does it generate? Who are the characters? Who are the actors? And ultimately, what becomes of all of them? And what is their legacy? What of it is memorable and is worthy of remembering? And what of it is worthy of discarding and saying or admitting that it actually did not matter as much as in the moment it seemed to be important? So in some way, it's like which part of God's own fragmented self generates the most intriguing, entertaining, insightful stories of his own being, and ultimately what parts of God are most important and how much value do they possess and then carry down from itself. And that is the essence of the universe. That is the meaning behind the universe, that through all these finite possibilities within infinity, this is what God wants. This is what he sought out to make in the end. And this is what he desires. And ultimately, this is what we exist within. Fundamentally speaking, and that's what all this is. That's how all this plays out. I guess that is how it materializes itself. So effectively, history is the materialization of utmost value being crossed and passed across time. Okay, I'm writing that down, I guess. Yep, I'm writing that down. History is the materialization plus dematerialization that both crosses and passes through time to reveal the most significant elements of God's own fragmented self. In other words, the most significant elements of the universe. Significant slash noteworthy slash impactful. So ultimately, history is really just a giant simulation of translating value. History is effectively a giant simulation of translating God's own fragmented value into a compression of time that unravels as a compelling and entertaining story. For all which consciousness possesses. Yep. For all which consciousness possesses. All right. Wow. Jeez, Elise, man. So, all right. Well, that's going to be the first video for this playthrough. Funnily enough, it's going to be a very long video. We made it to turn 53. Isn't that impressive? Yeah, it's interesting that the very root of that thought that I asked myself got me talking for this long. Man, it definitely... And I had a second wind right there that I could actually finish the full thought process, so that was nice. And now we made it here. Now it's funny, you know, because this is something that I guess I'll leave it off on this. Recently, I was going to say this in the previous video, well, previous sit down actually. Anyway, before we actually started talking about this, something that was on my mind is like, I've realized I've been wanting to kind of exist within a strange, ignorant bliss that other people are as intelligent as you are. And recently, I've had some conversations with others where I quickly realized it's like, oh, there are people who are painfully stupid and you cannot speak through to them. And like you say anything that is just roughly intelligent or whatever, it's just any intelligible idea, an interesting thought to mull over and to explore ideas with. And these are people that they cannot think past an apple. They look at an apple and they can't even fathom, like, wait, there was a tree? Wait, there was an apple seed? Oh, I'm sorry. And then there was a whole farming technique and you grew the apple into an apple tree. There are people who are so stupid. Like the literal world as it stands before us today is all it is, and that there's no inner workings, there's no molecular level. I mean, they have to bend the knee and accept that there's molecular biology when they're getting something that's from molecular biology, and that could be a whole bunch of stuff. When it's inescapable, they will admit that these things exist, but for as long as, for them, it seems to be only in the theoretical. If for them it remains in the theoretical, it means that you're a retard and that anything that you think or say is like, oh, this is just crazy person talk. Nobody sensible would think or believe things in this way. So then they just completely hand wave away anything reasonable that you say, right? And for instance, like there's so many things that I've spoken about by now. And I've spoken about some really basic stuff, and I've had people push back onto me, and it's like, you are literally on such a low form of intelligence that you cannot comprehend. You know, I could give some examples. I'm not really interested. I can say this, you know, I've spoken with people and I don't even know where they stand on this, but people who sit there and they just think that there's, you know, that there's nothing to dreams, that dreams just exist. Like, oh, dreams are not important. Oh yeah, you know, that stuff happened. It's just, again, right? It's just an apple is there. Oh, I dreamed, bro, but whatever. It doesn't mean anything. What, the fact that your body shut down and you were not visually perceiving the world around you, you were not using your eyes, but you could see in a dream. Again, we were talking about dreams earlier here in this video. There is truly something special, monumental, unique about dreams. You are teleporting to another realm. There is a journey of your soul that is occurring, and whatever that is, it is monumental. And there are people, they refuse to think. Like, again, right? For how many generations did people sit there and they were like, how the frick did an apple come into being? Why is there this harder outside shell, but then there's the flesh on the inside, and then there's seeds, and then there's a complete design of how the seeds are inside the stem of the apple. And, it's like the entire biology of an apple. This is so unique. What is this? And you have people who are just like, it's just an apple, bro. You're overthinking it. You have absolute retards that just don't care that there's an entire inner workings of an apple and how it's made. And they think that you're a freaking retard for giving a crap. Oh, it doesn't matter, bro. Oh, you're overthinking it. And it's like, okay, then you grow a freaking apple tree and do all the freaking stuff with it, or understand what makes an apple, because understanding an apple allows us to also understand the nutrients within it and understand whether or not it's poisonous or whether or not it's certain nutrients, like certain vitamins that are very important for the human body to eat and absorb and digest. But because you're a freaking retard that just thinks that things that as they are is what they are, and who cares, bro? It's not a big deal. You're just going to eat whatever, and you're not going to give a crap that, oh, you're fat because you eat lard every day. Or, oh, you look like trash because you don't take in a good, proper intake of nutrients. Which, again, is also converted into energy. It's all energy, and at the end of the day, it's just packaged in different ways. And that's what good food does. Good food has great energy inside of itself. Of course, anyone that's intelligent, they will tell you that. They'll say that great water, because there's stuff that's in certain types of water that gives you more energy. Great water, great food has a lot of great high quality energy. It's packaged in the right way, and there's a great abundance of it. And again, the way it's packaged, it can be processed by the body easier than crappy forms of energy. These things matter, and they actually have an outcome, a produce. However, you have absolute retards. They completely ignore these things. When you try to talk to these people, and I realized this recently having a few conversations where I just realized I'm talking to complete retarded idiots who don't have any IQ level. They think that they're smart. They're not. They're just followers. They're not leaders of anything. They can't. Okay, fine, whatever, I guess. But it's just like, it's just the blatant ignorance that gets under my skin, that you're trying to talk about something that has more value than what you are today or beyond yourself. And because you just choose, oh, it doesn't matter, I don't care. You are choosing ignorance over insight, over wisdom, over knowledge, over intelligence. You are choosing to be a fool. You are choosing to be blind where you could see clearly. You are choosing to see. You are choosing to muddle your vision where there could be clarity or revelation. You are inhibiting your own senses by refusing to think beyond the surface level. Now, I could say some other details about these types of individuals. They also happen to be a part of certain demographics, more often than not. Anyway, moving on from that. Just another reason to make me racist. Anyway, outside of that. But no, I mean, just seriously speaking, I just, it amazes me how people, stupid people, they completely look past truly enticing information and stimuli, and they would rather just be painfully dull, ignorant, stupid, and insightless. They would rather just walk throughout their existence being thoughtless rather than having a great level of clarity on a multitude of topics or stimuli. And it's so interesting because once you actually prove their ignorance, then they give a crap. But again, it's just pathetic retards, man. It disappoints me because it's like you have an opportunity to do something interesting or have an interesting conversation and you refuse to. But you know what? I guess that's friction, and I guess that brings some kind of meaning to the universe. I guess it wouldn't be such an interesting thought if everyone's thought it before. Let's just be honest. You have to have the people who don't want to investigate interesting thoughts and ideas if you're actually going to ever ponder an interesting thought or idea. Interesting thoughts and ideas can only exist through the fact that nobody else wishes to consider them. It's just simple as that. It is something that goes beyond common sense, common rhetoric. And therefore, it becomes interesting. It becomes compelling. So I guess as much as something compels me, it's also the thing that will equally piss me off. For this reason. Okay, I guess that makes sense. So, regardless, it's just something that's really disappointed me recently. But that means, when you're disappointed about these thoughts and ideas, and you're thinking very earnestly and deeply about it, and other people, they choose to just turn a blind eye and not give a crap, and they shut down the conversation, it means that you're onto something. You're journeying where others have not dared to go before. And this is as real as it is with the mind, as it is in, again, like when you think of a great story, and this is real life and also in fiction. Any great story, a man dares to venture into places where others dare not go. It's that simple. You are willing to go into Mordor where others are too afraid or they're just not able to, whatever it is. You are willing to dare, again, you are willing to dare into places that others see as a fool's errand. And maybe it makes you look laughable, makes you look like a complete fool to them. Or again, it looks like a suicide mission. It looks like something crazy. But in the end, you end up being the hero of the story. You end up thinking something that's more monumental than others. You end up doing something that's more monumental than others. And that's the thing that you have to simply keep in mind, is that it's a law of nature. And if you are doing something that's monumental, it is something that others, they wish to suppress. It's just that simple. And I guess in that sense, like for myself, it's like I've had to accept that. It's like, it really disappoints me when I try to invite others into a compelling conversation, and then they just decide to exist on a lesser plane of being and just think about simple stuff that is completely mundane, But again, it's what makes everything what it is. And eventually you disprove these people, and eventually they have to learn, and eventually they have to wake up to their own ignorance. And once they do, they become the followers. They're the sheep to a shepherd. And it's just the way it is. They are the low energy life forms. And you have to accept it, and you have to just assume your proper role, your proper place. It's what it is. And as much as it is frustrating, it is also what gives to you your role, your function, which also gives to you a story to play out, to live out. And a part of any great story is a lot of distemperament, frustration. I hate some of these ideas that we've now popularized and pussified modern culture. The greatest stories of old, every great hero, not in modern day. In modern day, all of our heroes, nothing really perturbs them, nothing pisses them off, and they never, they don't have these existential woes that we have in reality every day. But when you look at truly timeless fiction, great heroes, they always get frustrated. There's always something huge in their way. They feel defeated. The world is telling them no. Odysseus, he's stuck on an island because some freaking nymph wants to have sex with him constantly, and he just wants to be with his family. He's being told by this demigoddess, or, a daughter of Zeus, who is a half creature. Okay, what the frick? Anyways, he's being told, no, I'm keeping you as a sex slave to myself. You're not going to go see your family and go back and reclaim your home and all this stuff. And stupid anyways. I am a daughter of Zeus. Why would you tell me no, right? And like by order of maybe existential authority, why should he say no? And why should he, as a man, have an issue with a daughter of Zeus who I don't think is completely human? So, okay. I mean, but to some extent, why should he reject her wanting to have endless sex with him? Why should he, in what world should he actually want to go home and see his son and his wife and his estate and his servants and all that? Why? And there's this perilous ocean that Poseidon is ruling over. He has the cross, and then, right, then he has to venture across multiple kingdoms, and there's all the stuff that comes with that. It's insane, right? The entire story of Odysseus, and there's a bunch of other stories just like this. But whenever you look in like Odysseus, all throughout the story, he's crying. And of course, nowadays we think that a man crying in a story is not masculine, which is just retarded. No, obviously nowadays we're all pussified that the only time a man cries is because he's basically a woman. But realistically, like a great story of a great man is that he will cry. He will break down. His soul will be defeated many times over. He will be defeated. He will be disappointed. He will cry for different reasons. He will yell out in anger. He will want to burn down the world before resolving otherwise. The hero of a story, he must go through pains unlike others. Pains unlike others. You must go through things where people doubt your own essence, your own competence, your own importance, whatever that is. You are going through a sort of pain that others have not experienced, or others they disregard, whatever. You are going through something that others just don't care about, or they don't feel on any level because they just cannot comprehend. You have to go through these things yourself. Every hero of a story, they go through their story being misunderstood, effectively speaking, until ultimately the narrative proves them correct, and ultimately, the way that the value, the energy, you could say, the energy expenditure, the energy transfer of the narrative ultimately reveals how self-preserving and valuable your energy pathway is of your own existence, and what your the end state of your biological imperative that you're following after for, how truly monumental its own caricature is. And it plays out for an interesting story because there's a bunch of tragedy played within it. There's a bunch of betrayal played within it. There's a bunch of, and it doesn't have to be the worst of the worst, but it doesn't matter. It's something that these are obstacles in your way, but every great story is made by the limitations and not by the open gateways. You have people and they might have great lives where they have wealth right away. They don't have to fight super hard to get anything out of themselves and their existence. You have a bunch of people, things kind of go swimmingly for them and they don't have to think about anything either. Maybe you want to be those people because in the short term, they are living a better life than you. But is their story interesting? Maybe not. And perhaps, every great story is only meaningful to the operator, to the actor, the very individual living a story. It's only meaningful to you if you make it out on the other side. Every perilous story for a hero in a story is only a heroic tale if the hero makes it out in the end. Otherwise, he's just slain and it just feels like trash that you went through a torturous series of events. Maybe it's, again, maybe not the worst of the worst, but still, it's not fun. It becomes a tragedy and that's it. And you die a pathetic death, maybe, right? But on the flip side of it, a great historical tale, a great heroic tale of any kind, there's always road bumps, there's always obstacles, even if everything worked out for you. In The Prince by Machiavelli, I forget the guy's name now, but Machiavelli describes this story of a man. I forget his name right now, but he starts out as an absolute Chad. Every opportunity comes his way. But despite that, throughout his life, he has a very speckled and honored life of many accomplishments that he makes along the way, how he falls into becoming a great leader, but he ends up running into obstacles and roadblocks and, you know, these sort of tragedies, but he triumphs in the end. I'm forgetting his name. I'm totally forgetting it. But anyways, it's seriously a crazy story to just listen to. And it's like, the story is crazy. It's so interesting to listen to at the end of the book of Machiavelli's The Prince. It's so interesting to listen to the story because of all the ups and downs and all the limitations and the inhibitions that were placed onto, if that's the right word. I mean, yeah, kind of is the right word. They were placed onto the, forgetting the guy's name. But anyways, the limitations that were placed onto him, though, throughout his life. And I can't tell if it was a fictional story or not. It sounds like it was a real autobiographical retelling of this guy's story of his life, which is really fascinating to just listen to. But regardless, it's just an absolutely amazing story to listen to. And it's like, you know, a lot of things went really well for him starting out, but then he did end up running into obstacles and limitations, and his burdens and his responsibilities grow kind of to match his potential in some way. As he grows up and as he becomes a mayor, as I remember, and he also becomes a general, or well, a commander of an army. It's called something different in the book for in European culture. Regardless, he becomes a commander. He becomes a governor over his state, his city-state, his province. And there's just all these different things that ups and downs that happens, and people that he meets, and how he develops as a leader. And, you know, the story's interesting because of all those ups and downs. And the fact that you don't know where things are going, and that means that you're going to be frustrated. You're going to have things that don't happen in the way that you want it to. But in the end, it's what makes the story. And of course, that tethers into everything that I've been already talking about energy and God and the meaning of the universe, and why did he create it, and why did he fragment himself into a collection of beings? Why did he do that? And it ultimately comes down to, it makes for a good story in the end. It makes for a good life. It makes for a good organism of time. It makes for something that is compelling throughout its, throughout the lifespan or the run of time that it has, whatever it is. And it makes you fight for something too. The fact that you have limitations and obstacles and speed bumps along the way, it makes for a more interesting drag race, you know. I mean, just even going through a race is really boring if you're just seeing a bunch of cars or horses running in a circle. It's more interesting when there's obstacles in the way. And of course, that makes it more dangerous. It makes it more perilous. And maybe the peril or the danger is low, but it makes it still, just even the slightest bit of obstacle and limitation, it still makes it that much more compelling to anyone listening and to anyone experiencing it themselves. But it comes with a bunch of trade-offs. It does. And some of that is really displeasurable in a lot of ways. But in other ways, it gives you something to live for, because what is life without things? You know, what is life with completeness? What is life with everything being complete? There has to be the imperfections for there to be life. And to exist within imperfections is what gives your life meaning. And it ultimately is what gives your existence the journey that it has. And maybe you want a better journey, and maybe that's what you're working towards. But there's so many examples of men who have imperfections before they ultimately find their sort of nirvana. And there's a sort of lunacy that you gain in finding nirvana. You know, it's the discontent that makes the journey, and makes the story, and makes the hero. And you do feel like you kind of lost yourself once the journey has come to an end, and you sit within the sort of lunatic's stillness, or the insane asylum's immobility, you could say, boredom. So there's a trade-off in all of it, but anyways, I mean, that's just me. That's the thing that I was going to talk about earlier in the video. I didn't quite get around to it until now. I just find it really, you know, for me, it's just really, like, on the most objective level that you can call it, it is depressing because, you know, you want to have an interesting conversation with others, and then they're just not equipped to have it. And it's happened so many times for me, I can't even count at this point, but whatever. It just simply means that you are journeying into thoughts and ideas that are actually intriguing, despite the fact that nobody else wants to share the intrigue with you. Okay. It does mean that you're onto something, and it has a crappy trade-off, but you take it for what it is. Because also that is an open doorway into opportunity, something that other people are not willing to fathom or do or whatever. That is opportunity. You're just not willing to make something of it, maybe as of the moment of your displeasure, and then you have to resolve to make something of it. So anyways, I forget what I was actually trying to talk about there, but something about dreams. There's something truly special and unique about dreams and dreaming. It takes you to a plane. You are literally existing within a realm where your senses are not activated, but they are present. And then the things that you're going through and experiencing, it's so otherworldly and it's so spectacular. There is such an untapped value within dreams. There's something there, something absolutely there that has not been properly explored. It's not been explored with technology. It's not been explored within academia, not sufficiently. And maybe that's by design. Maybe they don't want anyone to actually really explore that. But whatever it is and whatever it means, there is an astral plane. There is something there. And it has a power. It has some kind of utility. It has some kind of use. But we have not tapped into it. There's absolutely something to the dream realm, which is just effectively a spirit realm, a soul realm. Now, what does that mean? What does it actually look like? I don't know. But I do think that it's a layer of human psychology that we overlook so often. And yet, it truly does matter so much. There's something going on there. And it is the metaphysical. You are tapping into the metaphysical. And it amazes me how few people actually talk about it. So, anyway, that's pretty much all that there. Jeez Louise, man. This is one of those, you know, it's been a long time since the last that I did a playthrough where I was just talking, because I was doing this a lot in some of my initial playthroughs. There was a lot of conversations that I had, a lot. It's been actually a long time, so. I don't know, there's something about it that I definitely like. It is funny that we have barely continued this playthrough. I do like this playthrough for what it is. I do enjoy going a damage build like this, and it offers an interesting challenge that I don't know if we're actually going to make it exactly, but I guess we're going to find out. Because, you know, I could just lose right here, let's be honest. And I did decide to fight this army right here. And so my health is down, a little bit further down than I was expecting. So, I guess we'll see what happens. Can this guy get up to here? 3-0. He can. I think I need to do it. I could build, right? No. Yeah, we're gonna just go back up. Awesome. I'm thinking Blood Pact is gonna matter the most in this combat for sure. Reclaiming Strikes is nice, but it's not good enough for the combat. So, yeah, we're gonna be doing Blood Pact as I remember. The other Warlock is doing Hex. But man, I had one playthrough where it was like 34 hours in length, and I know which one it is too. Oh man, it was a long one, and I did so much talking in that effing playthrough, dude. Jeez Louise. So I think with everything I was talking about, yeah, I think there's some other things with all that, but I think it's pretty all right to kind of just leave it there. So, yeah, so this was a decently long video. I think we had a pretty good time for the most part speaking with all of it. And I mean, like the playthrough and then the whole conversation. But, yeah, I mean, I would just say that this was a good video. I would say that personally. I enjoyed it, I guess, for whatever it's worth. I definitely enjoyed just exploring this whole conversation. It is sincerely something that I've been trying to really get to the bottom of, which is just the meaning of... I've thought about this a lot before, which is energy, the universe. It never went this far. I mean, it went pretty far, but this is a whole nother level of depth that we've gone into. I have not gone to this level of depth before in considering all of this, because I've thought about energy and the universe and celestial bodies and all that and God, but I never linked all these layers together. I never thought about all this, and it's mostly because I've learned a lot of things since then, so that does help. But yeah, it is crazy because, man, I've thought about this kind of stuff before on so many layers. But all of it dovetails together now through everything that I've spoken about, everything I've said. The whole thing dovetails together. It, like, all this, because I've spoken about dreams. I've spoken about faith, the essence and the meaning of God. I mean, I've just spoken about all of this. And all of it was within separate silos. And I've talked about it in so many different conversations with myself, with friends, whatever. Friends who, for the most part, they really could not keep up with the conversation, so whatever. And this hits on another layer of detail that all my previous times speaking about it, I never fully mapped out all of this together. Absolutely insane. Oh, hold on. What happened here? Oh, he's fighting. Oh yeah. Did I forget to mention this? Yeah. So Chad, he called war on me, which is nice. Just as I'm dealing with this. So yeah, we're gonna be struggle boating it for a little bit. We gotta heal one more turn. I mean, I could just fight right now. I don't know. See, that's only 5 units. And I could have had 6 units, but I need to heal. So. You know what? Okay, so before I close out the video, let's just do this. Let's just... I don't think we're gonna win, but I just want to run the odds before I quit. Well, you know, before we get into the second video. Okay, nice. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Great. All right. Well, until then.